Darko.
Go to the other set of stairs, and that's also where the workshops are. Great. For the overflow,
I mean, I have not gone very deep into it. I just feel like whoever makes the loudest noise is the teacher, is the one who wins. Like you have to find the
become causaLens. More customers, more updates, a bit more. Which might mean it'll go smaller again. Yeah. Because it'll be our base plus interesting parts. But yeah, we might need to be a little bit more selective because it's CNS. Yeah. It's about on our projections. I mean, obviously, when we started, I think this was originally booked for about a conference of 50 people. So we booked this room, which would take to 100. We're now at like 200 plus. Yeah. They're upstairs and still in. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, we only had 200 lanyards.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, that's a good problem.
Okay, yeah.
Testing. Good? Everyone can hear me? Lovely, lovely. A few nods. Great. Cool. Good morning, everyone. I'm James Wall, Product Manager at causaLens, and your MC for Stream 1 today. Welcome to the Causal AI conference. With 25 speakers, multiple content streams, and nearly 2,000 live stream participants from around the world, this is our biggest conference yet. We're thrilled to have you all here, whether in person or joining us online via the live stream. So before we get started, a few housekeeping items. We have 2 streams today. So we have Stream 1 here and then Stream 2. The Stream 2 sessions will take place in the conference room upstairs. Both streams feature a mix of talks, some with a more technical focus and others offering a broader perspective on Causal AI. I encourage you to check out the session descriptions to help guide your choices. And we do have the session descriptions at the front desk if you want to take a photo, and then you can have that with you throughout the day. If any sessions get too full, don't worry about queuing. We have 2 additional rooms upstairs, one for Stream 1, one for Stream 2, which are overflow rooms. So you can watch the sessions there and then also participate in the speaker Q&A. We also have a dedicated room just next door where you can chat with our brilliant data science team and see our platform in action through a series of demos. To keep our jam-packed agenda flowing smoothly, we kindly ask you to use Slido for asking questions to speakers. So simply go to slido.com. Slido, I think we have it there, great, and then enter the event ID. So now, let's kick off with opening remarks, followed by a talk from Darko Matovsky, founding CEO of causaLens. Darko, the floor is yours.
Thank you, James. Welcome, everybody. It's so exciting to see you all here. This is our biggest event yet. When we started, it was kind of hard to find Causal AI enthusiasts. Now we have to, have 2 overflow rooms. So it's been quite a journey here, and the community is growing from strength to strength. And a lot is happening in AI. Over the last 2 years, it's been pretty exciting to watch the pace of change. And so today we're very excited to show you how us at causaLens, we've been embracing all these latest developments at what is the fastest moving field in the history of humanity. And it's pretty exciting, I think, to be here in an iconic place where science was created and be a small part of what will be the most transformative technology of our time. What if you could create a decision-making agent that can help you make some of the most important decisions in your company at no cost? This is the question we'll try to answer today. How can we achieve this? And how can we unlock a future in which we can all have a decision-making agent at almost no cost, helping us make the most important decisions in our business or in government or in society at large? Before we answer that question, I want to show you or tell you a few stories about the tremendous value that technology like this would create. And I'm going to tell you 2 real examples of this. The first one is in healthcare/government policy decision making. So this is with a G7 government, a government agency. They wanted to understand the causal effect of a policy decision on availability of drugs. And they wanted to answer this question at a very granular level. They wanted to know a pharmacy in this small village in this particular part of the country, what would happen to the availability of these certain types of drugs if they were to change this policy, right? To answer this question, you have 2 options, I guess, or 3 options. One is you could just do it by gut feel and read a lot of opinions, which will be suboptimal to say the least, given our audience here would agree. The second would be to spend 3 to 5 years building granular models with humans, which will be extremely expensive and maybe hard to justify, as well as too slow for decision making. And the third option would be to find a way to automate and build very granular models that could help you answer this question. And that's exactly what we did with this partner. We enabled them to create granular models and be able to answer the question of what is the causal impact of change of this policy for every part of the country, for every single pharmacy, for every single drug. This requires thousands and thousands and thousands of causal models. And it's very, very hard to do by human approaches. The other thing they wanted to know is they wanted to actually evaluate all the potential counterfactuals. They wanted to understand what is the optimal change in the policy, right? And as you guys would know in this room, this is a very causal question. It's very, very hard to answer with kind of predictive type of technologies. And so that's just a small example of the tremendous value one can create if we have this ability to automate. But also, automation is not enough. We need automation that we can trust, right? Only then we'll be able to incorporate this in our decision making. Let me give you another example. This is not quite the factory of our partner, but it looks similar like that. And they're making cakes. It's a pretty yummy cake. But every morning, before they start the manufacturing line, they have to run the line and tweak the parameters of the process until they get the perfect consistency of cake. And that actually wastes a couple of $1,000,000 of cake every morning. Just goes to the bin because, humans are tuning the parameters. And obviously every morning it's slightly different parameters. We have slightly different humidity, slightly different temperature, slightly different environment. And so every day you need slightly different settings. So every day you lose a couple of $1 million worth of cake while tuning. And so now imagine if you had an AI agent that before you came into the office, while you're having your morning coffee, it was able to analyze the data and tell you, hey, here are the optimal settings. Just start the manufacturing process with the optimal settings. That will result in, a better start of the morning, but more importantly, less waste, of cake, right? And so I gave you those two examples just to motivate the reason why we want to have AI agents helping us make better decisions in all walks of life. And these two are real examples, and they both require a high degree of automation because it requires, building usually a lot of models, a lot of, it requires sifting through tons of data, but they also require trust. We cannot have just automation. We need to have full trust. Otherwise, we can have automation that no one uses, right? So the talk today is about how can we achieve both? How can we achieve automation so we can all have AI agents, but also in a way that we actually trust them. And what we will see is that causal AI is one of the key ingredients in bringing trust to the table. And so if you were sitting there and thinking, you know what, LLMs are really great, I'll just get my LLM to do this automation part. You would be right, it can do the automation part, but you will be leaving the trust on the table. So you'll have things that are very fast to build, but no one uses, right? And actually, there was a cool study that did just that. It was trying to understand how trustworthy are the LLMs today in 2024. This is a recent paper. So what they did is they took 400, I believe, or 411 questions. All of these questions relied on a lot of quantitative data, right? Time series and tabular. They took all of the best LLMs, open source, closed source, you name it, everything was there. And they wanted to understand how good are these LLMs out of the box in helping us make better decisions. What they concluded was that although they were fast and automated, they were not very good. And they would only work in like a third of the cases. And so, of course, when you have something that works in a third of cases, you will assume that for your particular example, it may not work, so you're not going to use it. The paper went further to state that these LLMs are not very good at causal reasoning. And so, not good at causal reasoning, not good at answering quantitative questions in a reliable way. But as you will see in a minute, LLMs are going to be really great and are going to be part of the future. And we are fully embracing them. So you'll see how. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to say, let's look at the tools we have in our environment. Like let's maybe look at Tableau, or let's look at a data science platform. And those things can be useful. But if you just rely, say, on Tableau or something like that, all you're doing is you're building dashboards that tell you what happened in the past. You're not really trying to make decisions about the future. You're still baked to gut feel effectively. You're saying, oh, let me visualize the past, and then let have a human kind of figure it out from there. So you haven't really moved away from the gut feel decision making. If you're lucky, fortunate enough to have a data science team and a data science platform, well, they could do that. They could help you make quantitative decisions. But there's two problems with that. One is, you need to have a data science team, and usually you have more questions than humans helping you answer them. And the second problem is, most people, most platforms, and most data scientists can only build predictive models. And predictive models are not quite suitable for decision making. As you guys would know, in this room, we're all causality people here, we know that we need to answer the what-if question, we need to answer the counterfactual question, we need to be able to figure out the optimal next thing to do in order to achieve a goal. And so now we have an opportunity to enter a new world, a new wave of change, which is agentic systems that can help us answer causal questions. And we can do that, so for the first time, we can have a world where we can automatically solve problems and we can have it in a trusted way. And so before you think, oh, so that does mean, now once we have the agents, does that mean we don't need the humans or the data scientists? Well, the answer is really no, because we have exponentially growing data and linear growth of human data scientists and engineers. And so this gap is growing by the day. And we actually want the humans to be solving the problems that the agents can't solve. Because there's always going to be really, really hard problems that agents cannot solve. And that's where we need the human data scientists to focus on. And we also need the human data scientists to verify that the agents are doing a good job. And we'll see that in a second. And so the opportunity here really is not, let's find an automation to not need data scientists. In fact, is quite the opposite. It's about, can we empower data scientists to help us with this exponentially growing data that we currently just cannot make sense of? When I had a conversation with Judea Pearl, and I've met him a few times now, and he always comes back to this one point. He's like, even if I had $100 million, I still could not find 100 causal scientists. And that always stuck with me, that's kind of extraordinary that even with $100 million, you could not hire 100 causal scientists. You would need to actually figure out a way to create or train causal scientists. So he said, Judea told me, like, Darko, your job is to create as many causal scientists as you possibly can. And we have obviously done that in our team. But obviously we realize that no matter how fast we grow as a company, we're against an exponential curve of data. So we thought that we need to find a better way to scale the amount of causal data scientists. And so that's exactly what I wanted to share with you today, is that we have created the first agentic AI data scientist that understands causality. And we've been able to do this by combining three types of technologies. One is taking what LLMs are very good at, and that is ability to write code, and that's one of the big disruptions they're creating, and they're extremely good at that. They're language models, code is language, great fit. But as we identified earlier, they can write all sorts of crazy code, right? And that means we lose the trust. So what if there was a way to have automation but also have trust? And that's where the intersection of causal AI and data and machine learning pipeline automation comes in. So as you guys know, causal AI is extremely interpretable. It can reason like humans through cause and effect. It allows us to really understand how the AI is working. We also need to acknowledge that modeling is a small percentage of the entire flow, going from raw data to a better decision. And so that's where the machine learning pipeline automation is extremely valuable. We want to be able to find a way to automate some of the repetitive, slow tasks, like figuring out what data set is useful, or figuring out how to clean a data set, or figuring out how to engineer features. figuring out how to build a web application more effectively. All these things are extremely important part of creating a decision-making workflow, and it's extremely important that we automate them in a trusted way. So today, we're launching Kaaya, which is an AI agent that lives in the intersection of these three technologies. And it's able to take us from raw data all the way to a web application, essentially creating the assets for a decision-making agent. So what Kaaya creates is effectively the artifacts for your own decision-making agents. And it does this automatically while ensuring trust, while ensuring the end user is in the loop, while ensuring the data scientist is in the loop. And so for the first time, we no longer have automation versus trust. We can have both. We can have automation and trust. And the way we've trained Kaaya is on what we call the treasure trove, is the unique assets that causaLens has. And those come in a couple of shapes. One is the biggest ecosystem of Causal AI package, unified ecosystem of Causal AI packages in the world. Everything plays together. Everything is unified. There's no code base like that. We also have pretty cool technologies that we've developed, from a web application framework to pipeline automation technologies, all sorts of really cool things that we've been able to give to Kaaya to learn how to build decision-making agents. We also have solved thousands of problems with, on both real-world data and public data set that helped us, which helps Kaaya learn how to automate some of the the less glamorous parts of data science, like data cleaning and feature engineering and things like that. So Kaaya is trained on the biggest Causal AI ecosystem in the world, a unified ecosystem, thousands of real-world examples about solving real-world problems, as well as really cool code around automation of AI pipelines. And so we've brought this all together, and you guys will have the opportunity to see this in action right now. We have never, we have not shown this before. We're launching it today, and it will allow you to see, how the future of decision making looks like. So, do you guys want to see it? Excellent. So, we're going to solve a manufacturing downtime use case, like the one we saw with the cakes, right? And so we're saying, hey, I have this data set of manufacturing data, and I'm trying to reduce the downtime. I'm trying to find the root causes of failure in this manufacturing line. And so what this will do is it will ask you, okay, what are you trying to optimize? Well, I'm trying to optimize the quality. And we'll actually build an entire plan of how to solve this. And so here's the plan. It will clean some data, it will figure out the best modeling approach, and it will build an app. And you can see that the data scientist in this case is able to actually review that plan. I should maybe pause from time to time. So what you can see here is that the data scientist is able, is given a plan. Yes, thank you. It's given a plan, and that plan consists of all the steps to go from raw data to a better decision. And that plan contains, in this case, data cleaning. It contains causal discovery, building structural causal model, and figuring out how to use it. So as you guys would know, figuring out root causes is a very inherently causal problem, and that's why Kaaya in this case has decided to use a causal workflow to solve it. But if I was going to choose something else, it may actually choose a different workflow, like a predictive model based on open source algorithms. So Kaaya is not restricted to using causality, but in this case, it just makes a lot of sense to do that. what you will see here is that the human data scientist has the ability to actually edit that plan and, oops, I think I'm not doing very well with this, this pausing part, but what you can see is that the human data scientist has the ability to edit the plan. In this case, they said, hey, I also want to visualize the result. And now we're able to execute kind of the refined plan that differs from kind of the original. And what Kaaya will do is we'll go around and write all the code that is required to solve this problem end to end. And so you can see that it wrote some code for data cleaning. And you can see that it's used some kind of open source algorithms to do that. It wrote a plan and code to do causal discovery. And it wrote code to do structural causal modeling. And so this is just a quick kind of overview, and we'll dive into the more specific details in a second. And finally, what you'll see here is that actually it produced artifacts. Artifacts is what we need to operationalize a decision-making agent. So we need to, by putting these things in production, we effectively have an agent. So what Kaaya does, it generates the artifacts you need for your decision-making agent. And so, as we identified earlier, we cannot, blindly rely on automation. We need to have a way to actually develop trust in this whole process. And as you can see here, Kaaya is beautifully integrated in our development environment, where you can actually seamlessly see visualizations of all aspects of it. So you can here, for example, see how the data cleaning part was achieved and what does that mean for your, for your data visually. So a data scientist can actually come in and verify that everything that Kaaya has done is appropriate. They can look at the code, they can tweak it, they can verify it. So this is one element of bringing trust, to this. So remember, we want automation and trust. Only then we can change the world. So this is the data scientists kind of coming in and developing their trust around what Kaaya has done. Here we can see how the end user or the business user that will use this is able to provide domain knowledge, which may not be in the data, but also they'll have the opportunity to verify that what Kaaya has done makes sense for the real world. So here actually they're providing some knowledge about the manufacturing line that was not in the data. So they're kind of providing the order of causality that may have not been obvious or not available in the data. So what you'll see here is Kaaya will take this information and will actually build you a component that shows the flow of causality. So effectively what it says is what's at the top cannot be caused by anything else. What it is in tier 2 can be caused by tier 1 and so on. So it provides for this kind of natural flow of causality. And this way, the user of the algorithm can be certain that the real world is mimicked in the algorithm. So this really helps the human develop, the end user develop trust in what Kaaya is doing and what the data science team are doing. And so here they can provide some additional knowledge, and eventually they will get a full causal diagram that will describe the entire manufacturing line. And so Kaaya is getting some additional information about the manufacturing process and will soon be able to produce a causal diagram that will describe everything. So here it is. Kaaya has been able to now produce a causal diagram that both the data scientist believes and the end user believes, right? And so this is what we believe a perfect combination of automation and domain knowledge from both the data scientist and the business user in order to get a trusted decision flow. So I don't know if you guys know this, but there was a lot of code that it's so boring for data scientists to write, like transforming that tire component into code. That's really boring code. Kaaya was able to write that for you. And so this is kind of the perfect combination of trust and automation in our opinion. We think this is kind of how all AI is going to be built in the future. What you can see here is that once the whole workflow is complete, Kaaya is also able to build web applications for you, which is quite cool. So Kaaya is not just a data scientist, also, I guess, a UI engineer. So it can actually build workflows. It can build actually applications, and you can see here we're launching the application, and we can now give this to someone on the factory floor. We can now, for the first time, bring AI very rapidly into the hands of someone that may have never actually experienced AI. And you can see here an example of how they would use it. So let me just pause here. This is quite exciting because, so Kaaya, together with our data scientists and our domain experts, was able to build this artifact. So a feature transformation pipeline that will work in the real world now. We can give it new data. This will now clean and transform data as it comes live. This is real artifact. It has also built us a causal model that can actually take that, that pipeline and operationalize it in the real world. And now we can give this to someone on the field in the manufacturing line, and they can actually ask very simple questions in plain English, and they can say, hey, what can I do to prevent faulty items, or keep my manufacturing line up? And they'll be able to get a grounded response in plain English of what they should do. So if they were to increase the humidity of the raw materials, they will be able to, and a bunch of other things, they'll be able to decrease the probability of downtime by 35%. And so this is an example of a grounded LLM in causal understanding of the world that was built automatically by agents, but verified by data scientists and by domain experts, and shipped on the front line to be used by anyone. And these artifacts can now be productized, and now this will work in the real world for new data. And this is what we think is going to be the future of decision making. You can all have your own decision making agent. Thank you very much.
Stay there a minute. So very quickly, if you want to ask questions, please go, as it says there, to Slido. Enter the number 4025787. We're stream 1. So not only can you enter your own questions, you can upvote, downvote other questions there. So the top ones we'll ask. We'll never have time to answer them all because there's too many. But anyway, do go there and you can vote them up and down. Very first one, I'll add a bit to it. What applications will we be trying the agents on first, without giving away any company secrets, please?
Yes. So we're huge believers in kind of thinking about the world currently in two streams. The complex problems, where data scientists are still going to be driving the outcomes, and simpler problems that are repetitive and people like analysts may want to be answering on day-to-day basis. So we see a huge opportunity for creating the initial set of value on automating the simpler things first, giving data scientists the time to actually focus on the hard problems, the things that the agents cannot do. And the simple and the hard problems come from all walks of life, but we are primarily focused on two big areas. One is industrials and figuring out how to make industrial processes more efficient and better. And the second is around customer-related data and helping organizations serve their customers better. So those are the two buckets. Within both buckets, we have very hard problems and problems that can lend themselves to agent automation today.
All right, so thank you, Darko. Another question here. How does Kaaya integrate with customers' data store and business logic to leverage the solution in the real world? So basically, how do we get it
Yeah,
working?
absolutely. So actually, Kaaya has been also trained on the most common places to get data from. So you remember that treasure trove? Part of that treasure trove is code that we have written to interface with Snowflake, Databricks, BigQuery, and the rest of it. And so Kaaya is actually free to use that code and figure out a way to access an SQL database or almost anything else. So over time, that treasure trove will grow and we'll be able to cover kind of all aspects. But yeah, Kaaya can actually write a code to interface with data lakes and can actually search them too. It can actually run algorithms that help people identify the right data set for the given decision-making problem. That's actually, by the way, a huge value add and something that data scientists may not be too inspired to do, just going and turning stones. AI agents would happily spend a few months or a few days or a few hours looking for the best data set.
Excellent. I'm going to generalize this question. It was asking about ChatGPT, but can you comment on which LLMs we're working with?
Yeah, so we launched a big partnership with Google recently, and we are slightly favoring Gemini currently, just because of that partnership, but we can hot swap almost any LLM. We actually started with GPT. We're currently using Gemini, but it is not a hard-coded dependency. You can actually use an open source LLM too, as long as it meets certain criteria, but it is, the LLM itself is hot swappable.
There are now so many questions, I'm not keeping up, just so you know, which is good. But one of the things I will say, we do have the causaLens team here, so if you hold up your badge, it says causaLens on it. Yes. If you just look for that, do feel free to engage and ask people outside as well, because there's a few technical questions in here as well that we've got our full team out, including the ones who actually wrote some of this code. So,
exactly.
Yeah,
they'll be better placed than me to answer them.
I'll ask, but this may be one that we want to pass on to the team, which is, can Kaaya deal with small sample sizes, e.g. when design of experiment is appropriate?
Yeah, so the promise of Causal AI is that it's able to figure out how the real world works from a smaller data, right? It's not as data hungry as something like deep learning, and as such, obviously depends. It's not magic, but if you have a reasonable data set of a few hundred data points, Kaaya has an edge in causality, and it's able to figure out causal things from data. Therefore, probably your only bet if you have small data set.
This question is more around monitoring the agent, see if it hallucinates, or hallucinations are reduced, and security vulnerabilities. So maybe just talk about what we've been doing there from just making sure it does work in the real world.
Absolutely. So as you guys saw in those demos, we don't let the agent out in the field before a couple of things have happened. One, the data scientist has been able to verify that the code that Kaaya has written makes sense, and it's fully trusted. The second thing we want to make sure happens is that the domain expert has provided knowledge that is kind of, it cannot be violated by the agent. That's kind of a big deal in what we do versus, just a plain old LLM. The workflow here will always take whatever the human domain expert has said as gospel. It cannot change it. And so by combining the two, by having the data scientist verify the code, and by having the domain expert ensure that the real world is reflected in the artifacts, we're creating a trusted agent. Following that, once we put the agent into production, we have the ability for the end user to get answers and citations that are grounded in the artifacts. So that's kind of the final check. So this is kind of once it's in production, when they use it, they can make sure it's grounded, and they get citations of exactly kind of which artifacts produce the insight. So those are the three ways in which we ensure trust into the agentic workflows. So we want automation and trust. We can't do with either of the two. If we want to change the world, we need automation and we need trust. And I think we found the way to achieve just that.
Perfect. Thank you, Darko. Although there's more questions.
I'll be around, guys. We can chat.
That's Darko. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Darko. So what we'll do now is have a quick break to allow people interested in attending Stream 2 sessions and workshops to make their way to the room upstairs. So we got, as I mentioned, a room for Stream 2 for a series of sessions, and then a series of workshops next to that room. The next Stream 2 session is being presented by the brilliant team of Tim about their AI strategy that leverages predictive and causal AI. Here on Stream 1, Berg, Freund, and Chris will present our next session on how they are decoding e-commerce shortly. Wonderful. Chris, we got 4. It's all good.
Yeah, next one's here. Sit here all day.
It's amazing though. It's great. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
So if you go all the way to the end.
Up the stairs.
Where the conference room was being done.
Yes, correct. Right next to that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a few. I do that jump from 300 to 10. Something
You have some way. Oh yeah, no, they're fighting. Second recourse run. We're sitting there. We got to like 10 p.m. and it was like running for like 3 years.
That was helpful. It was very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, good. There was no major mishaps.
Oh, you're the best. Nice to
Sorry.
Oh, hi, John.
How are you?
Very good. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Were you able to hear city agents in action?
Yes.
Nice.
Exciting. Looks really impressive. I mean, that certainly helps.
That's right. Yes, I think we've currently essentially had this exponential growth with liberal data scientists. And data scientists primarily spend their time on doing stuff. And there's so the transmission of data value is just it takes too long. And so I think we have opportunity to change that. Hi Daniel. This is Daniel. He's on the board actually of our company. Hi Daniel. Nice to see you. Yanis from Head of Sophia. We had a nice meeting recently in their offices. They welcomed me with a lot of champagne, which turned out wasn't for me. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hi Daniel. Catch the presentation.
I have had
What did you think?
one of these sort of like multiple speakers sent to Keynote in having indulged anything.
Wait, what? Who's that like? I don't know.
Class. Just
Very excited actually about what we can do from here.
It looks interesting because I mean, we had 100 jam.
Oh, hi!
So my shout is
the workshops are full, but it's limited to 20.
but the rumors of ADS. ADS above.
What's next?
Surgeon and I are sending out AI. Surgeon and I are sending out AI. Cool. Good to go, Chris.
Good luck. I'm excited about it, but I'm watching the overflow room.
Lovely. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started shortly on our next session. Find your favorite seat. Great. I'll make a start now. So our next speaker is Christopher Barth, Head of Data and Analytics at Bergfreund, Europe's largest outdoor e-commerce retailer. Chris will be discussing how Causal AI adds unique value to managing business performance in e-commerce. And just a reminder, please use Slido for any of your questions. Chris, over to you.
So, good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me, and welcome to the outdoor industry. I don't know, does this microphone work? Oh, it doesn't work.
Should be all right. Yep.
That
Just keep it close.
Perfect. Okay, once again, good morning and welcome to the outdoor industry. This is about as emotional as it will get during the next 20 minutes. Thanks for your interest in joining us on that story of how we aim to decode e-commerce. This is part one of that story. Part two will be shared later by my colleague Alex in the technical track, which might be of interest for some of the data scientists in the room. As said, my name is Chris. I'm head of DNA at Bergfreund, and Bergfreunde is Europe's leading outdoor apparel e-commerce retailer, next to Amazon and Zalando, to be fair. We roughly make about 300 million euros in revenue with 600 employees. We're active in 12 markets across Europe. Some of you from the UK might know Alpine Track as our UK business. And as probably many companies, yours included, the company once set out with the vision to be more data-driven. More data-driven in the sense of wanting to make, and we've heard about this earlier in the presentation, wanting to make more and better informed business decisions based on the available data set, based on the relevant data that is available for the business. For Bergfreunde, and this is, I think, the reason why we're all here, this is more about understanding the why and the how of our business performance and goes way beyond of what has just happened recently. So for us, it is very much about understanding the causal effects, the cause and impact of our business. And this is key because the Bergfreunde business model is unique and specially fitted to Causal AI. Every week, our operational decision makers get together and make decisions that might have a positive impact on our profit in a easily six-digit euro range. And if we make a bad decision, it goes the other way. And the reason why the business model is unique is because we, as decision makers, as an e-com retailer, we hold a lot of our fate in our own hand. We can make decisions that affect our business every day, every week, directly. And this is unique because as an e-com retailer in the outdoor industry, which is a highly fragmented industry, we have such a strong market position and we have a huge retail business, meaning we're working with something like 500 to 600 brands in the outdoor industry and have maybe a 10% business of own brand. We have a lot of leeway to make our own decisions, and we need to understand cause and effect so that we can intervene every week on the operations that we control. And in order to intervene, we need to understand the cause and impact of all of our decisions. In order to do so, about 2 years ago, we set out to create a new way of how we manage our operations. It's a company-wide operational business performance management process that is meant to provide transparency, meant to provide concrete and smart goals for everyone, and also to support the decision-making process, not make the decision, as we just learned earlier as well. We're not here to make the decision for the decision makers, but we're there to support their decision-making every week, several times, with the causal modeling approach that we're using. And this is very much driven by data, as you can imagine. And on top of data, this is very much driven by our understanding of how our causal flow within the business works. So we do work with everything that we do work on how we understand the cause and impact of our business. So yes, we do have dashboards available that do tell the business what has happened last week, and those are also built on our understanding of the causal flow. But we also use this causal understanding to apply counterfactuals and simulate and optimize next week's business performance. And one of the key tools to do so is the decision app that we jointly built with causaLens, that we're very happy to use, that allows us to simulate, based on a range of different intervention capabilities, what the business performance of the following week will be. And let me tell you a little bit about how we got there. Let me tell you a little bit about the story that excites me personally and that excites the team of how to decode e-commerce, how to understand how really the business works in terms of data from a data perspective, and how to actually drive business decisions in the future. The very first step was an understand of how the business works. So we spend a lot of time documenting business processes. We spend a lot of time understanding how decisions are made. There's tons of logical flows in the organization that document from a data perspective how the most important operational decisions are made today. It's a lot of a lot of time that went into this to eventually understand the causal flow, the cause and impact of the entire business. There's one screenshot up there that shows the causal flow of the organization. It's on the top left-hand side of the slide. And it includes more than 100 KPIs, more than 100 metrics that the organization, that the business stakeholders in the organization believe drives our business. And this is the foundation of everything that we do on how to use data in a causal sense to drive our decision making. And the next step then was to actually decode those decisions. We wanted to use the business understanding and get to a point where we can use causal modeling to actually help make those decisions and understand cause and impact. In order to do so, we started with a fairly simple visualization of how our business works. That's probably very similar to many of the businesses that you guys are involved in. So there's a top-line business metrics, almost like a mathematical formula, and then there's two main input variables, which is marketing and pricing, or marketing and merchandising, that have a huge impact on everything that we do in the business, that have a huge impact on our top-line business metrics. And of course, it doesn't end there, but before we go into more depth into marketing and merchandising and to pricing strategy, there's also a few external factors that we need to consider. One of the external factors is weather. As an outdoor apparel retailer, weather is our best friend if it turns cold and wet. So we like it cold and wet. Probably not everybody in the room agrees, but for our business, that's the best that can happen. So as soon as the weather turns bad, we see our sales go up. And we have learned to quantify the impact of every degree Celsius average temperature less than normal on the business, on the different product categories. As you can imagine, rain jackets have a different sensitivity on temperature than, I don't know, t-shirts. But that's important for us to understand, the impact of weather. And then there's, of course, other external factors, like what does the market do? How does our brand perceived? But the most important external factor, for sure, in the outdoor industry is weather. But let's have a deeper look into what we can actually control internally, which is marketing and pricing strategy. So what you see here is a simplified view on how marketing investment decisions and product margin investment decisions are made in the company. And that's probably not surprising, what you see here. In general, the team gets together every week and says, this week, we believe that we can achieve a certain CPR, which is cost per revenue, which is the main metric that marketing uses to steer their paid investments. So they know from historic knowledge and experience, this is a week where we can achieve a certain CPR. Based on that CPR, the algorithms out there, Google algorithms, Meta algorithms, drive the CPC, the cost per click. And so we know and we understand that with a given CPR target, we drive CPC decision-making by an algorithm from Google and whatnot, which drives our visits, which in the end drives our orders and demand sales. If we look at merchandising, merchandising has the main objective to maximize product margin. So they each week get together and say, this week we expect a product margin of X%. Based on that expectation of product margin, they set out to define their pricing strategy. They decide how deep and how broad our discount, our rebates are in the store. So every week they set out to do exactly those things based on a given product margin target. Those discount nodes, as we say, depth and width of the discount, then drive mainly the AOV, the average order value of a basket of a customer, as well as the conversion rate. So this is how we set out to every decision in the organization that drives in the end our revenue and hence our profit, to document this and turn this into a causal flow and understand exactly how this works. And then finally, we were able to turn this into math. And this is where the help of causaLens came in, together with our data science team. And we saw this before. We created, first, that was a human-guided process. We created a causal graph, and that causal graph eventually was turned into this causal graph in the platform. And this causal graph, this actually is the representation of the structural causal model. So for each of those nodes that you see here, there's actually the algorithm behind the functional form and then the aggregation form in each of the child nodes. Once this was done, we knew what the model believed, what the relationship of each of the nodes was, whether this was monotonic, linear, whatnot, and we could analyze and understand what actually is happening in the business. And finally, this was the foundation to then go out and support our business decision makers with simulating next week's business performance. So what you see here is the simulation, the scenario tab of our application. And it's just a part of it. But what we can do here, we can simulate with sale events. We can say, hey, we will have an on-top discount for customers that is going to be valid for 3 days next week. We can say there's going to be a public holiday next week, and this has a specific impact. We can also, and we do, integrate the weather forecast into here. So the model knows next week we'll have 14.2 degrees average. And of course, as I said before, marketing and merchandising input their specific operational KPIs on how much marketing invest versus revenue they're targeting, as well as what is the product margin product margin that we're expecting for next week. And this then helps us to simulate the outcome, what you see here on the right. And we've also seen a heat map earlier. We also work with the heat map that allows us to optimize where exactly we should spend marketing, what is the right CPR, what is the right product margin to invest. So this all helps the business to simulate next week's performance. But it doesn't end here, and this is what gets me excited. It's about really decoding and ever better understanding what's going on in the business. So once this model was live, we spent a lot of time trying to understand what was actually going on and what did not work as expected. So we looked at the causal graph and we identified a range of areas where we realized, that's not exactly how the real world works. We need to take a deeper look into that. For example, an aggregated node on product margin does not represent the pricing strategy enough in terms of working with old merchandising, working with new merchandise. So this is something that we needed to take into consideration. Another area within the merchandising area was, as probably many of you are involved, is the Black event or Black Friday, Cyber Week, whatever. Now it's almost a full month. Black event is different to anything else that we see across the year. Why is that the case? Because we do see that there's an organic increased demand in the market that the model doesn't know about based on the internal interventions that we can do. So we need to teach the model, Black Week is coming up. You need to know that there will be an increased demand in the market that we don't control. And the model needs to know this. So that was also something that we spend a lot of time on understanding and helping the model to take into consideration. Then on the marketing side, also here, working with an aggregated node didn't help us enough. We needed to take into consideration that Google has its own agenda, right? Google doesn't necessarily do exactly what we want Google to do in terms of this is the target CPR that we want. So we need to take this into consideration and help the model understand that. And we needed to get more granular on some of the owned channels, especially email communication, because email communication is a very specific channel that helps us on low demand days to decrease CPR and increase visits. But if we just look at the aggregated visit metric, we might not take the impact of email communication into account as it should be. And then my most favorite one was holidays. So in Germany, we're German-based, so we look at Germany a lot. In Germany, there's 8 public holidays. And when I started this, I thought each holiday is the same. That's not true. We have 3 different sets of holidays that we need to take into consideration, and we needed to learn about this impact of public holidays on our business and teach the model how to work with this. And this is what happened. What you see here is a snapshot on how the causal graph now is becoming more and more granular, and this is under development at the moment. It will be launched in 2 weeks, so we'll have an ever more accurate model that helps us reflect the real world. What you see here is an example of a more granular approach on the pricing strategy. So here you have more granular view on the different kinds of product business unit and product seasons that we need to take into account. And what you see here is the more granular view on the marketing side of our world. And what you see here, and these are my favorites, are the 2 yellow ones. I think it's hard to read, but the 2 yellow ones reflect our learnings on public holidays. There's a special public holiday impact of a public holiday on a Monday. In e-commerce, most of you know this, the Sunday is always the strongest day, but not if the public holiday is the Monday. If the next Monday is a public holiday, let me put it that way. So we need to teach the model, watch out, this Sunday is not going to be as you know, because the Monday following is a public holiday. That's an important shift that the model needs to know. And the second thing that the model needs to know is there are actually high or peak driving public holidays and low driving public holidays. That's logical if you think about it. Christmas, for example, the first 2 Christmas holidays, there's basically no business going on, and also the 1st of January, very weak business days for us. And we need to teach the model that not every holiday is the same. So this is what we have integrated in here. And then there's a few more things around the green nodes, which is all around email communication, which we've added also more granularity for the model to know the actual impact. In general, and this is after roughly 3 months, 4 months of having the first iteration of the model live, we're very happy, we're very satisfied with the output. The model itself is almost, after 3 months, almost as accurate as the human forecast. So every week, we control what does the human forecast for the next week and what does the machine forecast for the next week. After 3 months of work, we're as accurate as the human. And we're just at the beginning. The humans have already 15 years of experience. So we're very positive that we will get to a good output here. Statistically, the model is very accurate. You see the MAPEs up there. But that's only part of the story. The more important part of that whole story is that working with causal lens, working with causal modeling, working with a causal graph and a structural causal model has changed the way that the organization is talking about the business performance. It has changed the way how we look at the performance of last week. It has set a new language within the organization. People are talking about drivers. People are talking about why. So just starting this journey, starting the journey of decoding e-commerce has had a tremendous input value, which goes way beyond the accuracy of this model. Thank you.
This is the one that doesn't work, isn't it? Thank you. There were quite a few questions coming through. I'm not going to give you all of them, but just a couple. How many people in the team to get this far?
So the core project team was roughly 5 people, plus the causaLens side.
That's good. That's a small team. We should have more. Yeah.
Don't need.
Questions on how you kind of touched a little bit, but how do you verify your causal graph?
Okay. So I think part of the answer you saw with we're looking at the MAPE every week. That's one part. And the second part is we're very much interested in causal graph surgery, as we say. So we look at basically every node and every edge between nodes on a continuous basis, trying to understand whether the functional form that the model is currently using makes sense. So this is how we look at the impact and the value of it basically every week.
Brilliant, thank you. Has the model come up with any surprising suggestions or things you weren't expecting? And if so, how did the team react to this?
I don't know if it was surprising. I think the model has led to more confidence on the business decision maker side of making courageous decisions. For example, weather turns bad, let's not discount as we would normally have done. So that's one thing that I think the model helped us to do, to be more courageous on what we maybe already knew, but now we have the data to support the decision.
A friend to back you up.
Yeah.
And again, this is sort of a related question. It was regarding the simulation, but I think it relates to everything here. So does it work? Have you implemented decisions and then observed the actual outcome that you predicted?
Oh, yeah.
How accurate was it?
Yeah. It does work, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if this was the same in the UK, but 2 weeks ago, the weather for the first time dropped below 15 degrees average Celsius. And knowing this in advance, being able to simulate the impact of that temperature drop, that had a tremendous value for the organization. I can't speak about numbers, but it was worth it, for sure.
Excellent. We like that idea. Final question, because I know we're at time, but there were several questions all around the documentation. I think we're just impressed by what you did there. So about documenting your business logic and flows, how mature was the environment when you started it? Did you already have the proper documentation data sets? There are a few different questions on the documentation.
Okay, I need to be a bit cautious with this answer. I would say there was a lot of implicit knowledge in the organization. I mean, the organization is 15 years old, and the group of people that drove the success of the business have been there for 15 years. So there's an extraordinary amount of experience and expertise there. But it was mainly implicit, and I just made it explicit, or documented it. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Chris. Really
Thanks.
good presentation.
Thanks very much, Chris. We're thrilled to be working with you and the amazing team at Bergfreund to support the business success and decode e-commerce. Now, shifting from hiking boots to high fashion, we welcome Matteo Cortud, a senior applied scientist at Zalando. Matteo will talk about the challenges of estimating uplift in causal ML practice, which is crucial for optimizing everything from product recommendations to marketing campaigns. Again, Slido is open. Slido is open for your questions. There we go. Matteo, over to you.
All right, so I guess first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for having me here, for inviting me to this conference. So I'm a senior applied scientist at Zalando, and if anyone of you doesn't know, Zalando is the leading fashion e-commerce company in Europe. And the topic that I want to talk about today is actually very tightly related to like the introductory talk from Darko earlier, which is really like how can you gain trust in like causal AI, causal machine learning models, like in practice. Because like often in the business, you have to face like non-technical stakeholders or like people that have like are less technical than you, and you need to convince them like to trust like your estimates, your models, and ultimately the decisions that they need to take because of those estimates. So I'm gonna be fairly specific and focus on very specific application that at the very least within Zalando is very common, but I'm pretty sure most practitioners have faced in different industry, in different settings. So the setup is the following. Is like you have some kind of a feature or program that has been released to the whole customer base. And this is crucial, like we're talking about something that already happened, right? I mean, I can make a long story short of what my ultimate recommendation in this setting is, and is like run experiments whenever you can. But in this case, I'm talking about a setting in which like whatever feature or policy was already released, and so you cannot experiment anymore. Like it's already out there. Now, you have, however, only a subset of the population or your customers that use the feature or have enrolled in the program. You also have rich data in the sense that for this, like you have many customers, and for these customers, like you know basically what they've done in the past. You might have like some browsing history, some transactional history. So your data is rich both like in a wide sense in terms of number of customers, but also long in terms of like the time series of these customer actions. And like importantly, what might seem a small detail, you might also have some indicator of whether these customers like are interested in the program, took some actions maybe, tried this feature. So for example, they have entered a funnel, or they have done like a trial period in a subscription program, or something like this. And now like a question that at least myself, but I'm fairly sure a lot of like data scientists have faced in the industry is, so what's the value of this feature, or what's the incrementality of this program, right? Like product manager, like or like product stakeholder comes to you and wants basically you to put up a number on that product or feature. So I'm gonna use like an example here, which is Zalando subscription program, which is called Zalando Plus. In short, is a subscription program in which like you pay an annual fee, and in return you get faster shipping and free in the sense that you don't have anymore to have a minimum order value, plus some other benefits as well. The program is already live in 7 countries, actually for a while. And importantly, we also, until recently, had a short free trial. Now, what do we want to measure in this setting, right? So the main thing that we want to measure, often at least, is just the overall impact of the program, or technically speaking, like the average treatment effect on the treated. So the counterfactual question of interest is, like, for these customers, what would have happened if they had not subscribed to the program, or like in other settings, like if they have not used the feature, right, or they have not tried a particular like feature or policy that you have in your platform or business. So the good thing here is that the counterfactual outcome is pretty well specified, right? It's really about constructing this counterfactual world in which your subscribed customers had not subscribed. this is more of a backward-looking question, right? Another question that like often appears in the settings is what is the impact on different customers, right? And usually this question is relevant for some kind of policy targeting. For example, again, coming back to the Plus subscription program, like you want to understand, like, do we want to like stimulate some customers, like incentivize them to subscribe to the program, right? What are our best customers to try to make them roll? Do we want, for example, to offer some customers a discount? Do we want to target some customer with advertisement? This is a little bit of a more complicated object, and for the rest of the talk, I'm mostly gonna talk and focus on the first one. Now, the second thing is more practical. It's like how do we measure like the impact of the program, and in particular, like what is the treatment in this case, right? So I mean, of course, it's very easy or like relatively easy for treated customers, especially with a subscription program. For example, you may want to measure what happened in the first year after they subscribe, right? So what's the value that in the first year they generate for the company? And usually what you want to build or try to estimate is like comparable control group to compare against these customers that have actually subscribed to the program. And now the tricky questions are often, I mean, of course, which customers to bunch together in the analysis. For example, because you can imagine that if you have an open subscription program, you may have different kind of selections, like if a program is like newly released versus a mature program, you can, for example, expect customers that like would have benefit and would have interested in the program the most to subscribe first with respect to later subscribers, and maybe you don't want to bunch them all together in a single analysis. Another very tricky question is if you want to compare these customers to some other customers that did not subscribe, like what's a treatment event, right? Like if you use a certain time window over which to measure outcomes, where does this window start for customers that did not subscribe? So in our case, like it's really clear that this window for subscribers starts when they subscribe, but for non-subscribers, what's a comparable event? Like it's definitely like a visit on the website, right? Since to subscribe, you have to visit the website or the app. But like, is it comparable to making an order, right? Most customers place an order at the beginning of their subscription or trial period, but not all of them. So this is another kind of tricky questions. But I think in the end, most importantly, there's a question of which method to use. And I like to think of like two general types of methods to answer this question. So the first one is what I call double ML or similar. I guess this is the name that is like most frequently like circulating in the industry at the moment. But in the end, what really means is that you're relying on these assumptions that I know with the name of unconfoundedness, but different people might know with different names. And like in practice, in words, simplifying a little bit means that we assume that we're able to find some comparable customers that did not subscribe to the program or did not try the feature, right? So this assumption might be more realistic in case the number of people that did not subscribe to the program is particularly large, right? And your data is particularly rich, and so you might be very confident that you're able to find customers that basically look exactly as subscribed customers, except for the fact that they subscribe. There's another path, though, and the other path is like the difference in differences path, but more generally the path in which you say, okay, like these two customer groups are different, and they're different, like basically we're unable to find these comparable customers, right? And we accept that there are these differences. But what we assume here is that these differences are some kind of stable over time, or at least predictable over time, right? We're able to understand and know like these differences. And there might be some data-driven ways to guide you a little bit in the choice of method that you apply here, right? For example, like on the left, I plot the revenue per order over customers, and even if you have a very small portion of treated customers that probably like are more frequent orders, like in Zalando Plus, of course, the more orders you place, like the more the subscription program is beneficial to you. And maybe, so even if those customers are on average more active, maybe you have such a big pool of customers that did not subscribe that you have good chances of finding comparable customer. But the other option is of course, like the main assumption between difference and differences, if you ever use or like studied it, is that basically this customer trends before treatment, at least on average, follow some parallel trends, right? So the idea is, again, that you have some difference, but it's predictable, right? On the other hand, in practice, trends like are really never parallel, so it's a matter of like how much I trust like these trends to be stable over time, or whatever model you use to be able to understand the differences also in the future after treatment. In practice, however, I think what the step that requires the most amount of attention and has definitely helped the most in setting up this type of analysis, but also helping other people in understanding how to set up the same analysis in other settings, is thinking about selection, right? Because these are all like settings in which some customers, for some reason, decided to subscribe or to use the feature, right? And so, of course, if for some reasons these customers decided to subscribe to Zalando Plus because they just have a kid, for example, and from one day to the other, they know they will need way more orders, right? They have one more member in the family, and there's no way that in your transaction or on-site data you can find out some early signals of this shock, then there's no way out. Like, there's nothing you can do, right? If this selection is based on some shock that happens out of nowhere, that is unpredictable, then neither method will help you, and actually no method, no observational method would help you. On the other hand, if customers, for example, that order a lot, right, find the program useful for them and therefore decide to subscribe, this is basically a signal that, maybe some customers are more or less aware, and so just looking at their order frequency before the program was rolled out, you might be able to find some comparable customers. On the other hand, it may be that some customers just need, for some reason today, faster shipping, right? You have one order, I don't know, you wanna you buy a gift for a friend for their birthday and you need it fast, and then you have a look at the subscription program and you're like, okay, actually it pays off in a couple of orders. I need it today, but maybe in the next year I will still need it a couple more times. It might be worth to subscribe today. Then basically you have some signal that tells you what could have prompted these customers to subscribe. And the signal often materializes in this kind of early funnel, early access type of features you want to look at and understand which customers are interested, which customers are not. Now, very quickly, I want to go through, I have listed a set of tests or checks that I found useful, that I think one can do, not to test the assumptions of the model you're using, but just to gain a little bit of confidence in what you're doing, right? And the first check is just to visualize estimates. It seems pretty trivial, but especially for dimensions that basically you have not fit your model on, right? For example, you fit the model on aggregate pre-treatment data, and then you plot a very granular time series. seeing that this like pre-treatment time series aligned really well across treatment and control group might be a good indicator that your model works. Or actually, I would say if this does not happen, is like a pretty alarming red flag that your model might not work, but might also point out to certain feature that you might want to add to your model. For example, you're not able to match certain periods of time, certain shocks, or certain patterns. The second thing that I saw many people using also in other companies is to do what I call pre-treatment placebo test. So basically, whatever you're doing around the treatment date, so like before and after the subscription to the program, just repeat it, but before the treatment. So keep the same population of customers that subscribe and did not. And in principle, if indeed like you're using like a double ML model, so trying to generally find similar customers in the control population, you should be able basically to obtain a pretty precise null effect if you shift your all analysis before treatment. And importantly, this is also relevant when estimating conditional average treatment effect, because in principle you know that not only your average effect should be 0, but also any heterogeneous effect that you are estimated should be 0 as well. It's also I think if any of you heard of conformal prediction, like it's this kind of type of analysis that you can a little bit of confidence on your model inference by looking at how they perform in a similar setting in which you know what should be the output. The third thing is just to look at effect boundaries. So this is really grounded in your particular business case, but there's often the case that you can exclude certain effects. Like you can put on some domain knowledge, so you can either use it directly in your model, but if you haven't used it directly, you can use it as a test, right? Like for example, like if you assume that people that subscribe to Plus are usually people that are more active, right? Then you can say that there's a positive selection bias, and so if anyway, you can assume that whatever estimate you're getting out of your model is probably an upper bound of the true effect. The third thing here is actually a bit of a ladder of complexity. And I think it really closely aligned to what Darko was saying in the introduction. Like if you want to gain confidence in what you're doing, it's extremely important that you proceed in a step-by-step manner. Like from like very simple baseline estimates, adding complexity one step at a time. And especially for what concerns reporting, right? Like start from like simple difference in means, so whatever like control group you have picked, or whatever like prediction model you have built to for like predict the counterfactual outcome from a treated group. Start from like a very simple difference in means and add one piece at a time, and especially enable like stakeholder to like see how your estimate evolves from basically the raw data to your final outcome. And then last and a little bit more technical, there's like I put here one, but there's a set of like more like technical sensitivity checks that you can do. They are often model specific. Very importantly, they usually are not checks on your assumptions. They are more like, again, like some tests that give you a little bit of confidence, like that your model is working correctly, or in case it doesn't, put a little bit of bounds to the errors that you might be making. So to conclude, going forward, I mean, what we've been developing recently is a set of guidelines for this kind of situations within the company, in which, again, we don't give recommendations on the type of tool that we use, but we basically give a sequence of questions and checks that we recommend like data scientists and analysts to perform in order, first of all, to understand their problem. So as I said before, for example, understanding how the selection process works, and really like making sure people have spent enough time thinking about it. Then second, a very important thing is that while there's always a component in this model, there is just a pure predictive component, right? It's just one part of the problem, right? Of the solution is not the solution. But for example, for these models, they're often reusable across different settings, right? So for example, if your outcomes are order per customers, having a centralized, fine-tuned, trustable model that predicts order per customers is very important, and especially it's reusable across different situations. And small note, also in experimental settings when you want to understand heterogeneous treatment effects. And last, what I've been working on recently, more as a side research project, is try to validate this kind of models in setups in which you have some experimental evidence to try to understand against some experimental evidence how well this model performs. I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matteo. There are a couple of questions, if you're okay for those.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. There's a couple more technical ones, but we'll do those as well. What options did you have for identifying treatments? Or was it based on impressions?
I guess identifying treatments here means what are potential treatments for the control group. Sorry if I misunderstood the question. I think again it boils down to domain knowledge. So really trying to understand what were the customers doing when they subscribed in the case of Zalando Plus, or where they use the feature in other settings. And what kind of signals, right, the company has, which kind of data do we have to understand exactly what the customer was doing in that setting.
Excellent, thank you. There's more coming in, but we'll try and keep on top. If you want to estimate the incremental effect of a specific cohort after 3 months, how do you take time dependence into account in the double ML
Of
method?
a specific?
Of a specific cohort group, so specific group that you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a lot of different approaches. What I found a fairly simple but useful approach is just to split your population into segment on time periods. So it really depends on your setting, but I don't know, do a monthly, quarterly, or yearly cohorts. It's really about how much you think selection changes over time and your customer base changes over time. There's often also data constraints, if you have a very small sample sizes, maybe you can digest everything at once, but sometimes also for practical reasons you need to segment.
Excellent. I know we're close to time, but I'm going to squeeze one more question in, which is, have you used your models to make any changes to your business decisions? Are there any examples you can share?
Yep. I mean, I'm gonna talk very high level. This kind of situations, as I said earlier, there's two main questions that you want to answer. The first is just policy evaluation. So is this program or feature actually profitable, right? And the decision that often a bit indirectly sometimes come out of it is budget allocation within the company, right? So a specific team or area of the company requiring more or less resources depending on the number that comes out of it. And the second thing is instead more policy targeting, looking forward. So for example, in the case of the Plus subscription program, we were looking, as I said, how do we incentivize different customers to join the program? For which customers do we want to promote the program, right? Which customers do we want exactly to prioritize within the program? These are the type of questions that you can answer.
Perfect answer. Nice way to wrap up. Thank you, Matteo.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Matteo, for that deep dive into Uplift estimation. Okay, everyone, time for a break. So there are 2 networking areas with refreshments. You've seen the one as you came in. And while you're grabbing your coffee, why not check out our platform demos in the demo room upstairs? The team will be more than happy to run you through our product Decision OS and our new agentic capability that Darko spoke about today. So if you could please be back in your seats by 11:45, we'll be kicking off our next talk shortly after. And remember, if you find this room full, we do have overflow rooms upstairs where you can sit and watch the same session. Thank you very much.
Check 1 2. 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 Check 1 2.
join a team, we can do the talk together. It's like, there's no problem doing the talk together. I said, you know, infringing rights and all that. Yeah, that's easily good. It was really funny, but he started it, then he became manager, then he entered the company, and now rebuilt on his words. So he did it. They did it very well. I'll just take a look.
Yeah, go get a copy of this.
I'll just go over the next.
You happy now? Excellent. That'll give you a sugar spike.
Yeah, a little bit of a spike, drop.
You're good. The reason why I huge quiz is one trap. You can eat it into a coffee break. You can eat it. How is it going? On the other side.
On the dark side. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's all good.
I can see it was working. I did sneaky look on the streams just to check.
Yes.
Once check the streams are working, so you can see.
Yeah, both streams all good.
A lot of people.
I haven't checked stream 2, but last time I checked stream 1, it was like 120, something like that.
We've got 2 masters registered to get content.
But you've got like any sort of EOI form, like any expression of attrition rate, like it's got to be 60%, 70%.
Well, also,
So that's my approach, right? Like, well, it's
like, yeah.
to absorb everything. Yeah, literally. Just strap myself to the electric chair and just go. Whizzing.
Or whizzing.
The message you want. I think, yeah, I think he's got a really good ability to tell a story. So I was fretting because I was but I think decent ambiguity in we're releasing this, but there's no details of when it's out or. That those clips in isolation, each one of those features is getting developed.
Yeah.
Like none of that is not real.
It's not.
Which is great.
It's
Yeah.
not
Because if we were going to
it's not
say, exactly, if we were going to say, okay, free to press a button, read your mind and makes a thing that makes multi-million-dollar decisions, I think it's a bit hard. So no, it's really good, man. I think it was reasonable.
both those low rooms for workshop calls. Oh, wasn't it? I'm not sure. I think there's people on sort of popping on the evening noon from the floats.
Okay.
or we can give you a handheld if you would rather walk up and
I
down.
think I'll stand here.
Okay. And then you can either use left, right, or
Clicker.
clicker. Big button forward, little button back. Go too far. And that's it. Okay. And then I'll ask you questions at the end. So then.
Looks like I know that we were also right before the kind of like lunch break, so like I'm gonna keep it short.
I will give you a 5-minute warning if you see me waving in the corner.
No, it's definitely.
You're first.
I'm right before the lunch break.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll just leave my timer so I can also see it.
I will also hold up to 5 minutes left.
Oh yeah, but I like to.
You like to time this.
I like to see
You
them.
know when you're going through.
I know where more or less things are.
James.
Yes, that is me. You good? How are you?
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm just going to do a quick admin announcement.
Okay. Fluency.
Beautiful. Great.
Should I grab or we grab
The clicker?
Yeah.
You can hold it for now. I'll just do a quick announcement. Cool. Welcome back. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started in a couple minutes, so please grab your seat. Wonderful. Got a few more people coming in, but what I'll do is we can get started. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a chance to refuel and maybe try out some demos and chat with some of our lovely speakers. For those in the overflow rooms, I'm looking at you in the cameras back there. We do have a little bit of space down here in the Stream 1 room. Not sure about Stream 2, but if you wanted to come down and grab a seat and see the conversations live, you can do so. So there is a bit of capacity down here. So what I want to do now is welcome Hugo Proenza, Senior Machine Learning Scientist at Booking.com. Hugo will be exploring how converted data can be enough for most promotion uplift modeling in e-commerce. And as always, Slido is open for your questions. Great. Welcome, Hugo.
Oh, thank you very much. Just preparing the timer. But I have to tell you that this is going to be some maths. It's going to be simple, but there's going to be some maths involved. There's no LLMs, so I'm disappointing you right now. But so what I want to see, and I want to say a bold claim, is that converted data for most promotion cases and for even some pricing kind of experiments is enough in e-commerce. And I'll try to show you why. And there's another side topic for people that are more into causality, is how can you use a collider to actually get information out of the data. So the quantities of interest that I'm actually mentioning here is the relative uplift. So how much did it increase from your baseline? We go through it. Relative metrics like revenue and cost. And the return of investment, which is in the end what a lot of people are interested about. So I would talk a little bit about why this actually matters for e-commerce. So there's a lot of search data, and if you're in a big company, you have millions and billions of search data. So sometimes this data is not only large, it's full of things that you don't want and are just adding noise, like bots and crawlers, individuals without interest that they were just browsing around. The other thing is that using only the converted data, it's way more efficient in most cases. Because you use less data. And anyway, if you have so much data, usually you end up sampling at one point. So sampling what actually matters. And there's a lot of people that came up in research with zero inflated models to model these kind of problems. And what I'm just saying is that you don't need it. You can just remove that data and still get actually very good results. I'm saying that the requirement you need A/B data. It's not exactly true. Actually, everything of these holds if you use propensities. But the only quantity you need from search or from user level is the propensities. So are these people in the treatment or in the control group? And I need to know. If it's a randomized trial, A/B test, it's 50-50. I already know that in advance. I don't even need to calculate it. If you have a model, you can train a model for learning that, and the rest you only need the converted. So just to give an example, imagine you are in a large e-commerce business and you have 1 million sales. I'm just giving a little bit of context. Actually, the maximum conversion in most e-commerce businesses is 10%. So you get to 10 million visitors. then imagine they do 10 times their searches every time they're searching for something. We're already in a very big number, and this is per day. And this is companies like Amazon, Booking, Uber. All these companies have this actually bigger than these values. So that's why I'm saying you can just use the upper quantity, which is way nicer. If you're a small company, you are saying, what does this matter for me? And that's a good question. And a lot of small companies, actually, they don't have the user journey. They don't know what users have been doing along the page. So they actually only have transactions. And you can just use those transactions. This is the mandatory thing to actually save, to model everything about it. So first I have to do an intro to causal inference for, if there's people here that don't know, but it's going to just be small and into potential outcomes. So first, what I want to say about individual treatment effects and what we want to measure. You measure here that we're calling about conversion, and why is conversion? You just want to know, 1 if they converted, 0 if they haven't converted, right? And the 1 means that they were treated. Maybe they saw this 15% discount for a car rental, and so why 1 represents what people would have reacted if they saw that. And this is if we know everything. We are an oracle, we know everything, so this is our ground truth. And then we want to know how they would have reacted if they have never seen the discount. And the difference between that is the individual treatment effect. We can calculate an average over that, and we would call it the average treatment effect because we know everything again. Sometimes people call it incrementality in e-commerce and in other areas. And you can add covariates, and if you add a covariate, let's just say 1, 0, you can also calculate the conditional average treatment effect. So for a specific subset of the population, how would they react to this discount, right? But there's the fundamental problem of causality, which is that we actually don't know. We don't know if someone saw the discount, we don't know how they would have reacted if they hadn't seen the discount because they saw the discount. And so that's the biggest problem, and that's what we're trying to solve. I want to add another layer of complexity here, which is that when you are doing things related with money, with budgets, constraints, marketing, you add another layer. So you add revenue, you can add cost. So there's more potential outcomes that can come into account. And you have to take into account all of them to actually model this properly. So let's see a simple example. Bob, he hadn't converted when he hadn't seen the discount, but when he saw this discount, he loved it. He really wanted to rent that car. He rented the car. So Amy, in that case, still rented the car, but she decided to buy even something cheaper. So what we see is that Bob increased his conversion, so there was an uplift in conversion, and there was an uplift in revenue. For Amy, the conversion maintained and the revenue went down. And this is not people want to discriminate or anything like this. You are running a promotion, you want it to be efficient, or you want to know the markets or the segments where your promotions actually work best to actually plan them in advance. So I go to this specific case, which is a niche case, but is actually most common in e-commerce, which is triggered revenue or triggered costs. So if you don't convert, there's no costs, there's no revenue. So no one is going to pay for a discount of something they never bought. So there's no cost there. So that's what it means when the conversion is 0, there's always 0 cost, 0 revenue. So you only have it when it's converted. And that's why you can do all these tricks that I'm going to show. So imagine you have this randomized data, 50-50%. Some people converted, others didn't convert, right? So we have the control group, 2 people converted, 2 didn't. Treatment, 3 converted, 1 didn't convert. We have this non-converted. I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to show you that you can do most of the things without them. So the first thing you can do is you can just calculate something called incremental conversions, let's say. And here you have 3 minus 2. So the control group just represents the world, what would happen in that world if I hadn't done anything, right? And the treatment group represents if I had run that discount. So, I don't know what happened there. But the lift is, I would say, an interesting metric that is hard to understand from this formula. But we go through that. You get the number of the ones in treatment minus the control, and you divide by the control. So 3 minus 2, 2, 0.5, 50% increase. So this is the lift. It's a lift of 50%. I will say why lift is more interesting than incremental conversions in most cases. I mean, let's look at this simple case. You have incremental conversions are the same in both cases. And you'd say, maybe the case one is more interesting. Yes, it is more interesting. You grew your business more. So from where you started to where you grew, your business is way better there. So you had a bigger lift. You had a bigger incremental increase. And lift shows you that. I put a formula here, and now you're going to get lost. And that's all right, because I'm going to explain it. But so this is a weird concept to grasp your head around. So it's the probability of being treated given that you have converted, right? So this is weird. You can do it with just one classifier, one model of this, and I'll show you. And this just means the ratio of converted per treatment. So 3 divided by 5, right? So there's 3 people in the treatment, there's 5 in total, so you get this 3 divided by 5. What does this mean from a causal graph perspective? So I want this quantity, the probability of being treated, given that I converted. So this is looking back into the past. So this looks a lot like a propensity, but it's not a propensity. Because we already know the propensity, we run an A/B test, and there's 50-50 chance of people getting the discount or not. So what does this mean? So we have randomized data. We break the relationship between the covariates and the treatments. And then we grab this collider, and we create a relationship with them. We create a dependence given the converted. So what is this going to show us is we have the propensity is 50-50%, and I'm asking the question, how different is this from 50-50? Which is going to mean that there's more people that actually converted in the treatment than in the control. And through that, you can get a relationship. So this just means 3 divided by 5. So this is a nice quantity. And I'll just call it the ratio of converted to make it easier for us to talk about it later. But how do you train this with a classifier? You just join all the converted only data set. You join it all together. You say the control is 0, the treatment is 1. You run a classifier on that, and you predict it. That's it. So, I mean, I had to take a cheesy take on it, right? I think it's nicer to have the lift. You also can have the average things. I just showed you. You can calculate incremental conversions directly from the only converted data. But I would say the lift is more interesting for most cases of business questions you are answering. But then people are saying, okay, but we need to take into account revenue, cost, and all these things. And let's go into that. So I added some random numbers. This doesn't represent any business decisions, just to make sure. But so there's these random numbers here. And you can calculate incremental revenue from this because you know that all the non-converters are 0. So you can just calculate them. And you get these 5, let's say euros or pounds if you prefer. But you get this 5 euros. And you can calculate this weird quantity that I will explain a little bit, but it's hard to grasp your head around it too. Let's call it incremental revenue per conversion. You have 5 conversions in total, and you have 5 euros. So you get 1 euro per incremental conversion. No, not per incremental conversion. 1 euro per conversion, let's say. And I'll show you again that this is way more interesting for most cases. So you have the incremental revenue. Everyone gets 10 euros. It doesn't matter. Don't ask questions. It's 10 euros for everyone. You have the same incremental revenue. I calculate the incremental revenue per conversion, and I see that the first case is better. Yes, we grew our business more. You can calculate it just from converted data. And you ask me, how can I calculate this? And again, you can calculate it very easy with a regressor. You just grab only the converted only data. You grab the control, you make it negative. You grab the treatment, you make it positive. And you can calculate this directly. You should add some propensity scoring here. I just didn't want to add that slide. It's in the end. But you get these. You can also find it in segments. So everything I'm saying, I'm talking about the averages to make it simpler to explain. But when you train a model on this, you are also learning it on the segments, right? You are learning these lifts per segment, this incremental revenue per segment. So you can also calculate things like cost, incremental cost per conversion. And incremental profit, it's not really profit, it's net revenue, but it makes it easier to talk about it. So let's say I added the incremental profits, and you can add it, and they all sum up. We run some experiments. This was a very hard data set. That's why all the models are kind of terrible. But the main thing that I wanted to show is that even we're trying to solve another problem, it was just incremental net revenue, incremental profit in this case. But just the model was quite stable, worked very well, was comparable with all the meta-learners we had actually tried. And of course it trained in 100 times less time because there was just 3% of conversions. And that's what I'm mostly trying to say. The performance is more or less the same, and you just remove all the data. This was on synthetic data, but if you do it on real data sets, sometimes it can be better because the search data contains other things that you actually just would like to have removed. So the takeaway, this is cool, but doesn't mean something we actually know very well. So it relates very well with this incremental revenue concept, but it's not exactly that. But we'll go into it. But you'd like, okay, I don't really care about revenue. I care about my return of investment. So tell me about return of investment. And everyone loves it. So I added an extra column, costs. So you grab the revenue in the treatment, you grab the revenue in the control, you divide it by the costs. I'm assuming there's no cost in the control. Maybe you have costs in your control, I don't know. But most of the times there aren't. So you just grab these things, you sum them up, and you obtain a value. So you can call it incremental revenue, incremental cost, and you get this beautiful 1.4. So for every euro you spend in your marketing budget, you get 1.54 euros back from revenue, which is great. We want to run through. This is a great business. Now I'm just going to tell you how you can calculate it. It's a little bit more involved, but not too hard. So we get back to that quantity of the ratio of converted per treatment. And the other quantities are just the expected revenue per conversion. I'll walk you through it to make it more simple. So the average revenue in the control group is 15 euros. The average revenue in the treatment group is 12. If you just look at these averages, you would probably say that you would make this business because it's a bad business. But the thing is, what we want to say is that this 1.4 is that this extra conversion, actually this extra purchase, actually compensated for this loss in average revenue. So it still made sense to make it as a business decision. And you would get, again, the 1.4 with this calculation, if you go through. There's another way to calculate it, is that weird z-transform I said. You just use the converted only, you make it negative, you make it positive. You get these two values. You look at them with your eyes, you pierce your eyes. You cut those two things, and you get 1.4 again. So all of these things just say that because you have 0 on the non-converted, you can make most of the business decisions only on the converted only. And this simplifies a lot in big companies, in companies that have very small ratios of conversion. I mean, I made it here a Gini curve with synthetic data again, so not business critical information. And I mean, this was just a simple thing to demonstrate that if you make these decisions on, let's say, an incremental reward, revenue, incremental cost kind of terms, they are literally equivalent. You get the same models, you get the same decisions, just on converted only data with way less data. And that's actually the main idea of what I wanted to say here. And so my conclusions are, you can do it directly on converted data. It's way faster and more efficient. It sidesteps a lot of times large and noisy data sets, and it performs on par with state-of-the-art methods. So that's it. Oh yeah, the timer is good.
No, it's good. There was a question. It came earlier on, so you're going to have to go back to about halfway through the presentation.
Okay. Oh.
Well,
wow.
no, don't worry. To use only converted data, do you need a 50-50 split?
No. Oh, yeah, sorry. You don't need, I mean, you just use it as a propensity. You can use whatever value you want. So if it's, if you get 90-10 or if you get 80-20, you just scale them proportional, right? So you have 20%, you scale them by 1 divided by 0.2. That's just it.
And have you used any specific frameworks for the workshops you ran, and any learning to get buy-in and engagement for these?
For the frameworks, I mean, to be honest, a lot of people are very curious because we say we're from Booking. So for the workshops we run, a lot of people get very curious because we say we're from Booking. So a lot of people come. But also it's because it's a nice topic, and it's a topic that a lot of companies are dealing with. And people want to know what are the other industry experts doing. So I would say that's how a lot of people come. Yeah, it's a topic that moves some money.
And you got away lightly. There's only one question left, which was, how did causaLens help you achieve this? But you're not working with us.
No, so I haven't worked with causaLens. Long ago, actually, I have talked with people from causaLens. I've worked in some companies with people from causaLens that were not there anymore. So, I mean, I always have looked at causaLens for a long time, actually, because it's one of the only causal dedicated companies that have been here for a long time. And it actually has been very inspiring to see what they have built over the years, to be honest. Yeah.
We'll quote you on that, you know that. Sorry, no, see, questions now pouring in. We've got a couple of minutes, haven't we?
It was a great presentation, so no one has.
Yeah, they're all asking us anonymous. How do you account for fundamental differences in baseline conversions between test groups? Make sense?
Can you repeat?
How do you account for fundamental differences in the baseline conversions between test groups?
I mean, I think this probably relates with the last talk we saw of how sometimes the control group is different. So, I mean, hopefully you can run an experiment where they are fundamentally the same. If you can't, this becomes way harder, right? So you cannot randomize on that. We try not to ask that kind of question directly because then you can have biased business decisions, and especially biased business decisions involving money can lead to bad outcomes. So we try to avoid it by possibly experimenting.
So I should start this question by saying I head up the marketing team in causaLens, but this question says, any challenges convincing marketing departments to use this, since it can challenge their current methods by showing results are bad? It's not a thing in marketing. I don't know who asked that. So basically, how do you get buy-in of marketing?
I would say that marketing departments are very interested in finding new ways of how to actually leverage their capacity, and especially at scale. And they have, from my opinion, very early on have adapted causal perspective into it because it's just essential. You are creating an intervention in the market. So you are fundamentally changing what's happening. So just predicting is give you biased results that don't lead to good answers. I mean, I think it's very clear. You run an experiment with prediction only models, and a lot of times it just doesn't fit.
And the last question, promise, is how do you perform targeting with this model, considering that you did not use non-converted user data to train it?
Oh. So the key question here is that so a lot of times when I show this to people, people think if I use non-converted data, people think that I'm losing something, and I'm losing some information, of course. But what I'm mostly saying is that by comparing the control and the treatment just on the converted, you get the difference in which segments, which subgroups actually behave differently. And that's how you answer. I don't think I completely answered this question, but we can talk later.
I was going to say, he'll be around rest of the day?
Yeah.
Yes, and at the breaks. So grab Hugo. Otherwise, I'll let him go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Hugo. I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Fernanda Heinz, who is a data scientist at Crowd. Fernanda will be sharing insights on how causal AI can lead to better marketing outcomes. Please welcome Fernanda.
And how do we get to the presentation? Oh, okay. This one, okay. Great. So, hello everyone. My name is Fernanda Heinze, as already stated, and I'm a data scientist at Crowd. Today I'm going to talk you through how you can be better at marketing using Causal AI. So it is related to the last talk that we heard of, not specifically with so much math, but we're definitely going to cover a little bit about incrementality, impacts, and how they measure that our interventions in the markets are actually being leveraged for our campaigns. So I would like to start with a question that we answer to each one of our clients when we start a new process with them. And I would like to ask this question for you guys so you can think of how you would answer it, and I will also go through why is it so complex for you to grasp. It's very easy. Imagine you have 300K in your marketing budget. Now, the question is, how would you spend the money? I know you all look like, well, it's quite obvious. You have already channel options on the screen, and they're not only online, but they're also offline. And it's not, well, the question is not where to spend the money, it's how to spend the money. So you want to focus on the strategy that you want to follow. You want to see if you want to focus on long-term branding or if you want to focus on immediate conversions. Maybe you even want to focus on the economic situation if you're based in the US and there is like possible political environments affecting your sales. They might also affect your brand efforts. You could also even consider what are the cross-channel effects. So if I were to invest money in, say, YouTube, is that helping my impacts on TikTok as well? So it's not about where to spend it, but how this spending is interacting with each other on different channels. Now, we at Crowd have different tools that we can use to answer this question. And you probably also have like personalized tools that you use on your day-to-day basis to decide how to spend your money overall. I'm just going to go through the main three tools that we use nowadays. And I'm going to also explain where we use it and why they're different to each other. It's important to mention that we complement these tools, and we do not always use one or the other, but we're trying to look for a more robust framework of how to answer this question for you guys. So yeah, imagine you decided to spend your 300K in 3 channels, say Meta, YouTube, and TikTok. And you would like to also account for these external factors like economic factors, also how your competitors are doing, your pricing at a certain time, even the weather if you want to add it on. Maybe you're selling coats or swimsuits. In that case, you would like to look at the high-level overview of your marketing effectiveness, and you will use what we call a media mix model, or also called MMMs. These models helped us plan on the long term and see if we spent on these 3 channels that we chose, that maybe brand is attributing to 30% of our sales. Brand Meta is attributing to 30% of our sales, YouTube 20%, and TikTok 10%. So we already know which ones are being more effective towards sales. But what if we want to go deeper into each channel? What if we want to see how our campaigns are performing on Meta and then on Facebook? An MMM cannot go that deep into granularity, and that's why we recur to models such as multi-touch attributions, or MTAs. These models help us follow the customer journey from each one of their touch points within your brand. And we can then get more insights on an operational level. What does this mean? Well, if again, we go back to the example of you spend money on Meta, an MTA can tell you if a video ad is being more effective than your picture ads, for example. What an MMM cannot do, but the MTA can solve that question. It also helps you with short-term planning, so you can see your results practically daily, and you can adjust your campaigns depending on the behavior that you're seeing. Now, this all sounds amazing, and if you've ever worked with data, you know that a model can give you very nice numbers, but you have to verify that they're actually aligning with the real world and what is going on with your brand. And that's why we recur normally to experiments. So experiments help us validate the effectiveness of these marketing channels, and they also help us determine that the incrementality that, for example, an MMM is measuring, this 30% attributed to Meta, is actually true. So what we do normally is an A/B test. We stop a certain amount of the money that you're spending on Meta for a certain amount of time, say 4 weeks, and we measure the difference between sales. So if sales dropped by 25%, we actually know that your investment in Meta is not 30% of your sales, but 25%. What is interesting about this is that we can use the information given by our experiments to recalibrate our models and make them more precise, for them to be able to then organically help you throughout different touch points in time to make your advertising more effective. So this sounds amazing. And you will probably be telling me, yeah, why do you want to change it if it's already so structured and probably works? It does work, but it also comes with its limitations. First of all, MMMs, for example, struggle to measure very complex factors. Remember how I told you that investing in Meta can have an effect on investing on TikTok? Well, this type of cross-correlations and cross-channel effects are very hard to identify with an MMM. Also, if you want to distinguish the impact and your return of investment of ongoing brand activities from your brand equity, this is very hard to do with an MMM. You would get an idea of what your underlying demand is, so what would be your demand without any marketing efforts happening, but we cannot really separate how much you've been investing in your brand for the past 5 years versus now. How is that affecting the demand that you already have? That can be a very tricky question to answer, and MMMs do not solve it. Then we can go to MTAs, which, again, they're really powerful, but they overlook external factors. If you want to modify your campaign because, yeah, something happened in the world, like inflation's going up a lot, or your sales dropped, you cannot really see those changes on a daily basis, and an MTA cannot help you with that, as well as brand building. Brand building is something that happens on the long term, and with an MTA, you cannot look at those changes in the short term. Experiments, although very important, and we still recommend to use them, they're really, well, first of all, they're really hard to implement. You have to really plan it through. It's not continuous, so an experiment only runs for a certain amount of time, and it only measures for that snapshot in time. And you obviously have revenue risks. When you turn off your marketing, sales can go down, and you can lose money in return of calibrating your other models. Also, if you're investing in Meta, once again, and your impact on sales was very small, for example, 3%, an experiment would struggle to measure those small effects of smaller channels on your sales. So we definitely have a need to find a tool that can help us fill in these gaps and to help us make more faster tactical decision making. And this is exactly where Causal AI comes into play. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through the 3 main points of how Causal AI has helped us make our framework more robust, definitely filling in those gaps that other models do not face, and then going through 3 main points of how we've used it on a day-to-day basis. So first of all, using Causal AI definitely helps us understand the market around each one of the brands that we work with. It definitely gets us more into the understanding of the cause and effect things. It's not only about investing in a channel and seeing how this channel performs, but also why this channel is performing the way it's performing. Another very important point here is that it enables us to have faster validation impacts and speeding up this prioritization of incrementality. Why is this important? Well, let's go back to the description of an experiment. Let's say you were investing on LinkedIn ads, but LinkedIn ads is only attributing, again, 1% to your sales. Doing an experiment would be very risky because you know the effect is very small. Also, you need to have results quite fast, and you have no idea what to do. This is where you recur to Causal AI. Causal AI can help you with this type of planning by doing a counterfactual. I think we all know in this room already by this time what a counterfactual is, but I'm going to go through real quick. So a counterfactual is simply getting the scenario of saying, what if I hadn't spent any money on LinkedIn? Imagine doing the experiment but virtually. So Causal AI can help us measure that impact on sales without actually having those revenue risks. And then it can also help us, obviously, to calibrate our other models to make our MMMs and MTAs more accurate for a specific point in time without waiting for the experiment results. Another very important point, and this is the last one on this slide, is it also helps us as a strategic tool. So you probably thought when I first asked you how you would spend your 300K, you were first thinking of options. What if I first spent on YouTube and then on Meta and then on TV ads? Well, what if I actually spent 5% more on TV ads and less on TikTok so I can squeeze in another channel? There are a lot of options that go through your mind, even when you just read the question. So when you're talking about your brand and doing your advertising, this happens as well. But none of the models that I already presented actually answer the question, what if I have done something different? Or what if I had explored another channels in different times? This is exactly what Causal AI helps us the most. So it helps us as a strategic tool to explore all of these scenarios before actually allocating this budget, making sure that our analysis is secure and that, yeah, we're gonna have a bigger impact on your sales. How do we do this? Well, we do actually collaborate with causaLens. We collaborate with them through all the three main stages of Causal AI. So we do the causal discovery within their platform, then we go through the causal modeling. We have personalized some functions that the platform has to account for marketing effects that I'm gonna showcase in a second. But we also collaborate a lot with causaLens in the way that we deliver these results to the client. At the end of the day, you can do a lot of maths behind it, and you can try 100 combinations, but if the client doesn't really understand it, it's not gonna have the confidence to put the money in the channels that we are recommending to. So having a very clear dashboard and a way of presenting this robust results is very important for us, and causaLens has helped us with that bit. Let's go through how Crowd actually does, implement these things on a day-to-day basis. I would like to focus first on what a causal graph is. We already had a small explanation, but mainly a causal graph is a map of all the relationships that we can have from starting investing in a channel till we actually get revenue out of a sale. So imagine you're investing on media channels, and you have a media channel strategy on the top. By investing in these channels, obviously this is a cost for you. So we're affecting on this side of the graph, but by investing on it, again, you're getting impressions. We call an impression when someone sees an ad. That interaction, the first interaction that you get with it, it's an impression. So more people are now knowing about your product. Also, you have underlying demands going on. So the demand is also affecting, depending on how many people are seeing the ad to generate more impressions, but also in terms of economic, how the economic markets move. If supply goes up, demand goes up. So if your competitors are investing more, then your ad is probably gonna cost less. We have to account for those type of interactions when we go from demand to cost. But that would be only the first stage of deciding to put your money in a channel. From there on, you get an impression. Someone saw an ad that was amazing. Your brand had a little bit of image out there. And then someone could actually click on an ad if we're talking about digital markets. If they click on an ad, probably they're going to go through your webpage and they're going to complete a sale. But we cannot say that that sale is 100% attributed to your media channels, because that would be unrealistic. We know that other things are affecting too, like pricing, promotions, and even other economic factors like interest rates. So we do account for all of these interactions to go into our sales variable. And from there, we can actually predict how revenue could look like. Why is this different than the other tools that I mentioned? First, it's not static, and all of these connections can be personalized for our clients. So this can be as specific and granular as we would like to go. Great, Fernanda, but now what do I do with this causal graph? It looks amazing, it makes sense, great story behind it, but what do I actually do out of this? So when you do a causal graph in causaLens platform, it looks like this. And what we've done at Crowd is we have taught the model, or we have personalized the functions that the model uses to account for specific marketing dynamics that we know with all of our years of experience that need to be there. In particular, we account for ad stock effects and saturation effects. Ad stock effects is nothing more than seeing an ad, for example, on TV. And when you see this ad on TV, you don't really go right at that second to your phone and buy the product that you're seeing. You wait 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and that sale can be then attributed to that particular ad 3 weeks later, not in the moment that the impression was generated. We need the model to learn that there's a lag effect between one and the other. Another very important point, is saturation, as well as in any other economic factors. When you invest on a channel, you cannot invest eternally to get eternal returns. There comes a point in which you're optimizing your spend on each channel to get the maximum return of investment out of it. And that's also something that we want the model to learn. So what we've done very quickly is between the variables that we call nodes, these edge functions have now, we managed to combine these two effects so that they don't react linearly, but they react with these diminishing return effects. Last but not least, our budget optimization and scenario planning. As I was telling you before, you're all thinking about what-if scenarios. But it could be very overwhelming to see them all at once. So having a very clear dashboard on how to present results can be critical. In this case, let's go again through the scenario we've been talking about all this time. You have 5 different marketing channels, and you've already investing in them. What would happen if you change your investment in a certain percentage? The cool thing about our dashboards is that you can look at the baseline, how it's actually working right now, versus the scenario that you're planning in a live form. You can also see immediately how much it's going to cost you, or how less, how much money you're saving, the revenue that you could have, and even the profit that you can get from these strategies. So I hope that I now have convinced you that using Causal AI as a complement for all of these tools can actually enhance your strategy decision making, and can also, actually make your marketing way, way more accurate. If you want to come talk to us, we're going to be around. For the crowd analytics team, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Fernandez. A lot of questions coming through as we went through that.
That's great. I have support. So let's see.
We'll take a few of them. Actually, I'll go with the first one that came through. It was right at the start of your talk. Many big brands rely on MMM to measure long-term brand investment.
Yeah.
If you say MMM struggles with this measurement, what would you recommend they use?
I think it's not a matter of choosing one model over the other, but if you're complementing your MMM with Causal AI, you can start to distinguish the baseline, the baseline effect and the brand equity effect, especially in the long term. So what happens is when you're doing an MMM and you're investing on brand awareness, this brand awareness after a certain time, it becomes just demand, underlying demand, because people just know your brand. Let's talk about big companies like Apple or Bosch. So this type of brand awareness that is now underlying demand is what I mean when I say that MMM struggle dividing it. When you're first building it, it's measurable. It's also not easy to do, but if you would complement it then with Causal AI to start to divide the impact of one channel with another on different time frames, it will help you out comprehend when your brand becomes part of your underlying demand and when it follows through.
Good answer, thank you. So in the work you've been doing there, how long did it take you to go from data to insights in a Causal AI augmented approach versus the traditional experimentation-based approach you were doing?
That's easy to answer. An experiment can, depending on the effect that you want to measure, is how long your experiments need to last. So if you were aiming for example, a measurable desired effect of 20% for a certain brand, it could take you 4 weeks, 5 weeks, even 8 weeks. With Causal AI, if your data is already clean and you understand what you want to go through, it could take you 3 weeks to get already insights if you're starting from scratch. If you already have a model built in, it could take you even less, a week.
That's good. How have you handled time lags in your causal effects?
Timelines.
Time lags.
Okay. So there's 2 approaches that we've been trying with Causal AI. There is the time series effect, the time series models, where you follow the causal graph the way that I showed you, but you try to account for how your ad affected this week versus how your ad has affecting next week and in 3 months. We've realized that it's very hard sometimes to get the model to learn these diminishing returns if you have a lot of nodes through time. So that's what we've decided to stick with the non-time series approach on causaLens, and rather modify the edge functions instead of having a lot of nodes.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a general call out there. If you're at that, there's loads of questions. You can vote them up and down as well. So which helps me a lot because I'll be asking the ones at the top. So here we go. So the top ranked question at the moment, how do you handle a situation where your MMM and MTA disagree with each other?
Well, that would be very hard because you're trying to answer different questions with both models. But if they're disagreeing, then you definitely would rely a little bit more on your experiment side and see what actually is going on in the world. What's your brand doing? What variables have you missed? If you're talking about an MMM, there might be an external factor that can be as simple, again, as weather, that might change your whole way of looking at the contributions of the channels. For the MTA, same way. So you might be missing some touch points of your client that might give more or less weight to other variables.
Got it.
Yeah.
This is actually a question that's come up for almost every talk, which is how do you evaluate your causal model?
Oh, well, that's simple. If I go back, can I go back? Yeah, great. So if we look at the triangle, we're not saying that Causal AI is substituting experiments. We're saying that Causal AI is complementing the tools that we already have. So all of the experiments, all of the tools that you see on the bottom, they do need to be verified at least once with an experiment. Hence, the experiment is on the top. So you do need to do at least one experiment at the beginning when you're doing your first causal graph to validate it. But the advantage of it is once you validate it, it can hold true for a longer period of time because your data is going to be giving that information instead of an MMM or an MTA that needs more experiments or more often.
Good answer, thank you. I'm going to ask one last question, the one that is at the top, and I didn't plant it, just in case anybody thought this. What do you think is the biggest value from using the causaLens platform, and how does it compare to building with open source?
Well, I would first, though this I'm going to answer personally here, but I think the most valuable thing that we get from the platform is that you can personalize the functions so easily. So it is a learning curve at the beginning, I'm not going to lie, because there's a lot of information going on. But once you get the idea of where the functions are affecting the variables and how, it's easier for you to personalize the way that the model is learning. So if you've ever done a linear regressor or a linear regression model, for example, you cannot really modify how the model learns the betas and the alphas, or the variables that you're getting out of it. But you can do that with Causal AI. You can modify and get a little bit deeper into how it learns and from which functions it learns to make it more accurate for your specific case.
That is brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Fernanda.
No, you're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good.
Go.
Oh.
You keep going.
Cool. Thanks very much, Fernanda. I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Athanasios Flonsos, a research scientist at Spotify and a visiting researcher at Imperial College London. Athanasios will be talking about unlocking business impact with causal system design, a lesson from history. Please welcome Athanasios.
Thank you. Cool, actually. Well, my title slide is missing, but anyways, thank you for having me here. I'm gonna be, as has been said, I'm gonna be taking a slightly different approach. I'm gonna actually be taking a philosophical approach to the matter. I'm not gonna be talking about some specific thing we did at Spotify. We're not gonna be talking about very technical things. We're gonna be talking about a slightly different way of thinking. Essentially, the argument here is, and to be honest, it's very suiting for this kind of environment that we're in, the Royal Society, is that we should be looking at things a bit more holistically and not only focusing on the modeling, but overall. A few words about myself, because probably you don't know me. I did my PhD in medical imaging at Imperial College London, and right now I am a research scientist over at Spotify and a visiting researcher at Imperial College London. My experience actually was not in the causal side of things. I came into the causal side of things later on in my career because before I was actually dealing a lot with medical imaging in GE Healthcare, ML4 and atmospheric physics in a weird combination between SETI and the SETI Institute and NASA. I was the AI lead in a company called Zide Medical for ML of stroke detection, and did my third bit of NLP at Apple. Now, if I were to give you one thing to take away from this presentation, it's the following. A problem is not truly solved until we actually grasp the reason for its existence. This is the key, really, thesis of this presentation, and it's very, very important to have this in mind. Yes, please take the photos before I go into the next slide. Cool. I think everybody here really wants to build systems, both AI systems or business systems, that are robust, safe, and intelligent. We want to make decisions based on these systems and on these kind of processes. Now, I think we all agree that causality is a great tool to do so. However, is causality only in the ML modeling? And I think, as I said before, no, it is everywhere. In order to prove that, actually, I'm going to go back in history. I'm going to go back about 2,500 years. And since I'm Greek, I should mention some Greek philosophers, and specifically Aristotle, the gentleman on the left there. Now, Aristotle, in his writings and his books, he actually talked about 4 causes: the material, the formal, the efficient, and the final. Now, I don't blame you if you have no idea what these actually mean. I didn't know myself until I picked up philosophy recently again after like many, many years. So let's dive in a bit and try to understand what they are and how they actually relate both to what we do in terms of AI, but also what we do in terms of businesses. First of all, the material. This is maybe the easiest thing we can think about. It really refers to the physical substance of things, or the components that actually make up a thing. So it could be the raw data, the tools that we're using, the resources involved. In order to understand it a bit better, maybe we're going to be diving both in the AI front and in the AI context, and also in the business context. From an AI context, we really are ensuring that we recognize the various critical roles of data. It is imperative that we have good data, and we are actually controlling where we're getting this from and what we do with it. From a business perspective, we really are trying to identify the key resources. What is the key resource in order to be efficient? What is the key resource we need to actually do some product development? So essentially, without the right materials or resources, solving any problem becomes impossible. And we actually look into that in a very nice paper that we wrote with some collaborators, published in IJK in 2021, on how to build a causal diagnostic system for long-term space missions. Very interesting kind of scenario. Very challenging as well. Now, we go to the formal cause, and I think this is the one that most of the audience here is a bit more familiar with, because this is where structural causal models actually come into play. The formal cause of Aristotle really refers to the structure that defines something. So, in reality, the structural causal model. So, in AI, we're trying to incorporate this kind of structural causal models. A lot of speakers have actually spoken about that in order to build robust, trustworthy, and interpretable systems. From the business perspective, we're trying to evaluate and find the true driver of success, because we don't want to be led astray. Now, really, the takeaway here is that without a well-structured model, both businesses and AI models can be misguided, and we really, really do not want that. We actually touch upon this on a very nice paper we published with Kieran here on the first row and Bernhard over at Imperial College London, published in Nature Machine Intelligence, and where we actually talk about estimating categorical counterfactuals. And we really dive into how we can identify these kind of things and use them in a model. Now, in the same paper, we actually touch upon the next cause of Aristotle, and that is the efficient. To be honest, I really had a hard time trying to translate the Greek, which kind of sounds like the poetic cause, rather than, and I saw that a lot of people are using as the efficient cause. So let's go with that. Here, we really find another element that many of you might be familiar with, and this is the do calculus. Because really, the efficient cause, as Aristotle was actually talking about, it refers to the agent or the process that brings something into being. So here, both in AI and business cases, we are actually not caring about understanding only the causes of the situation, but also what we can do. What are the best actions that would lead to reliably to the desired outcome? So this is a lot of the things that the previous speakers were talking about on actual decision-making, et cetera, et cetera. It is here. It actually falls under the efficient cause. And as we have seen, both with tools that, for example, causaLens might give, or tools that we built in-house at Spotify, simulating and predicting these effects are key in decision-making. Now, finally, the final cause. Now, this is slightly different to everything else, because it actually brings in the notion of counterfactuals. When we deploy something, when we have something in production, when we use something in real life, we need to make sure that this thing is aligned. We cannot let it be and just go on with our lives. So the final cause of Aristotle really refers to the purpose or the goal. It looks at for example, the AI system's goals or the company's mission, and really here is where we employ counterfactuals to think and to actually think whether or not it aligns. So the AI system we want to align so it improves the decision making, it reduces bias, maybe enhance the customer satisfaction if we're talking about commerce. In business, we're talking about long-term things. It might be profitability, sustainability, or market dominance. And essentially, what we're trying to say here is that we need to really ensure that we're moving towards the correct goals and not something superficial. So really, if you think about it, when we choose the metrics that we evaluate any sort of system on, these metrics should actually reflect the final cause, that is, the mission that we're trying to solve, rather than something that might be superficial. Now, all this is nice and well. However, Aristotle did live about 2,500 years ago, and you could say that a couple of things have changed since then. So let's go back to modern day. If you think about it, what are we doing here when we're trying to make a decision? We employ critical thinking in order to understand the causal relationships and determine the factors at play. We do risk assessment and management in order to anticipate the potential outcomes and weigh the various risks. And we also have a strategic vision, or long-term planning. So we can actually foresee the broader implications of our lives, on our lives based on our decisions. So a company doing a decision not only affects the bottom line, but it affects the entire ecosystem as well. So the more the perceptive of you might have already understood that that actually is the same thing. We are doing the same thing that Aristotle said 2,500 years ago. The form of the material cause manifests in the critical thinking. The efficient cause manifests in the risk assessment and management, and the final cause manifests in the strategic vision. And if you don't want to go by Aristotle, you can actually go by NASA. In the 1970s, NASA, together with the Department of Defense and various other aerospace industries ever since, did develop the technology readiness levels. I see a lot of smiles in the room. I recognize them because they are very, very important, and they have been used ever since. This specific graph actually is derived from a paper by Lavine and al. Back in 2020, where they adapt the TRLs into machine learning system design and system development. And they actually start from the first principle, like the very first kind of TRLs are almost research-like before we actually go into the system development, evaluation, and finally deployment. So this is a brilliant framework that has been used ever since, and to be honest, I strongly recommend everybody to start thinking based on this. And to be honest, this is really the purpose of this talk. Throughout this day, I do invite you, please, to start thinking about all the things that you will be listening to in a framework of, okay, where in this kind of system design and system process and solution they would fit in. Now, all this is very theoretical. Let's apply really what we have learned, because application is what we do here, in industry. Let's say that we are, this for clarity and also for all intents and purposes, this is completely theoretical. I haven't been contacted by Guy's Hospital. I just was walking by Guy's Hospital when I thought of this example. So let's say Guy's Hospital, which is one of the major London hospitals. It's actually down the river from here. They have quite a few issues, and they want to actually accurately forecast demand and predict, for example, the various resources they want. They want to adjust the rota, so the medical supplies they might need. So really, they ask us, as causal AI experts or AI experts in general, to implement an AI-driven solution to do that thing, to actually build a model to forecast demand. Let's see how both these two frameworks that we thought of and also Pearl's kind of ladder of causality come into play. Because the first thing that we do when we actually try to evaluate such a problem is think about the problem. So this is really the foundations. This is the material cause from Aristotle's perspective. We're trying to gather the data and see exactly what happens. We try to gather the data of admission records, seasonality, maybe the medical innovation and the drug availability that we have in the UK. And this really is the material cause. From a TRL perspective, this really is TRLs 1/3, approximately. This is the basic research where we are testing hypotheses. And really, from Pearl's perspective and causal perspective, this is where we actually are trying to uncover the correlations. Because it is important, it's imperative that we identify the real cause and effect relationships. Because else, this will essentially mean that we cannot build a good model. If we have the data that does not serve our foundations, it doesn't serve our understanding of the potential causes and effects, then the model that we're going to be building is going to be not that good. The second thing that we're going to be doing is actually the actual design. We're going to be designing, for example, the machine learning system that we are looking at, from like data pre-processing all the way to inference. And this is really the former cause. This actually is the various tools and the various factors at play and how they are interconnected. From a TRL perspective, again, we are looking at TRLs 4 all the way to 6. And really, this is where the causal diagrams that we have seen in many presentations do come into play, because these really represent the relationship between the variables, and hence we allow us to reason about the structure and make sure that the system accurately reflects the complexities of the task at hand. Third, penultimate, I'm not going to tire you too much more. It is the implementation. We are looking at TRL 7 all the way to 9. This is really where the efficient costs come into play. Because as we saw before from various speakers, we are looking at running simulations and evaluating scenarios in order to actually figure out what would happen. This is where the decision-making really comes into play. The data engineers, the data analysts that do these processes really manifest the efficient cause. They are the efficient cause of this system. From a TRL perspective, we're looking at TRL 7 all the way to 9. And from a Peirce causality perspective, this is the do calculuses. This is the intervention and outcome kind of analysis. So training the AI in simulated real-world data and allowing it to run scenarios of the various actions does help us understand and control the efficient causes and behind the actual demand variation that we might see. Finally, we want to achieve our goal. And this is really the final TRL, TRL 9, where we see whether or not our system, the system that we have built, actually aligns with the stated hospital goals. And we need continuous monitoring and improvement improvement iterations, because this would ensure that we still are doing what we have to do as things change, because the world around us is not static. We always make assumptions like the stationarity of the various processes, the stationarity even of the causal diagrams. These things, unfortunately, do not apply in the real world. And this is where we have to be continuously aligned, for example, for the final cause, the TRL 9, in order to make sure that we are actually tackling what we wanted. And at this point, we have solved inefficient management of the NHS, and we can go back home and celebrate. Now, if I were to say what we learned here today with all these kind of frameworks, is that causality is a framework. It's not a modeling technique, and we should be thinking it as a framework rather than a model. It is brilliant if we can use it to build better models, but it is even better if we actually start thinking as for every problem and approach it in a causal manner. So really, what we said today is that we explored various business system design frameworks. That we explored some from 2,500 years ago all the way to the 1970s and the defense industry. We learned how they actually relate to causality. And as I said, for the third time, causality is everywhere, not only in the modeling. If you want to learn more about that, we actually did a brilliant podcast with Alex Wallach here. That was a very last addition to the slides. You can check out our Nature paper with Kieran and Bernhard. That was in Nature Machine Intelligence. It was a brilliant paper. It got some coverage from MIT Tech Review, and this is actually how we use Counterfactual on Spotify. Kieran is going to be talking more about that later on after the lunch break. And honestly, if you do not agree with me, if you don't agree with anybody else in the room, take it from Bill Gates. He does agree. Causality is indeed fun. Thank you very much, and please reach out if you have anything to discuss.
Thank you. That is the first presentation, I think, that I've ever seen NASA, Guy's Hospital, and Aristotle all linking together. So well done. That itself is impressive. Couple of questions, at least. I'll start with this one. Do counterfactuals fit into Aristotle's framework? We kind of talked about that.
It kind of do. This is something I was kind of seriously thinking about when I kind of built this presentation. And I would say they kind of come into both the efficient cost that we are talking about, but also, which is essentially this kind of manifesting of the various situations and processes, but also in the final cost. In the efficient cost, they do because really we do this kind of counterfactual analysis when we bring something into being, but also in the final cause, really they do come in because we need to think about whether or not something aligns with what we have done. So like essentially we do an intervention, see what the outcome is, and we are trying to think, okay, if we hadn't done that intervention or we had done something different, would we still be aligned? And this is, I suppose, a very good link between those two. Again, I'm not a philosopher, so like I'm more of a computer scientist and engineer, but like I do dabble in like philosophy.
Clearly, brilliant. So this one, using the TRLs, and without naming names, where do you think most companies are in their causal AI journey? And what are the biggest obstacles are there to getting to TRL 9?
Honestly, I think a lot of companies vary across all the TRLs. And to be honest, for every single project somebody would run, they would go through this kind of from ideation all the way to deployment. Now, the problem is not really where they lie, is how they approach it. Sometimes we skip steps. And by skipping steps, that means that we are putting the success of the project really at risk, because we might not be thinking about how to make this thing robust. We're thinking just over the final goal and, okay, we need to get it out of the door and everybody is going to be happy, but that means that we either make a mistake when we deal with the data and gather biased data. We might be making a mistake and not allowing for, I don't know, enough server kind of like quotas to to satisfy demand. And all these kind of things do come into the TRL kind of scenarios and steps, and by skipping them, it would actually jeopardize the endeavor. It's not, to really answer the question is, companies really are all over the place because they do this every time they have a project, either implicitly or explicitly. The problem is kind of following it rather than skipping steps that we might deem that are not necessary, but at the end of the day, they kind of are.
You mean there's no shortcuts?
No shortcuts, no.
All right, very nice.
Unfortunately.
That's next time. Yeah. So the question, what do you do if the real world problem is too complex to map out the entire of causality? And the example given there is the NHS is a very complex system. So how do you tackle those big ones?
Indeed, and to be honest, on top of the NHS, for example, you look at climate. Also, the climate is an extremely complex system that you cannot really map out everything. There has been literature about this thing, and it's an extremely interesting point of view, and that you start with small, you start small, solving a subsystem, for example, from the point of view of the NHS, a single hospital, or even a single ward, even better, rather than tackling the entirety of the NHS. Or if we're talking from a climatic point of view, we are just gathering data from a specific kind of point rather than all over the place. And then there are ways of changing the level of abstraction. And this is fascinating work that is being done both from a few groups. The first one that comes into mind is actually one from the University of Warwick and some dear collaborators. And they actually do this. They're trying to map, when you do an intervention, for example, in a small scale, how in a smaller lower level of abstraction, how that would translate into a different level of abstraction in a larger scale. Fascinating work. I strongly recommend to read up on this.
Thank you. That's good. In your experience, have you seen any intersection between visual ML and causal AI?
Visual ML.
It says visual. Visual machine learning?
Vision, yeah. Actually, yes, there has been. And there has been quite a bit in the medical imaging field. There are some collaborators up in the University of Edinburgh that are heavily investing in it. Same with the Imperial College London. In terms of companies and industry, there's obviously Canon, GE Healthcare, and also a few startups here and there are heavily investing in trying to understand the visual aspect of causality. But we really do that implicitly, really, in a lot of different industries. The fact that, for example, Waymo is able to reason or about the things that happen around in the world while the self-driving car goes up about the roads is really an element of extracting visual information and mapping it to some form of causal model. implicit or explicit.
I'm going to ask one more question, because then I know it is lunchtime, and
yes,
we'll grab you more questions.
I think it's a brilliant presentation right before lunchtime. Doesn't tire anybody and really grows the appetite.
Exactly, exactly. So how did you apply causality to real-time predictions? What was the key value added there?
So that is a very interesting question, and I think Kieran is going to elaborate more on how we do things at Spotify. But the real value added it comes from different levels, because we apply causality in real-time predictions in different levels. Either be that, for example, recommendation systems that we might be looking at. So, for example, trying to introduce the notion of incrementality into our recommendation system to have more impactful, really, recommendations. It could be from the analysis point of view, and what would us as a company might do or us as individuals might do, and how that would affect, for example, the company, the users, et cetera, the larger ecosystem. But it is, to be honest, from my perspective at least, the value added is immense. Mostly because it gives you a formal kind of framework to think about things, rather than putting your finger in the air and trying to figure out where the wind blows from. It really allows us to formalize and also communicate these insights, these ideas better with stakeholders that might not necessarily be as well versed into the technical things as other people. And really, it is so. Again, it doesn't only come into modeling, but actually comes into the people management and into the interactions and the stakeholder management as well.
I'm going to add a big thank you here, because what you don't know is we did have another speaker for this time slot who unfortunately was ill through COVID, so couldn't make it. So Thanos stood in with just a couple of days' notice.
Yes, so this whole presentation was done at 1 a.m.
Just incredible. So amazing. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, time for a lunch break. So we'll reconvene here at 2 p.m. And also just don't forget to swing by the demo rooms upstairs, where our data science teams and engineering teams can run you through our product. And then also, if you're joining via the live stream, you're in for a treat. You'll have exclusive access to a pre-recorded session with Matthias Fakur, who's a staff data scientist at Nubank, discussing continuous treatments and the challenges in the banking industry. Wonderful. See you back here at 2. Yes.
So my name. So my name is Mateus. I have a background in economics, and I worked most of my life in credit. At the beginning of my career, I was working mostly as a data engineer, like trying to get the infrastructure of one department of the bank up and running. Then, because the bank just grew so much at the time, I was kind of forced into a manager role. I didn't like it very much, so I moved back into an individual contributor role where I was focusing on credit and specifically on how to use causal inference model to optimize credit decision. And I've been working with that for the past, I think, 5 or 6 years. During the process, I wrote some books, an open source book, a book published by O'Reilly, both focused on causal inference. I had a kid. I have a second kid coming March next year. And I'm now in the process of actually retiring to become a full-time dad and maybe work on some stuff on the side. So my goal here is to talk mostly about how do we think about causal inference in the banking industry, or at least how I see it, and some of the main challenges that come with it, okay? So I'm going to share my screen now. Just give me a second. Cool. Okay. So let's talk about this. Before we jump into the credit, into the causal inference side, I just wanted to give a brief introduction to the credit business. That way I feel it's more relatable, and it might be easier for you if you want to apply this stuff to something that is not credit. It might be easy for you to do so if you understand a little bit about the business of credit, which is not unlike any business. It's a very traditional business. You'll see that this is translatable to any sort of stuff that you will find around there. So here it is, like credit card business 101. I'm going to focus mostly on credit card. This extends to personal loan and other stuff. But to keep it simple, let's focus on credit card. So what we need to think about in a business is that a business has revenues and it has costs. We need to understand where they come from. So let's look at the cost side first. We need to ask ourselves, how does a bank loses money? Well, there's a bunch of ways, but the biggest way is that at the end of each month, so essentially we give money to people on a credit card, and at the end of each month, a customer has to make a decision. Does it pay us back the money that it owes, or it doesn't pay us back? If somehow the customer decides, nah, I'm not going to pay you, then that's how the bank loses money. That's the vast majority of the loss component of a bank. And how do we model that mathematically? It's a little bit more complicated than this, but this is kind of like 90% of it. Essentially, it is the probability that the customer has of defaulting. Oops, so the probability that the customer has of defaulting times the amount of money that we gave to the customer. So sounds pretty simple. If we gave $1,000 and the customer has a probability of default of, let's say, 10%, then the expected loss is $100. And that's basically a line. So the more I increase the credit line for the same probability of default, the cost increases linearly. Of course, there's some assumptions here. For instance, we're assuming that credit line does not impact the probability of default. This is not entirely true, but it's not far from the truth. And we're also assuming that the customer default with everything that we gave to the customer, which is, again, not entirely true, but not super far of the truth. Just keep in mind that this is a simplification for the purpose of the presentation. But again, it's not super far from the truth. I would say that the simplification represents something like 80 to 90% of what truly is. So this is the loss part, right? Now let's take a look at the revenue part of the credit business. So here I'm going to focus on one source of revenue. There are two actually. So there is interchange fee and there is interest. So we can charge interest on a credit card, but let's focus on the interchange part here. So whenever a customer makes a purchase with the credit card, the bank takes a small fraction of that purchase, which is called the interchange fee. So we take a very, very tiny percentage of every transaction that the customer makes. Say the customer wants to buy a ticket to a concert and it pays X amount of dollars. We take a tiny fraction of that X amount of dollars and we take it for ourselves. And since that's how we generate interchange revenue, basically it's going to be mostly a function of the customer's, what we call the customer spend curve. So it's basically how much the customer is going to spend times the interchange rate. Now, this function here is not something I know. I don't know how the customer is going to, how the customer spend is going to respond to credit line. But we can kind of assume that it's going to, we can assume some stuff about it. For instance, it's almost certain that this curve has this concave shape here, or that it saturates. And the reason is that at some point, the customer reaches what we call, the customer becomes satisfied, meaning that if we give more and more credit limits to the customer is not going to spend more and more and more and more. So there's a point on which if we give more lines, the customer spend doesn't increase that much. So we say that this curve saturates. It's not a line. It's not a linear relationship, but more like a saturating curve. So we have these two components. We have losses and we have revenues. Let's now put them together. So how do we optimize lines, assuming we only have these two components? Basically, we make the following questions, right? So let's say we start at 0 and we want to know if it's profitable to give $1,000 on credit limit to the customer. So we look at extra cost. So let's say how costly it is, this decision from going from 0 to 1,000, and we say, about that's the cost. This is the cost of going from 0 to 1,000. And then we look at revenue. So what's the extra revenues of going from 0 to 1,000? And that's a big revenue, right? And importantly, this extra revenue is much larger than this extra cost, meaning that if I make this decision from going to 0 to 1,000, I'm going to make much more money than I'm going to lose money. So the extra spend is bigger than the extra loss. So it makes all the sense to make this decision of going from 0 to 1,000. And I can make this question again, like, should I go from 1,000 to 2,000? Okay, let's look at extra cost. Extra cost is still relatively tiny, and extra revenue is bigger than extra cost. So it makes sense to make this move. So I'm going to go from 1,000 to 2,000. At some point, because the revenue curve is concave, what's going to happen is that at some point, the extra revenue is going to become smaller than the extra cost. So for instance, here, if I want to go from 2,000 to 3,000, I'm going to see that my extra revenue is kind of not that big anymore, and it's smaller than my extra cost. So if I go from 2,000 to 3,000, I'm actually going to be losing money if I make this decision. And so I stop there. I don't make this move, which basically means that my optimal line sits somewhere around here. For those familiar with economics or macroeconomy or Econ 101, if you ever took some course that included those subjects, this is the good old marginal revenues should be equal to marginal cost. So that's why I mean that the credit business is nothing super fancy, it's nothing super weird. It's like basic microeconomic theory. We can apply it here. It's basically says, let's equate extra spend to extra loss or marginal revenues to marginal losses. This is a problem of the firm. This is the technical term we call in microeconomy, but we're just applying to the credit business. Okay, so this is how a very simplified, of course, a very simplified way of seeing the credit business, but this is how the credit business operates. Now we need, of course, to estimate both of those parts. We need to understand this is how we do optimization, but now we need to estimate the revenues and we have to estimate the loss function. So we're going to do those things now and see how how causal inference plays a role in it. This is just opening up those functions like from what we saw previously. So marginal revenues equals marginal cost. And specifically for this problem here that we simplified, marginal revenues is given by, marginal cost is given by this function here, and marginal revenues is given by this function here. Okay, so let's estimate each one of them in turn. I'm going to start with marginal loss first, because I think it's going to give us a nice introduction and some contrast to what we're seeing the marginal revenue part. So for the marginal loss part, this is what we call underwriting. So if we take the derivative of the loss function, so if we differentiate this part here with respect to credit line, the derivative is very simple. It's just risk, right? So the slope of the red curve is basically the probability of default. So if I can estimate this part, it's problem solved. I found the derivative of the loss function. And this is what we call underwriting, and it's very traditional in banking industry because basically every bank does that. It tries to predict what is the likelihood that a customer will default on a loan or on a credit card. And it's that simple and it's that easy in the sense that risk is something I can observe. Like I know from my past customer, if I gave money previously, I can see if a customer defaulted or not. This is a very simple and a very traditional machine learning problem, or a very simple estimation problem. Basically, I could just pick whatever machine learning model I like best, and I can just estimate the probability of default given a bunch of covariate X, a bunch of features, let's say, to my machine learning model, call it a day, job done. So it's that simple. Oh, it's not that simple. There are like details there you have to take into consideration, but for the purpose of, since the goal here is to focus on causal inference, here, I don't really need to take into account a lot of the causal inference aspects of the problem because the derivative here is super simple. Like there's no treatment here, like the derivative is just probability of default. So I don't need to take special care into any aspects of causal inference. It's basically just a traditional predictive machine learning problem, okay? So this traditional predictive machine learning problem solves half of my optimization equation, solves half the problem, the functions that I need to estimate. It solves the loss function. Now let's contrast this with estimating the marginal revenue. So estimating the revenue part. Now this is a little bit more complicated because, so this is the revenue function, and it's interchange rate times spend, which is a function of credit line. But basically, if I want to differentiate this part with respect to credit line, I need to differentiate on something that I don't know. Like I have no idea what's the spend function of my customer. I have no idea how much a customer is going to spend if I give a credit line or not. So this is basically something unlike the credit underwriting problem, which I cannot observe the thing that I will want. I cannot observe the derivative of my revenues function, unlike in the case of underwriting. So this is very much a causal inference problem because I'm going to be interested in the slope of the spend function, with respect to credit line. So to make this a little bit more concrete, what I want to do, what I want to be able to do is I want to find ways to separate my customers into customers that are very sensitive to credit lines, like those ones here on the right, from customers that are not so sensitive to credit line increases, like the ones in the left here. So I'm basically trying to segment my customers into more sensitive to credit line or less sensitive to credit line. And notice that this is a very different problem than trying to simply predict how much my customer is going to spend. For instance, if I take the spend curve here and I move up and down, my optimal point doesn't change at all. Like The optimal point is just a function of the steepness of this curve. It's not a function of how high or how low this curve is. So I'm not entirely interested in predicting how much a customer is going to spend. I'm only interested in understanding how the spend changes as I change credit line. And this is a causal inference problem. This is a problem of estimating treatment effects, and specifically of estimating the effect of credit line on spend. Now, there are two issues that arises when you try to estimate the effect of credit line on spend. The first is a problem that arises in any causal inference problem, or in most causal inference problem, which is bias. So if we look at historical data from the bank and we try to estimate this relationship in historical data, what will very likely happen is that we will underestimate this relationship. And the reason for that is the bank tends to give more credit lines to customers that are less risky. And for the same credit line, customers that are less risky tend to spend less. So let me rephrase that. The bank gives more money to people that spend less. So if I look at my data, like it's going to look something like this, while my true relationship is probably much steeper than if I simply plot what is the average spend given the average credit line. So if I naively try to estimate the relationship between credit line and credit spend, I'm going to underestimate the derivative of my spend function. So this is problem number one. Problem number two is that I'm not only interested in estimating the correct relationship between credit line and spend, I'm also very much interested in treatment effect heterogeneity, meaning that I want to find people that are very sensitive to credit line, and I want to separate those people that are very sensitive from the people that are not so sensitive to credit line. In other words, I want to find people that respond super well to the treatment and people that don't respond so well to the treatment. I want to segment my customers into more sensitive and less sensitive to my treatment at hand, which is the credit line. So ideally, I would come up with a model that basically does this split for me. Like I throw a bunch of features, the model basically says, hey, this customer is super sensitive to credit line increase, you should give more credit line to him. This customer is not so sensitive to credit line increase, so don't give a lot of credit lines to him. And the goal here is basically to give more different limits as possible. So the more diverse my credit limit portfolio is, the better, of course, if it's accurate. But basically the goal is I want to segment in these two dimensions. So there is the loss dimension, right? So the loss dimension essentially says, if a customer is more risky, or if the steepness of the loss function is super high, then I want to give less money to this customer, which is the bottom row here. Oh, sorry, the top row here. If my loss function is not so steep, so it has a very small, it's not at all steep, or the risk is very low, then I want to give more money to the customer. But given the same risk, I also want to segment in another dimension, which is the steepness of the revenue function, or the steepness of the spend function. So for the same risk, let's say for the same steepness of my loss function, a customer that is super sensitive to credit lines increase, like the blue one here, the blue segment here, should receive more credit line than a customer which is not so sensitive to line increases, right? So I want to segment into those two different axes. I want to segment into credit risk, which is the derivative of the loss function, and I want to segment in spend sensitivity to line, which is the revenue part of my equation. So this is my end goal here. I think it's important to keep all of this in mind, because this should guide every modeling decision that we make and every modeling evaluation that we make afterwards. So this is the goal here. So how can we come up with a model that does precisely this thing that we want to do? I'm not going to go into a lot of the nuances here. I'm going to give a very simple example because I want to focus on something else, which is model evaluation, meaning how do I know if I have a good model or not, because I think that's the hard part. But to do that, let me just give a simple example on how we might go about building a model that can say, hey, this customer is not so sensitive and this customer is more sensitive to line increases. So to make it more concrete, let's forget the concaveness of the function. Let's say that we have a very simple relationship between customer spend and line. And let's assume that from now on, I'm having line which is randomly assigned. So I'll not deal with the bias problem here. So I'm assuming that credit line is randomly assigned, which will allow me to only focus on the treatment effect heterogeneity probably. So no problem with bias here, no problem with bias whatsoever. And the relationship is linear, right? So let's say that this is how the data is generated. And I have two sets of feature, okay? So I have features X1, which is going to influence the level of the spend. So basically how much a customer spends, if it spends a lot or if it doesn't spend that much. So this is feature X1. And I have features 2, which is going to dictate how steep the spend curve is going to be, right? So X1 dictates the level of the spend curve and X2 dictates the steepness of the spend curve, right? So for the purpose of causal inference, of course, we're much more interested in X2 than X1. We really don't care about the level of the spend curve. We only care about the steepness of the spend curve. So we want a model that basically leverages X2 here. So let's build this two model and see if we can compare them. And here I'm going to build a very simple model, which is basically like pick your favorite machine learning algorithm. I'm using like GBM regression because it allows me to not have to worry about missing and anything else. And I'm fitting a model to predict spend, giving my set of features plus my treatment, which is credit line. And I'm going to have two models here. MY basically uses the feature that impact spend level, and MT uses only the feature that impact spend steepness. So we should expect that model T is very good from a causal inference perspective and model Y not so much from a causal inference perspective. Okay, but this model here, they are built to predict spend. As I said before, we don't really care about spend. We only care about spend steepness or sensitivity. How can we go about obtaining that from a model that was built to predict spend? And that's basically very simple. What we can do is that let's take a model and let's make predictions at 2 points of credit lines. So I'm going to take a model and I'm going to plug line there. Let's say I'm going to make the prediction pretending that my line is 1,000. Then I'm going to pretend my line is 2,000. So I subtract one from the other and I divide by the delta limit. So if I do this calculation here, I basically get the delta spend. So I'm basically predicting spend at 2 points in lines. So I set the line to a number, I set the line to another number, and I subtract one from another, and then I divide by the difference in lines here, which will give me the delta spend. So this is how I can go from a model that predicts spend to a model that predicts marginal spend or delta spend, which is the quantity that I'm interested in. Okay, so now I have two models that produce this quantity, and I want to evaluate how good those models are in producing such quantities. And this is I think, the most challenging part, and this is the interesting part of what we're going to focus here. Cool. So model evaluation. So how do we evaluate a model that predicts delta spend? There are some methods. I like this one very much. So basically, let's say that we produce a delta spend from our two models like we showed previously. And what we're going to do now is that we can do, first of all, a visual check, right? So let's say that we build quantiles using the predictions of model T, and we make quantiles using the predictions of model Y, and then we plot the relationship between spend and line given those segments of the models. What already we can see just by a visual check is that the model T is much better at segmenting customer on the steepness of the spend curve, right? So a customer that has a very high prediction according to model T has a curve which is very steep, and a model that has a very low prediction according to model T doesn't have much of a steepness at all. So this is already a very good sign, right? But visual checks are not enough for model selection. Ideally, we would come up with a single number that says this model is better than that other model. So what we're going to do is that we're going to have to define an actual quote unquote quantity for delta spend. It's not actual because I cannot observe for any individual customer, but I can define this for a group of customers. So let's say that I have a group of customers. Basically, the actual marginal spend is the slope of the line between spend and credit line. On the binary case, if I only have two levels of line, this would be a lot easier. It's just what is the outcome at the control, the outcome at the treatment minus the outcome of the control. But when I have a continuous treatment case, as in the case of credit line, I have to define it as the slope of the regression line. Okay, now that we have this way to define actuals, what we're going to do is for every model that we have, so let's say for model T first, let's sort the customers according to the model T prediction. So you can see here, basically I have the customer which has very low predicted sensitivity at the top and the customers that have very high predictive sensitivity at the bottom. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to compute my actual delta spend or the slope of my regression line of my top 1% customers. So I'm going to compute the regression line if I only take the top 1% of my customers according to the model. So if I take the top 1% more sensitive customers according to this model, what is going to be the actual slope of the regression line? And then I do this for the top 2% and then the top 3% in a cumulative manner, right? At the end, what I'm going to have is I'm going to have the top 100%, basically everyone, and this is going to give me the average treatment effect or the average slope of the regression line of the relationship between spend and line. So ideally, what I'm looking for is a model that starts with a very high slope and gradually decreases until the average treatment effect. So this is a good model. This is a model that can segment customers between more sensitive and less sensitive. In contrast, if we have a model that is not so good, for instance, like our MY model, what we can see is that it basically doesn't sort the steepness of the regression line. The regression line is basically the same regardless of the segmentation that I choose. So basically the model is just wiggling around the average treatment effect. So very nice. I have something that I can say, okay, the higher this curve is, the better. And I could just take the area between this curve here and the average treatment effect and say that this is my area under the curve, and this would be my way to evaluate my model. The model that has the higher area under the curve is better. There's one tiny problem with this metric that I really don't like, is that the majority of this area comes from the top 1% of the customer, meaning the majority of the area comes from a very small sample size. So I really don't like this because it gives a lot of variance to this metric, because I'm assigning high importance to a very small sample size. So what we can do is just normalize the metric. So basically I take the effect of the 1% and I multiply by 1%. This will give me a curve that essentially starts as 0, climb up, and then converges to the average treatment effect for a good model. So I can use the area under this curve and say that this is my metric of causal evaluation for my model. So it seems that, okay, this is fine. I can build a model for causal inference. I can use a metric pretty much like a an AUC, and I can just throw whatever machine learning model, optimize it, and whatever model gives me the highest metric according to this model evaluation procedure is the best model for segmenting between customers that are more sensitive and less sensitive to spend, and this solves the issue. So it seems that everything's okay, right? But now we need to go back to reality and remember that the relationship between spend and line is not actually a line like we assumed previously. It's more of like a curve. So it has a curvature to it, meaning that depending on the treatment levels, the treatment effect is going to be more or less sensitive. For instance, if we are at the beginning of the curve, the curve is a lot steeper than if we are at the end of the curve, which is much less steep. And this is going to cause a hell lot of problems later on. So the first problem that we have is that we can no longer define the predicted delta spend as the difference in predictions at 2 points on the line curve, because now it's not super clear which points should we pick, right? If we pick 2 points around this region, we're going to have a much lower predicted treatment effect. If we pick 2 points on this region here on the bottom region, we're going to have a much higher treatment effect. So the definition of prediction is not so trivial anymore because we cannot pick 2 points and call it a day. The decision of which points to pick is going to be very impactful. One way to deal with this is that instead of picking 2 points, let's pick a bunch of points, right? So I'm going to make prediction for spend at multiple points in my curve. So let's say I pick 10 points and I make predictions for all those points, which is what you're seeing here. I have the same customer, this customer here. I keep everything the same, and I pretend the customer has $50.
Very suddenly, you'll see that view.
Yeah.
These microphones are on, so you can either use those, or if you prefer to wander, we can give you a mic and just hold it in front of you.
I can hold my hands on. Yeah, because if I'm going to move, so usually I start moving.
If you move, then
involuntarily usually.
and then there's a big button forward, a little button back.
Okay.
That's it.
And where's the camera?
The cameras are up there. They'll be following you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You just worry about the room. And then
Well,
we'll worry
it's
about the rest.
no, it's opposite. Usually, yeah, there's 2,000 people here, so you have to speak to.
But not only that, we record it, and then it's there for everybody to watch.
Yeah, exactly. So
But if you do there, you're actually looking at about the right place.
Okay. Thanks.
There's a seat in the front if you want, or you're welcome.
Yeah, just
Or you sit
it
there.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Sorry.
Nice. That's it. Cool. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to commence our next session shortly. Apologies to everyone on the live stream for cutting the previous recording by Mateus off short. We just want to keep to the schedule, but just be advised that we will make that available in full in the coming days. So the next speaker I'd like to introduce is Kieran Gilligan-Lee, Head of Causal Inference Lab and Senior Research Manager at Spotify, who's going to discuss counterfactual reasoning and its applications. And as always, please remember to use Slido for the questions. Cool. Welcome, Kieran.
Great. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yep. Perfect. So my name is Kieran. I lead the Causal Inference Lab at Spotify. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the research we've been doing, the problems we've been applying that research to. Before I dive into that, I kind of want to give a quick little motivating example to kind of explain why using causal reasoning is so crucial for decision making so that problems don't arise. So here's a screen grab of a tweet that kind of was put on Twitter around the time of the COVID vaccination strategy during the kind of pandemic in the UK. And this author has found a very strange kind of association that he's reproduced in this tweet. So what he's plotting is on the orange line, we have the death rates of people who have been vaccinated for COVID-19. And on the blue line, we have people who have not received the vaccine. And he's pointing out a very strange thing, which seems to fly in the face of perceived wisdom at the time, which is that there's higher death rates among those vaccinated than among those not vaccinated. So this is data from the ONS, the Office of National Statistics. It was being used by the government as part of the kind of planning for the kind of vaccine rollout and so forth. So this doctor is kind of asking whether it is the right thing to vaccinate all these kind of people and roll out the vaccination kind of policy across the country. So these findings were kind of weird, flying in the face of medical kind of received wisdom. We had randomized control trials that told us that vaccines prevented the spread of COVID, so this seemed very strange. But the findings were irrefutable. The death rates for vaccinated people were far higher than those for unvaccinated people. So it led to the kind of question, do these vaccines work? So a way to try and address what's going on here is to think deeply about the data generation process. So we can draw a nice causal graph here. And when you kind of think about how the vaccines were rolled out in the UK early on in the pandemic, those older and more at risk from the vaccine were given, or more at risk from COVID, were given the vaccine earlier. Those younger, more healthy and so forth, weren't allowed to get the vaccine till later on in the kind of rollout and so forth. So the average unvaccinated person is much younger than the average vaccinated person. So what we have here is that there's a lower mortality rate among those who receive the vaccine, regardless of whether they receive the vaccine or not, just because they're in this older age cohort. So any benefit from the vaccine is being swamped by the increase in mortality with age. So in this context, age is what's known as a confounder. It's influencing both those who received a vaccine and also their mortality rate in the first place. And so what we really should do in this context is figure out what the association or the causal effect is between vaccine and mortality on its own after we've removed the influence of age. In this case, we control for it. And when you do this controlling, if you bucket by age categories, the association I showed in the previous slide flips back. And so those who received the vaccination had lower death rates and so forth. And the ONS quickly removed that previous figure from their website and put in the one bucketed by age so that people wouldn't get the wrong idea like that author of the tweet had done. So what does this tell us? What this shows is that any action or policy change based on those correlations, such as whether to continue the vaccination kind of rollout and so forth, would not have increased patient survival. The take home from this is that relying on correlations extracted from observational data can lead to embarrassing, costly, or in this specific case, dangerous mistakes. And so to overcome this, the reason we're all here today is we need to understand cause and effect. So given that kind of quick motivating example, you might wonder, what's the point of all this for Spotify? So usually when we want to learn cause and effect, we apply randomized control trials or A/B tests to learn about what causes what and so forth. Sometimes you can't do these tests. A lot of examples at Spotify, could be too damaging to the user experience to do such A/B tests. There could be too technically difficult to actually implement. And so luckily we have this causal inference toolkit to try and answer these questions from observational data, as long as we make the right assumptions and don't misinterpret the results in the right thing. So given that we have this kind of framework to answer these causal questions, you might kind of wonder what types of causal questions are available out there for us to answer. So Pearl, it was one of the kind of grandfathers of causal inference in the computer science literature, came up with 3 different layers for types of causal questions that can be answered using this framework. And I'll go through each of these now in turn. So the first one is just standard observation. So this is where kind of traditional machine learning, statistics, and so forth lives. On the right, I have a kind of classic DAG here, a directed acyclic graph. That's denoting the kind of the classic, does smoking cause lung cancer problem? Here, there could be an association between smoking and lung cancer. There could also be some genetic factor that's hidden from us, that's latent, that predisposes someone to crave nicotine and also, develop health problems as kind of they grow older and so forth. And so any association between smoking and cancer could be biased due to this confounder, as we saw in the example with the vaccine rollout and age and so forth. But at this first layer of the hierarchy, the only question we're going to answer here is, given that somebody smokes, so smoking equals true, what's the probability that they have cancer? So it's a kind of basic kind of observational question. At the next layer, we have intervention. So here, this is what's going to simulate a randomized control trial. So here, in a randomized control trial, we can reach in and kind of force somebody to smoke or not smoke. So any genetic predisposition that might be there, we sever that link because that's no longer what's giving someone a cigarette, it's us forcing them to smoke. And here we can ask the question, given that we've removed that influence from any hidden confounding factors, what is the causal effect of forcing somebody to smoke? So how that's represented is using this subscript here. So the quantity on the lower right-hand side is the probability that someone smokes if we force them, or probably that someone has cancer if we force them to smoke. And the subscript is representing Pearl's do conditional, so reaching in and forcing an intervention in that case. And at the top layer of Pearl's hierarchy are what he calls counterfactual. So these are really the ability to ask what-if questions, imagine alternative scenarios, and so forth. So here we have a slightly confusing mathematical equation, perhaps on the right-hand side. We have the same variable appearing on both sides of the conditioning symbol, which might look strange, but when you say it in words, it kind of makes sense. So the way we would say this equation here is, given the subject is a smoker and they have cancer, what is the chance they wouldn't if they didn't smoke? So the probability on the right-hand side tells us if we observed that cancer equals true and smoking equals true, we now in that context want to ask, what's the probability that cancer wouldn't be there if we had reached in and intervened on that specific individual that has that kind of evidence in the real world? So counterfactuals really are asking questions that are counter to the fact. We've observed some facts that someone smokes and they have cancer, and counter to that fact, had some precondition been different, had we reached in and forced them to not smoke, then we want to see in that context would the outcome have been different, and so forth. And so you might wonder, how on earth does one compute those probabilities I showed on the past slide? And Pearl has a nice 3-step procedure for how to estimate these specific counterfactual quantities. So here, if we want to answer that question that we posed at the bottom of the last slide, given someone has cancer and they smoked, would they still have cancer if we had forced them not to smoke? The first step is called abduction. So given the facts we've observed, that they smoke and they have cancer, we now update our knowledge about any latent factors in the model. So it could be that tells us perhaps they do have such a gene, they might belong to that population and so forth. Then in that context, we reach in and do the intervention. So we force smoking to be false. We don't allow that person to smoke. And now in the context where we've updated our knowledge of the latent and we perform this intervention, we now just sample forward in our model and ask what's the probability of having cancer in that context for that individual. So the kind of slightly confusing looking thing on the top can be easily answered by doing these kind of 3 steps here. And to kind of make that slightly more concrete, I have a little example here that kind of illustrates this kind of 3-step procedure. So here I have what's called a disease model. So it's a 3-layer model where on the top I have a risk factor, just being overweight. In the middle I have diseases. And on the bottom I have symptoms. And so in this case I want to figure out, okay, if I've observed a certain patient has symptoms, I want to figure out, okay, if I turned a certain disease off, if I managed to cure that disease, would those symptoms reduce in that specific patient? So the first thing is I've observed the symptoms in that patient. So that's the first step. I now abduct, I use that observation to update my knowledge of everything else in the model. Now I do the action, so I reach in and I somehow can magically cure this disease if it's present. and then I do prediction, I feed forward, and I figure out, okay, did that reduce the symptoms or not? So that's the kind of 3-step procedure for how to estimate these kind of counterfactual quantities. So Perl has these three levels, these kind of 3 layers, and you might wonder, is just sitting at layer 2, these interventions that just talk about, what a randomized control trial can say and so forth, is that all we need to use in order to make accurate decisions? Or do we need to go to this level to talk about counterfactuals, imagine different scenarios and so forth? So I want to explore this in the context of medical diagnosis. So here again, I have a disease model. We have these 3 layers, risk factors, diseases, symptoms. This was given to us by doctors and epidemiologists who kind of use their domain knowledge to tell us what direction the arrows go, which variables have an arrow between them, and so forth. And then from epidemiologists, we get some estimates of what the conditional probabilities are of each of these links. So we assume we have access to one of these big disease models, and we want to use it now to diagnose a patient. So the standard approach to this, and this kind of goes back to the mid-80s, is to use what's called posterior ranking. So just to figure out what disease is most likely given the symptom evidence. And the way I want to now try and do it is by using counterfactual inference. So instead of just saying what disease is most likely, I want to figure out, okay, given that the symptoms are present, I want to now ask, if I had turned off or managed to cure a certain disease, would those symptoms reduce? So given symptoms are present, would they not be had the disease been cured? So why might the counterfactual approach be slightly better than the posterior inference approach, the correlational approach? So if I go back to this example that I had earlier, if I just look at the standard correlational one, I would have, in this case, output an incorrect disease as the diagnosis. So here, if I've observed someone has shortness of breath, that tells me that perhaps, with some likelihood they belong to a group of the population that's overweight. And again, if they belong to that part of the population, then with some probability, they might have type 2 diabetes. And so now I have an association between shortness of breath and type 2 diabetes. But as you can see from the model, there's no causal arrow from diabetes down to shortness of breath. And so if I had said, diabetes is a good diagnosis for this patient, it would have been incorrect, right? Treating that patient with insulin, for instance, wouldn't have had the outcome that I wanted, reducing the symptoms. But if I look at angina, because there is this causal link, asking this counterfactual question would tell me the right answer. But also it would tell me that diabetes has no connection, because in the prediction step, there's no arrow to link diabetes to shortness of breath. And so here I would have found that actually it's the incorrect diagnosis in this context. And having this counterfactual approach then also lets me distinguish which disease out of the ones that do have these causal links is perhaps the most likely, given that it has these kind of causal connections. Okay, so how do we actually test this hypothesis that counterfactual inference might be better at diagnosing a patient than just standard correlations and kind of posterior inference and so forth? So what we did was we worked with a panel of doctors, and they created 1,700 medical cases that were kind of prepared in a similar way than doctors receive when they're being tested to become general practitioners and so forth. They have to answer certain cases. So here, they're given symptoms and medical history and so forth. And on the back, the panel of doctors has ascertained like one reasonable diagnosis in this situation, given all this evidence and so forth. So what we do is we take all these cases and we gave them to our disease model. And now we want to ask that disease model the same question in a different way. So we want to ask it the first time about the correlational approach, the posterior ranking, and the second time we want to ask it the counterfactual approach. So it's the same model, the same parameters, the question we ask it is slightly different. And what we did was we then compared the answers of each kind of approach on those cases to 44 doctors who weren't involved in creating these kind of case studies, and see how these two approaches compared. So the associative approach, this posterior ranking, did pretty good. It placed in the top 45% or 48% of these doctors. But the counterfactual approach placed in the top 25% of doctors, so achieved expert clinical accuracy. What's interesting is the counterfactual approach was actually way better than all the doctors in very rare cases, but not as good as them in very traditional standard cases you might see every day. So that's why the averages were slightly off. But regardless, they're much better than the associative approach. It's interesting, given that the underlying model is the exact same. All we've changed here is we're asking it a different question, one causal, one not. So it's interesting to see this kind of difference here. And what's also interesting, I haven't shown on this slide, is that when you just look at interventions, so not full counterfactuals, but just interventions, the counterfactuals do, again, better than the interventions, and the interventions do better than the associative approach. So there's this split between the different layers of the hierarchy, which is kind of cool, thus showing what we might need to use counterfactuals to answer the decisions in these given situations. So we published this work in Nature Communications, which was a lot of fun. I was working at a healthcare startup at the time, so it was fun to be able to still publish and so forth. We got a bit of press in New Scientist, which was cool. So here they're kind of pointing out that what we were trying to do was in some sense mimic the way a doctor thinks to make better medical diagnoses. And there's lots of evidence out there that humans use counterfactuals to reason about certain situations. So it's cool to see that kind of link there. While I was working on this project, the one thing that really kind of frustrated me was we had this disease model given to us by these expert doctors. And the way in which it was parameterized was we used what's called a noisy OR model. So each node is an OR of its parents plus some noise, and we could fit these kind of the noise parameter to kind of data and have what's going on here. But having a parametric model made it really easy to answer these counterfactual questions. We could just do the 3-step procedure, figure out what the answer was in terms of the model parameters, and then just use that. But if we're just given some raw data in the world and we want to use some counterfactuals, this approach wouldn't be directly applicable because we had this parametric model here. So I've been kind of wondering for a while, how do we do this in a kind of non-parametric way so we could apply it with some assumptions to raw data that might help us answer decisions in a more kind of wider range of real-world settings. So here's my second motivating example, which is going to start this kind of part of the talk. So here we're going to go to the developing world, to Western Kenya, where diarrheal diseases are a leading cause of mortality. And to reduce these, specifically in children in an area of Western Kenya, a local NGO built protective cement structures around the kind of randomly selected group of local wells in order to prevent bacteria from the water getting into the drinking water and then developing these diarrheal diseases. That NGO worked with the Action Poverty Lab, and they found that this spring protection reduces diarrhea in children under the age of 3 by about 25%. So that sounds great, it's fantastic, right? We're having this impact, we're helping these kind of developing nations and so forth. So the question at that point then is, should this intervention be scaled up, right? Should it be rolled out across the developing world where people are drinking from these kind of springs and so forth? In this case, this intervention is expensive, right? To go in, put these cement structures. So we really need to be sure that it will help as expected, perhaps before committing this cost. Maybe there might be an alternative approach that's cheaper, that has the same effect or even a better effect. So really, to answer this question, what we need to do is answer this following counterfactual question. So given a child developed diarrhea after drinking from an unprotected spring, would they still have developed it had they drank from a protected spring? So I can formalize that question in math using the kind of counterfactual notation there. And I now want to answer that kind of counterfactual question. I have the data that the local NGO, the Action Poverty Lab, had. So the question is, how do I do that? How do I answer that question? How do I estimate that quantity? And the way that we approached this was we took a slightly different approach to estimating counterfactual questions. So the first approach has this 3-step action prediction, abduction action prediction approach. But what we're going to do here is talk about a different approach called the twin network approach, which was developed by Pearl and collaborators in the kind of mid-90s. So here, the whole point of counterfactuals is we want to imagine a world that's as similar as our current world is, except for the intervention that we've done. So it's the exact same, except for the slight change counter to the fact in the real world. And we can represent that graphically by just taking our initial model, copying it over, and denoting it as the counterfactual world. And any latents in our initial model are now shared between the factual and the counterfactual world, because latents are outside our model, they're not impacted by interventions, but also we want the two worlds to be as similar as possible except for an intervention in the counterfactual world. So here, instead of doing this kind of 3-step procedure, all we need to do now to answer counterfactual questions in a twin network is just do standard inference. So we've kind of reduced this 3-step procedure to just doing standard correlational based statistics, except now it's on this twin network rather than the standard kind of network here. And so this is the kind of power of twin networks, that it reduces things, makes it simpler, but at the expense of having this different graphical representation. What's cool about the twin networks is that the graphical representation of them serves as like a blueprint for a neural network architecture. So we can now try and estimate these quantities by just training a neural network and doing standard ML on it, because we've reduced counterfactual inference to standard inference by going to this twin network picture. So if we construct a neural network whose architecture it matches the twin network, then standard inference on this neural network, when we train it in an appropriate fashion, which I'm skipping over now due to time constraints, we can now answer these counterfactual questions. So to go back to that specific example about the kind of the well in Western Kenya and so forth, when you answer this counterfactual question, what you find is that the probability, this counterfactual probability, is quite small. So it tells us that children would likely have had diarrhea even if the springs had been protected in that situation, which is quite interesting. A similar study reproduced this kind of result in a slightly different way, so it's not like this is a completely incorrect kind of answer here. So it's interesting that asking this slightly more involved question gave us more decision-making power, because it's telling us that actually that intervention perhaps didn't have the effect that was observed. Perhaps that effect was due to when the local NGO came in and put the cement around the wells, the observation that there could be bacteria in the drinking water, the education surrounding that could have had an effect where now it changes habits at home, how the water is drunk and kind of so forth. That could have had nothing to do with the wells. And so further work would be needed in this case before we roll out this big intervention across the kind of the developing world. So this approach to estimating counterfactuals, along with lots of other things, we managed to publish in Nature Machine Intelligence with Athanasios, who was the last speaker before lunch. And we even got a tweet from Pearl, who's the kind of grandfather of causal inference. He kind of points out, and it's a nice way to summarize this result, in that he found it interesting because twin networks, which he introduced, can now be seen as computational instruments that really help us in answering decisions, answering questions that might help us and kind of make more informed and trustworthy decisions and so forth. So again, okay, where does this come into Spotify? How do we use counterfactuals at Spotify to improve decision making, make decisions and so forth? So one we're currently kind of very interested in working on is finding new content for a given user to enjoy. So if a specific user listened to content and enjoyed it, what other content would they have enjoyed? So here we want to condition on, okay, I've seen you listen to this content, you engage, they're the two facts. I want to now know, had instead I recommended a different piece of content, would you still have engaged? And so estimating this counterfactual quantity can help us understand what piece of content would be good for that user. If we want to figure out, which users need to be shown a promotion, perhaps, or a certain song to engage with that content, or would they find it organically themselves? Here I can ask, I want to find users that if I show them the promotion, they engage, but if I don't show them the promotion, they won't engage. So I want to look at the probability of that joint kind of counterfactual in that case, and understanding those users helps me see who needs to get a promotion in order to engage the content and who might find it organically, and so we don't need to spam them with kind of promotions and so forth. So because of these connections to finding and recommending songs on Spotify, MIT Tech Review covered our Nature Machine Intelligence paper, which was kind of nice to have counterfactuals in the title somewhere, which is cool. And I was scrolling through Facebook one day and found that Bill Gates had shared the story, which I thought was hilarious. To kind of see that show up on Facebook randomly one day. So that is the kind of end of my talk. Hopefully I've been able to convince you that answering causal questions really helps in making actionable decisions in a trustworthy manner. There's loads of remaining problems to solve. We want to apply these kind of causal inference techniques and tools in the real world to solve real world problems. And there's loads more applications on Spotify, so if you're interested, please let me know. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Kieran. A few questions came in, and we've got a few minutes just to cover these. I'll ask the second one first, because I think you've almost answered it, but how has counterfactual analysis been used for a Spotify-specific business problem? What was the result? You kind of touched on it in the end.
Yeah. So there's a few ones: promotion, finding a song, helping even artists understand what impact that some of the products that we use to help them gain exposure are having the impact that they wanted to have, and so forth. So there's almost in every business application that we'd have at Spotify, using causality is super important. Like even figuring out, okay, we have podcasts and audiobooks on the platform now. What impact do those have on users? Do they help users retain for longer and so forth? So loads of business problems can be reduced down to causal problems, and I can't speak too much about all of them, but there's a lot. There's quite a lot.
Trade secrets.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and now connecting causality with ML really helps in kind of solving them in a scalable way.
Thank you. This one's going back to the disease model work. What would happen? How would the model work where a patient has multiple diseases? So you talk about people being overweight. That patient could end up with multiple interacting diseases. Yeah. How does the model take that into account?
So it starts by looking at diseases individually first, and then grouping 2s and 3s and 4s and so forth, and then figuring out, okay, it could be that a group of 3 diseases, when you turn them all off, that actually had a bigger impact than just turning one off, so that would then jump to the top of the rankings and so forth. But there's various ways we try to speed up that combinatorial explosion that would happen when you grouped all these things together, using the structure of the kind of model and so forth.
How does the counterfactual approach to content recommendation differ from standard recommender systems?
Yeah, I mean it's a great question. So the standard approach Usually, like if you're going to use recommender systems, you might use some sort of collaborative filtering type stuff where you're effectively what you're doing is you're finding users that seem similar, they have similar consumption habits and so forth, and you learn about what that user looks like and so forth. But what this is doing is it's just looking at correlations between users. And so that's then liable to kind of make incorrect decisions. If you find someone that's similar apart from one thing, and now that one thing is super important for the impacts, we really want to understand, okay, the act of intervention of finding, or the act of recommendation and finding content for a user is inherently an intervention in your system. It's an action that you're doing to a user. So if you're trying to estimate that from logged data of just correlation, people might be, self-selecting certain content types, and that might then lead to bias in the algorithm and so forth. So if you don't use a causal approach, you can, lead to wrong decisions in the same way that the diagnosis algorithm could have made the wrong decision by just looking at correlation rather than causation.
That's brilliant. Who knew when I was running around all that music being chosen for me? But anyway, one last question, keep an eye on the time. Could you talk about how to get around parametric assumptions in the SCM, e.g. the rank preservation assumption on the noise?
Yeah, so there's loads of these kind of parametric assumptions, which at some level are kind of really important for what's called identifying the causal quantity and so forth, being sure that you can identify it from certain assumptions. Having parametric assumptions make it much easier to do that. But there are certain non-parametric assumptions you can impose on your model that don't necessarily identify the causal effects. You don't know exactly what it is, but you can partially identify it. You can set bounds on what it is. And so you can say, okay, well, it's definitely non-zero, and it's definitely less than this amount. So it exists, but I now haven't had to make parametric assumptions, which could be wrong, to get to that specific answer. And so depending on the situation, you might not believe the model is linear. You might not believe it's even, specifically non-linear in a certain way. And so imposing certain types of weaker assumptions will allow you to put bounds on that kind of causal effect rather than estimate it exactly, and that kind of helps with making the right decisions without committing too much in the first place what your assumptions should be.
Perfect answer. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kieran.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I finally know who's to blame when I keep getting recommended Taylor Swift in the middle of my workday. So thank you very much. Older version, okay. Our next speaker is from BP, Cristiano de Cruz, a machine learning researcher. And Cristiano today is going to be presenting on causal AI applications at BP, giving us a glimpse into how this technology is shaping the future of energy. Welcome, Cristiano.
Okay, I should first check. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, I will try not to wander away from the lectern or I'll get some evil eyes from down over here. So my name is Cristiano, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the way that we're thinking about using causal AI in BP today. So for a bit of background as to who BP are, we provide energy to businesses and people around the world in a way that is safe and secure. And as we transition away from being an international oil company to an integrated energy company, technology is a key enabler. And that's kind of one thing that my research and development team is specifically investigating. So we explore technologies such as causal AI that could really revolutionize BP and the energy industry as a whole. So today I'm going to share some early insights and thinking that my team has, and hopefully gives you a better understanding of the use of causal AI in a completely new industry. So to start off, causal AI isn't new to us. So there's this kind of common misconception that suddenly we're all going to be looking at it just this year. But we've been analyzing causal since 2019. And as you probably know from the other talks today, causal has been around for much, much longer than that. But why is it actually such a big topic for us today? And so the reason first is the limits of artificial intelligence. I'm sure all of you have been to plenty LLM RAG conferences in the last year. So you're aware of some of these, but I'll quickly talk through them. The first big limit is explainability. So I think Darko in his very first talk talked about trust. Without explainability, we don't have trust in the different models that we are building. And that becomes a really big issue when we take some of these really cool and exciting models, show it to the business, and they say, I can do it better. So then that kind of makes my team very sad, but makes it difficult to integrate digital as an enabler. The next thing is moving from agents to action. We can build these really advanced, really fantastic models that are able to perform incredibly well, but then we need to go away from just insights and then take this to a business and turn these into actions that our business can take. And as you've seen through, I'm sure, many of the examples today, It's not always easy to move from insights to action. And finally, multitasking. So again, these models tend to be very narrow. I know some people like the term narrow AI, but I like to think about kind of how do we move away from narrow AI into these different models that are able to communicate with each other and actually solve some of these complex business problems that can't really be solved by just one machine learning model or one artificial intelligence algorithm by itself. Now, just to contextualize this presentation, my team does do technology-first research and development, but when we work in a bigger organization, the value case is super important. So it's not just the fact that causal AI is a really interesting technology that we think we need to pursue as we head towards more advanced AI in the future. We believe that there is core value for this technology in our business today. And that's the reason that we're here and talking about some of these use cases. Now, luckily, I follow a very technical talk, so I don't need to go into too much detail about all the different types of causal modeling that exists at the moment. But I will share with you this kind of framework. I stole it from ChatGPT, so feel free to kind of steal it as well. And it's something that I use to frame lots of the workshops that we do with different parts of the business. So we collect lots and lots of rich data. Because we've got these industrial processes that have been running for kind of nearly hundreds of years, we are able to collect significant amounts of data, which means that we can turn this data into insights really effectively with standard artificial intelligence or standard machine learning. Where the struggle comes now is how we move away from insights and turn those insights into actions. This is the automated decision making. What causal AI brings to us is the ability to take all this complex data, to then work out kind of how that data is structured in a certain way, and then actually tell us what decisions we need to make. This has significant value to us because we can then take some of these digital systems and scale them across our operations, which again are worldwide. And here I just share one quick example of a fluid catalytic cracker. So what that means is we have a long chain of hydrocarbons. We collect data throughout this entire process, so temperature, pressure, how much of the different feeds are going into this different process, and we want to calculate how much burned coke do we get out of that. So this massive hydrocarbon chain gets broken down, and then we're trying to identify what are the different factors that actually cause a certain mass of coke to be produced. And then that correlates directly, correlates not causates, but we know from expert knowledge that it is causation, the amount of energy that can come out of this process. I'd also recommend, by the way, looking through this paper because it gives a really good literature overview of some of the different causal AI methods that have been tested across our industry. But this is just kind of one example that I've picked out. And these causal graphs are really critical to companies like BP. So they're critical for us to understand the vast amounts of data that we have coming through. So lots of the use cases are kind of based around this. But I will talk through kind of some of the different questions that we try to answer, both in kind of the oil and gas industry, but then also as we transition and what kind of causal AI looks like on that front. So a couple of different use cases within oil and gas. Before I talk about these in loads and loads of detail, I just wanted to highlight something that you might not know, and that is these processes are incredibly dangerous. So when you are going around and you actually see the way that some of our platforms operate, people are put at risk. And that is because the pressures are incredibly high, the temperature of the fluids can be incredibly high. So we need to make sure that all the decisions that we make on these platforms and across our processes are going to kind of reinforce human safety. So if we make a bad decision, that can cost lives. Okay, so this is kind of why causal AI is going to be a critical enabler, especially within kind of the oil and gas sector. So there are a couple of kind of key questions that we would ask with causal at the moment. The first thing is maximizing yield. So all these different complex processes, so they always start as something that's quite simple, kind of a simple pipeline or a simple flow. And then we start to add in various control loops. So if the pressure over here is a little bit too high, then I need to decrease the pressure down here. Then I need to change the temperature somewhere else. I need to change the flow rates in different places. And before you know it, we're looking at diagrams that are kind of pages and pages long, which articulate one simple flow from one place to another. So trying to do any optimization around that is incredibly difficult for human operators and for the field operators themselves. The next thing we also look at is what actions can we take right now? So this is kind of the actual doing. And kind of the example I gave here was energy reduction. So, of course, all our operations need to sustain their own energy. So if we're able to use causal inference to determine exactly how can we reduce the amount of energy in these complex systems, that can have a huge impact on our operations. And finally is root cause analyses. So I mean, root causes kind of permeate throughout our entire business. And I'm sure that all of you can think of plenty of root cause analyses that you'd need within your own businesses as well. But especially when there's intermittent energy disruption. So when there is energy disruption, this affects anyone that relies on the energy that we're producing. And this can have a global impact. So making sure that we have an accurate technology like causal inference that is able to answer these questions for us is critical for our operations and critical for all our customers. But it's not just oil and gas. So there are lots of newer spaces within energy that we're going to be exploring how causal AI can come in and influence us. So firstly is policymakers. So when a new policy is implemented, there's lots of decisions are made in order to understand the way that a consumer might behave. But especially policy that affects energy, which again is all of us in this room, we will be able to track and make sure that any policy that we influence in the future is going to have the desired effect on kind of the industry that we're in. But you also want to try and analyze and improve customer behavior. We want to encourage our customers to be more sustainable. And if we can build these graphs, which then map out the way that customers make decisions, we can almost go backwards through the causal process and influence the way that they make those decisions and encourage people to be more sustainable. Also, in terms of understanding long-term grid investment, so if we want to make decisions about what do we invest in today that will improve sustainability in the future, we can run these two different scenarios through some causal models. And finally, quantifying environmental impacts. So lots of the builds that we have are going to have an impact on biodiversity around us. So it is incredibly important for us to be able to we use all our sensor data to then understand exactly the impact that we're having on all these different populations, biodiversity, kind of that we're operating within. I also did say to the organizers, I'm going to go a little bit off piste here and kind of go a bit beyond causal AI. Because causal AI is not the only technology that kind of we're interested in, but we believe that it's a gateway to other technologies that will also influence our industry. And the first one I'll talk about is explainable AI. Now, I'm sure that you would have all come across this in some way, shape, or form. There are many different types of explainable AI. But this goes back to the point I made on the very first slide, which is we need to have models that we can understand that are going to be trusted, not only for business adoption, but also for the regulators, for the people that come in and inspect our processes to understand the way that we are operating. So higher trust in these different models allows us to engage with our stakeholders better. The second thing is multi-agent, so having different AI agents or even robotics, which is another area of focus for our team. With robotics, we're then able to understand the causal structure of the environments that we're in, but we can also get two different agents to start to understand the causal decisions that each other are making. So the same way that kind of me as a human can understand kind of the decisions that I make in a conversation, we want to get robots to do that autonomously. So explainable AI is kind of the next step away from causal, and that's what's going to enable us to interact with robotic agents or AI agents more effectively. But once we have multi-agent systems, we unlock this robot-to-robot collaboration, which is critical for the future of energy. And I'm guessing lots of you are here because you saw Advanced Wind Farm, and that sounded really exciting. So I will move on to the Advanced Wind Farm. And kind of this is one space where we will see kind of robotics playing a key role. So at the moment, kind of the critical use case you will all have heard of is routine maintenance. If I know something is going to go wrong, every couple of years, let's say 5 years, I might then send out an engineer to go and inspect that. They will log in what they found. Eventually, the site is going to go down. That's a whole emergency procedure. That is an okay process. It's something that we've tried and tested. But what causal AI gives us is the ability to predict when we need to do maintenance very effectively. So we can build some of these causal graphs which understand how each component is going to be affected by, let's say, wind speed, affected by temperature, and we can use that to determine exactly when a component is going to fail. And this is a combination, again, of causal and standard machine learning. But ultimately, we don't want to put a human up there doing this incredibly dangerous operation. So if we were able to get robotics that could come in and do some of this inspection, do some of this maintenance autonomously, We're then able to remove a human from dangerous operation. We're then able to probably operate more efficiently, more effectively, because there isn't someone that's afraid of something happening to them while they're up there. And then we're also able to collect a lot more data from that process as well. So there are significantly more benefits for having these robotic systems. And this all starts with Causal AI. So this is why today we are experimenting with Causal AI to determine kind of what different proof points, what various use cases, like the ones you've seen today, yield significant value for us. And then this will lead us to hopefully some of these advanced kind of explainable and advanced multi-agent systems that we will need in the future of energy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cristiano. Couple of questions come in. I'm sure there's some more as we put the sign up there. So what are your thoughts on the green credentials of AI overall? And I think it's where we know training LLMs is taking increasing amounts of energy to complete and then run. Are you almost like counter to the energy crisis?
Yeah, so it's one thing that our team is actually looking at effectively is how can we run, well, it's not just AI, but even things like blockchain, which have been incredibly energy intensive in the past and also water intensive, by the way. So you'll see lots of research in that space. So it's our team is looking at ways that we can build AI agents that are able to run kind of in more energy efficient ways. Whether there's a space for Causal AI specifically there, it would be interesting to explore.
There's a right answer to that, you know. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Given you mentioned earlier some of the BP projects looking at reducing energy usage, are you looking at how you can share that knowledge and experience to help all organizations reduce energy usage? I don't know how transferable that would be.
Yeah, so our team specifically, we work a lot with universities, we work a lot with startups, and we also take part in many symposiums. So there are loads of energy symposiums across different use cases. You might have heard of things like the High Value Manufacturing Catapult in the UK. That is something that we look at. But there are so many groups where we try to bring some of the knowledge that we have on the processes to ensure that we bring this global level of safety to all the energy operations, including that of the other people that we work with. So, yes.
I don't know where this question came from. It says, how do you plot causal graphs in the absence of causaLens and tools like that? It's a lot easier with causaLens. Again, there's a right answer, but anyway.
Yeah, so we will be exploring causaLens. So we do work with causaLens, and we're talking about some of these use cases with them, because it's really important that we bring along experts in the technology. So the way that our team works is we try to identify the different expertise. We've got our own internal team of experts, and then we find spaces across our operations that we can deliver some of these POCs. So I hope that one day in the next couple of years, we'll be able to share with you some of the results of some of the POCs that we're going to be looking at in the causal space. But that's something that we have to wait for time to tell.
So we have got through the questions, but there's one from me, if that's all right. And I'm just interested, how does the rest of PP receive the sort of advanced technology team and ideas and things there? Because, as you say, it's an industry that's been around quite a long time. So how do you go about convincing people that these are the right sorts of things to be looking at?
Yeah, so across the company, digital is a core part of our strategy. So different members of BP across the different businesses are encouraged to adopt some of these newer methods. It can be difficult when we have to convince people of that business value itself. But we believe there are some people that are incredibly kind of tech, so they're tech enthusiasts. They love to work with us. They love hearing all our crazy ideas as well as the practical ones. But it's about engaging with the right people, being able to convince them of the business benefits. And this is something that Causal is really going to help us with, because if we can use that level of explainability that comes with Causal AI, it will help us scale out some of these kind of advanced AI technologies a little bit more effectively through our business.
I said it was last. There's another question come through. We've got just enough time. How do you quantify the risk and danger versus the easily quantifiable increase in energy yield? So,
Yeah. So again, because safety is such a key part of our strategy, it's something that we just do not compromise on. So if an operation is unsafe, we will do whatever we can, whether that's digital or otherwise, to try and make that operation safe for a human to operate in. So yeah, that's kind of not a question that it's not a case of balancing. It is safety is just a core principle of our company.
And then I will finish on this one because I'm now looking at the clock. How do you prioritize between use cases that deliver value now versus long-term investments that won't pay off immediately? Is that
that feels like the million-dollar question that I can throw to absolutely anyone in the room. I think both types of innovation are needed. We've got different expertise in our team. I wish there was a right answer. If there was a right answer, I would share it with you. But it is a case of determining what we're able to create value with immediately versus kind of what's going to have these kind of longer-term impacts in the future. We know with the longer term, it's difficult to quantify what that impact is going to look like. It's just something we're mindful of, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. So kind of a bit of both. Yeah.
And with that, thank you. Thank you, Cristiano.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Cristiano. You said you were going to go off the rails, and that wasn't as off the rails as I thought, so that's great. We're now returning to the retail sector, but this time with a focus on a beloved British institution. Please welcome Mindaugas Zikas, lead data scientist at M&S, Marks & Spencer's. Mindaugas will be discussing Markdown optimization with Causal ML, and as always, Slido is open for your questions. Please welcome Mindaugas.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. And first of all, thank you, causaLens, for inviting and organizing this fantastic event. Lunch was beautiful. And I tried your tool in your workshop also. Kind of looks very good tool set, so thank you very much. Right. So it's me. I'm a lead data scientist in Marks & Spencer's. Presentations. So yeah, the agenda is like, I'm going to briefly talk about Marks & Spencer's, about decisions that we make during product life cycle, and approach causal inference from kind of very practical perspective. Instead of like all this kind of modeling and like the intricacies and complexities, we'll see first I'll start what kind of info we need from causal inference to make a good decision in the first place, and then we'll see, okay, how we're trying to get that inference to improve our decision making. Yeah, so Marks & Spencer, so probably you know, it's a kind of loved British retailer, so we are multinational. We are 140 years old. We are present in, we have physical stores, online, very successful loyalty program. Does anyone use Sparks loyalty card? No? If not, you should get one of the best loyalty programs in UK. So we have massive warehouses, logistic network, and we have fantastic 70,000 colleagues that kind of help all this business running. And just to illustrate kind of variety of decisions and complex of decisions that we have to make, I would like to talk about this causal graph, so to speak, like a poor man's causal graph, or kind of decisions that we have to make, let's say, during typical life cycle of a seasonal product. So this, because Marks & Spencer, we do sell most of our products are own brand, so we kind of develop and kind of create ourselves, so we have to start from the very beginning. So, and the planning, this starts around 9 months before even the launch of the product. So for example, now we are in kind of September, so currently the business are planning already product for next summer, to already deciding which products to range product for winter. So yeah, so we have this long cycle of the planning, which with so many related decisions. So starting to decide what style we have to buy, to create, what kind of quantity you have to buy, what should be distribution across different sizes. Now, once we have this, so how we would allocate that to different stores before the beginning of the season, how much stock we allocate when we're starting kind of the sales, how much we allocate daily to replenish to make sure that we kind of always have product on shelf, that we're not running out of stock or not overstocking. And then, yeah, how we're promoting and then at the end of the kind of product life cycle, we have to clear the stock and prepare space for new products. So we have to kind of make decisions what the optimal pricing is, markdown pricing would be, and this is what I'm going to talk to you later. So many kind of decision-making opportunities, and so this is just some kind of list of typical causal analytics toolset that we use. So using, of course, first of all, kind of A/B testing, randomized trials where it's possible, where it's not possible. We would do kind of differences in differences. So like, compare, let's say, We compare, if you introduce some treatment in the stores, we compare with the sample of the similar stores and see what kind of uplift would be. The most kind of frequent and I would say the ultimate business decision is resource allocation. So yeah, if you have kind of limited budget, limited space, limited inventory, how would you most optimally allocate across kind of competing activities? Another kind of interesting use case is where it's not that we're trying to estimate the causal kind of impact of specific activities, we're trying to actually to remove this so we could see the impact of their other activities. So, for example, to improve our buying, we have to see, okay, which products kind of buying which starts like 9 months before the launching of the product. We have to measure correctly what is the natural demand of the product. But what happens, of course, business, if they see some product is not performing well, they start boosting that kind of sales of that product, running promotions, distributing in many stores. So, and end of the day, most of the products will sell. But it's not because the buying decision was kind of correct, it's because they kind of like managed to do these other activities that help to sell this product. So to improve buying decision, we have to estimate that underlying organic demand and remove that those impact of those decisions that boost the demand during the season. And then actually we now frequently ask what's the value of data science. Actually, in the first place, we have to show causal impact for our team. So does the forecast accuracy matter? What's if you improve the forecast accuracy by 10%, what will be the impact of that to the profitability to the business? So yeah, we're running those studies as well, even just to prove kind of causality and proof existence of our own team. And now I can talk about in more details about specific use case, Markdown optimization. This is a project that I'm kind of spending most of my time. So the Markdown is, objective of Markdown is to clear the stock of the seasonal stock by the end of the season. And this is the example of typical sales. So usually the blue line is the discount, the red line is the sales. So you see that sales, when you kind of increase the discounts, of course, the sales kind of like increase dramatically. Then we have another, usually kind of increase of the discount, so you have another peak, and then you're kind of clearing the stock with the kind of the last kind of final reduction. So now the business objective is how would you optimize kind of discount during those different three kind of possible cuts to achieve maximum revenue, and in the same time to achieve business objectives that would be you don't want to, well, you want to optimize the revenue, maximize the revenue, but you also want to make sure that you're selling as much as possible the stock. So there are some kind of business constraints. It's not like very straightforward and unconstrained. You have certain kind of business constraints. And so to start like with price optimization, so this is the decision-making tool. So we're using price optimization. Now the question of, what do we need to optimize the price? And the first thing that what we need is from data science is elasticity, and that's illustration kind of how the elasticity, optimal price depends on the elasticity, kind of crash course in price optimization if you want. So typically sales can be well described with very simple kind of sales versus kind of base uplift model, and the only kind of catch here that, sales should be kind of less than your inventory, and the optimal solution would be you can easily get this, that optimal discount would be related to directly to your elasticity. So if you know elasticity, you can straight away get optimal discount. If your stock is, if you have a lot of stock, it will be just directly related to elasticity. If there is if your stock, if your sales with that optimal discount is higher than inventory, you have to calculate this optimal discount that kind of clears the stock. So that will give you the maximum revenue. So that is kind of simple mathematics. And just to illustrate to you how it works in practice, just visually, here's the chart. So let's say this is the time, and you have kind of decreasing stock over the time, and this is the and you see and your end of Markdown season. So the biggest risk to the kind of the profitability if you sell the product early, right? So that red line shows this is what we don't want to happen. So let's say if you're selling product early, which means that probably you could have sold that product with a higher price you would sell it for longer, but at higher price. Overall, you would still sell your product, but you generate more revenue. So what we're trying to achieve is kind of set the optimal price that is between clearing the stock or kind of like leaving some stock unsold. If, let's say, product is not elastic, sometimes it's profitable not to sell some stock, but to kind of leave some stock unsold. So this is the kind of the simple kind of model that describes what the optimal price would be. But so yeah, the first, to get the optimal price, we need price elasticity. But the problem with that model that I shared with you before is that this model would recommend you single optimal price over the whole period of time, which is not intuitive for the business. Business would say, right, it doesn't make sense. We always kind of making 3 discounts, like 3 cuts instead of 1. Why are you suggesting me just single discount? Even your model predicting this, that single discount should be kind of the optimal one, and you don't need any more price changes during the markdown sale. So question is, okay, why do we need several price cuts in just kind of instead of just one? So, and yeah, it could be, you can say that it's more opportunities to advertise, because with every cut, probably you're getting some additional marketing support that kind of boosts the sales. You can say that there is academics, they will say that there's a so-called broken assortment effect. That means that, okay, during the sale, your assortment is kind of has impact on sales. And that kind of, that's why you need more discount over the time, capture different segments. Or the most important, what we found in our simulations, that uncertainty of the price elasticity. So what we found that it's not enough just to know your effect of your treatment. You have to know to optimize the price. You also need to know that uncertainty of that treatment. And this would give you then kind of, if you put that uncertainty in your model, that will give you that natural kind of like different cuts over 3, different discounts over 3 cuts. And the reason why we need elasticity, the uncertainty of your treatment effect, in this case elasticity, that cost of over and underestimating elasticity are kind of not symmetrical. So if you underestimated elasticity, so it's very likely that you will sell out early, and that will have massive impact on your, as I showed previously, on your revenue. Otherwise, if you overestimate elasticities, it's not okay, but it's not as bad. So you can kind of, you have maybe another cut, or you like, even if you left some stock unsold, it's still okay. So uncertainty is that what we also need from our quantitative models when you're kind of quantifying this causal effects. And yeah, this just example of that simulation. So let's say with the deterministic kind of elasticity, which is 4, let's say we'll have same discounts 75% across 3 kind of cuts. And if the elasticity would now allow that elasticity to be uncertain, you would need then, it would be most optimal to have 3 different kind of discounts all the time. So yeah, so this is kind of shopping list for elasticity. So for the treatment effects that we want to estimate with the causal models, they have to be accurate and biased, sensible. It means like monotonic and positive, heterogeneous, quantified uncertainty, and ideally time varying. Lots of requirements for kind of data science models. So yeah, so this is how we estimate kind of those models in practice, and kind of the sequence of the models that we build and update our elasticities all the time. So the challenge with pricing for Markdown is that usually you always have new products in every sale, so you cannot just estimate elasticity from kind of previous season and apply here, because it will be just different set of the products. So what we do, we build train models to predict elasticity, and then we apply from the previous season, and then apply that for the current season. And then during the sale, we update those elasticities depending on kind of how sale is currently performing, and what are the observed elasticities in the current sale. Yeah, and those now the effects. Effects are highly kind of heterogeneous across different products. Different products will have different price elasticities. They would have different, it's not only the uplift that we care about, is how that uplift changes all the time. So we have discount will drive the uplift, and then over the time that uplift will kind of decay gradually. So you can kind of estimate average treatment effect. You have heterogeneous effect across the products, and then you would have even heterogeneous, as you see, time decay all the time. we are practitioners, so for us, most important, like, to make it run, being explainable. So sometimes we take a pragmatic approach on causality. So let's say in this case, how do we treat time? So we have, let's say, this simplified kind of model. We have uplift and then decay, right? So when you're predicting, let's say, that pattern before the markdown, you can attribute that uplift and decay to price elasticity. So you can say, okay, the elasticities are decaying all the time. That's why we're seeing that decaying effect. From other hand, you can also simply say that simple effect of the time, right? So time, and those models will be kind of statistically would be have the same power to explain what's happening. But of course, first it's much more simpler to attribute that decay to the time rather than elasticity, because when you're doing the second prediction during the kind of markdowns, and you are, let's say, in this second line, so now you don't observe what happened before. Now you only see that kind of decaying effect of the time. So now kind of price effect does not exist. The only thing you're trying to predict is just impact of the time. So in this case, even the right thing kind of theoretically will be attributed that decay to the price elasticity, but you're attributing the time for simplicity and kind of being able to use that across different kind of cuts during the sale. You can think this like, I was thinking, for example, kind of time and death, right? What causes death? Is that time or diseases, right? You can, over the time, you can think that time is the best predictor that how likely when you're going to die, but it's not the time that causes. It's all those kind of like kind of diseases probably that you get. But if you're just trying to predict simply what is the outcome, in this case without intervention, so the time could work perfectly fine, even though say it's not a right from the theoretical point of view kind of variable that explains the outcome. So yeah, so the way we estimate, we're using two ways fixed effects model, so it works for us quite well. So we discovered this fantastic package in Python called PyFixS. It's transported from R called FixS. It's super fast and can run on kind of massive scale. And the fixed effects is kind of like differences and differences. Basically, the fixed effects helps you to control for different store and product kind of baseline demands. So when you're calculating impact of the price, so without adjusting for specific performance of store and an item, you will have the single kind of pool line, which will be obviously biased. But if you now introduce those fixed effects, so like intercepts that allows you to control for store and size performances, then you get kind of nice kind of elasticity that works very well. We're also trying this double machine learning approach. It's to see whether that will help us, but yeah, that's more kind of at the moment research that what we use to generate our prices and elasticities. Yeah, so the next step, yeah, once we estimated elasticity from the historical season, now we have to predict it and quantify the uncertainty. So what we do, elasticity is, again, it's a kind of social construct, like the causal effect, like when you're estimating causal effects, let's say in physics, those are the laws, and maybe in some other areas, but in business, all the causal effects, they are kind of contextual, they are just, they might appear, disappear kind of next season. So, and elasticity, for example, is one of those things that might change depending on kind of context where the business is at the moment. So it can be availability of substitutes. Let's say the more substitutes, the more kind of people can jump to your product, so you'll have higher elasticity. Competitors' prices, budget constraints. So yeah, so elasticities have to be predicted. So those treatment effects, it's enough to estimate, but you have to also to predict them. So yeah, we do this kind of two-stage modeling. So you're first we're estimating, and then we're trying to predict for the next season, but based on the attributes of the products that goes and context at the time. So what were the stocks in the sale? What's type of the season that we're applying those elasticities? So yeah, estimating and then predicting. And yeah, the uncertainty of elasticity, this is kind of critical, but it's that one thing that we, again, exploring what's the best way to quantify it. And the way we currently do, yeah, we combine two kind of uncertainties. One is uncertainties that we, or variance that we estimated when we trained the model, and then this, when we train the model that kind of estimate elasticities. So that's one kind of variance, and then another variance when you're trying to predict now for the new season. So you get kind of another variance, and then we're kind of combining those together to get total variance that we apply for optimizing our prices. And the effects of the time, that's, see, it's extremely also tricky, and there is like, you can probably do a lot of research in this area. So what is the best way to describe time, kind of decay of those demands or the time during the markdown? The challenge here that in every point in time you have different populations. So the products that selling well and stores that selling well, they kind of drop out of the sample. So your kind of population is always kind of changing all the time. So you have to now, and if you aggregate this, if you aggregate up and calculate like a single kind of decay across all products, that will not, it would more reflect how quickly the stores and kind of products drop out of your sample rather than what happens at the individual store and size level. So yeah, what we learned that is, to learn that correctly, you have to estimate that on the most disaggregate level. Otherwise, you're introducing those kind of significant bias effects by aggregating the data. And yeah, now we're testing several also methods how to calculate that time heterogeneity. What's the best way to quantify how different products would decay over the time. So there are some papers published. So we're trying this propensity scoring, so weighting method, which is trying to predict which stores, let's say, are more likely to sold out first, and then when we're estimating that decays across the sample, we would introduce those ways to adjust for that propensity. And another thing that we start looking recently, sorry for this kind of 10 years old kind of joke, but we start thinking, and there are several studies published recently, that why do we need kind of causal models in the first place? From my personal observation from the business, they work themselves as a contextual bandits. They never have any kind of, they can't explain why they're making this decision. They don't have this model inside, but they know that in those circumstances, it's always best to do that thing, or in another context, it's better to do another thing. So they managed to learn that kind of context and best action relationship themselves. So without building that sophisticated demand model with all those causal explanations that you're trying to now here to introduce. And there are, say, if you follow that literature, there is a lot of research in this topic, contextual bandits, or called feature-based pricing, where you directly try to learn that optimal pricing policies based on your context and features. So you ignore that overall kind of causality impact. You're just simply learning what is the best policy would be giving kind of context or data that you currently are. So yeah, it's kind of like a reinforcement learning, but yeah, try to slightly simplify it and apply it for business pricing. And yeah, so if you want to try, so those models that I did describe, they're being used in production, and now let's say currently we are in autumn sale, Marks and Spencer, so please go and try our prices and products. Yeah, it's fantastic products. And yeah, the last but not least, again, Marks and Spencer have the best value bananas in the town. Yeah, 90p, you can't get this quality for that price. And yeah, we started kind of Christmas sale early products, so you can also go and get some. Beat the crowds. Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a prize for the first mention of Christmas, but anyway. A few questions. We won't have time to go through all of them, but so if people want to upvote them, please do. Do you estimate elasticity at the product level or by category? And if you do by product, how do you deal with new products? You mentioned new products a little bit, but could you expand on that?
Yes, we do estimate at the product level, and then for the new season, we're trying to predict those elasticities based on the product attributes. It can be, say, it doesn't have to be sophisticated. You can be simplest predicted could be your category or some kind of other kind of product group type, but or it can be kind of much more sophisticated based on like sizes, different colors, different whatever attributes you have. So,
Thank you. Have you looked at using this pricing model to apply offers at a customer level?
Yes, not specifically, but yes, we do have like a fantastic data science team that works on the customer kind of side, and they're also applying causal inference methods for kind of optimizing the offers at the customer level. Yeah, not in my team, but we have another fantastic team, and they're presenting Data Science Festival if you want to see those presentations.
So we need, no, they need to come and present here. Come on. Sorry.
Yes, next year.
Next time. Okay, thank you. So, long question. Does your elasticity estimation for one product account for another product's price? And there's an example here, given discounts on Coke reduce Pepsi sales. So I know you sort of mentioned the product interactions. Again, could you expand on that?
So elasticity is kind of very contextual, and so the way we predict is based on the kind of number of the products in the category. So it's like the more products, so it's more likely that you can kind of have higher product elasticity. So we do take that, and probably not in the most sophisticated way into account, but we do take that into account. Yeah.
Right, and I'll finish with one more. Which one should we pick? And just to say, he's around, so do catch him. If you're using sales to estimate demand elasticities, how do you control for out of stocks?
Yes, we only keep those kind of points. That's why I'm saying that disaggregation here is the key. Otherwise, we'll start getting those impacts. So we estimated that at disaggregate level and using those kind of data points where we know that we did have stock. It still doesn't solve the problem, but it's at least kind of like a new modeling kind of sales. But because over the time, as I mentioned, your population always changing. Like even if you have take into account that you're always modeling that sales that product was available, so the actual kind of demand, but due to constantly changing kind of population, that's still the problem is that it's not solved in that simple way. So you have to apply those more kind of sophisticated methods.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mindaugas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mindaugas. I'm finally starting to understand how they managed to make that £5 Caesar salad look like such a bargain. What we're going to do now is take a 30-minute coffee break. So please be in your seats for 3:45 for our final sessions. And remember, as always, platform demos are available from our team. And I think we might have a few of our team in here, but if not, I know you're watching through the live stream. So they will be around and primarily upstairs. And we'll see you back at 3:45.
I'd give it 25 seconds. Yeah, go on, go for it.
Mike. I was about to say, that's an addition. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started in a few seconds. Lovely. Cool. Great. So let's get started with the final sessions of the day. Our next speaker brings a unique perspective on causal modeling for social causes. So please welcome Gideon Wilkins, Group Head of Research at McCann World Group. Gideon will be exploring how causal modeling is being applied to understand and influence social dynamics. And as always, continue using Slido for your questions throughout Gideon's presentation. Please welcome Gideon.
Thank you. It's 3:30. You've had a long day. Would anyone like to see some magic? Yes, so would I. So if you know anyone that does, come and see me after the show, because I don't know. But what I'm going to do is show you something that is a useful demonstration in-house. As if by magic, I'm going to make this item here in the world of science move without touching it. Isn't that amazing? And also, I'm not allowed to touch anything that does touch it until after I've touched it. So we'll put that there. And then as if by magic, look, watch this, watch this. You're going to be amazed. And if it stays up, I'm going to touch this one, and this is going to move. Amazing. Thank you. Not sure why I gestured for a round of applause. No one was surprised at that. Now, my talk today, I'm not a statistician. I am a researcher, but I don't have some of the how-to charts that you've been seeing so far today. My role within McCann World Group, we are an advertising and communications agency, and I run a team called Truth Central, the very grandly named and occasionally mistaken for a certain new social network that someone set up. It's not that one, it's different. Truth Central, we do a lot of work with our clients around cultural movements. We look at things like brand roles. And in particular, what we started looking at is an understanding of how we can look at more cause-based analysis and data analysis on some of the things we're predicting for our clients. My particular role is head of commercial intelligence. Now, commercial intelligence basically means I have to show to my clients how our research can make them more money. And in helping them see it's going to make them more money, they give my employer some money, and they give me a little bit of that money at the end of the process. It's kind of trickle-down economics in a kind of one relationship stage. So as an organization, we are this intelligence company on the quest for truth. It makes me sound a bit like a knight on a shining steed. I sometimes compare myself, as in fairy tales, to Rapunzel. If you know the story of Rapunzel, he took some basic substance of straw and turned it into gold. We take data and turn it into gold for our clients, for ourselves. And our approach is to combine what we call human sciences and marketing sciences. Now, in the olden days, that basically meant qualitative research and quantitative research. But today, in the world of causal modeling, AI, big data, digital twins, human sciences and marketing sciences actually live across the methodology spectrum. What I hope to leave you with today is some ideas and approaches for how you can talk to the rest of your business about causal modeling. I'm aware that a lot of what you've learned today, particularly if you went into some of stream 2, where I sat there and I understood about 1 word in 5, and then I came to this one and I understood about 50%. I was like, okay, I'm doing better. What I want to give to you is the language and the tools to talk to your business partners, to your marketing leads, to your CEOs, to your growth leads about causal modeling in a way that they can understand. Maybe you go and use some dominoes to give them an understanding of what we're talking about. I'm going to illustrate it with a particular example. This is a client that we worked with, and they were concerned about candy culture wars. I was going to say chocolate culture wars, but it doesn't quite, it doesn't have the alliteration. So candy culture wars, from broad, fairly unifying issues, such as aging, children's well-being, through to more divisive, unfortunately, issues, such as gender stereotypes, LGBT plus issues, labor laws. And there are some brands that kind of lean into that very heavily. I remember the first time I saw Tony Chocolonely and thought, wow, I didn't know I had to make that decision, and now you've nudged me to make that decision. Do I want my chocolate slave-free or not? To the end of the scale, to brands that are a lot more kind of politically neutral, that are concerned about their 48 versus 52%, which is a percentage that oddly is appearing across so many countries at the moment in terms of political division, one way or another. So how do you as a brand navigate through possible things that you can jump on board with, but not carry the risk of potentially having some of the things that you might have seen in the news where people have gone down a route of a social cause, and then cancel culture has jumped on the bandwagon. You might have seen what happened to Bud Light. They went down a route of perhaps an A/B test. It went wrong. They lost millions, apparently, off share prices. And so brands are increasingly concerned about how can I stress test a possible outcome without risking alienating half of my customer base. Now, historically, my background is in brand and comms research. And I worked for many years at Kantar, and the traditional methodology for testing some of these elements are sometimes to ask people really direct and slightly clumsily, if this brand supported this cause, would it make you more likely to buy the brand? This is a really dreadful way of testing whether or not this is a good idea to do or not. People massively overclaim that they're going to change their behavior based on particularly altruistic and positive outcomes. They might say they will, they usually don't. The other way is more kind of clever controlled A/B tests. I'm sure many of you have come across things like MaxDiff or conjoint analysis. Again, historically, that was like the safe pre-test way of testing claims and possible pack updates. And sometimes what people would do is they go down the route of in-market. They go, let's do a limited edition. Limited edition are essentially real-world A/B testing of what happens if. Walkers are brilliant at it with some of their limited edition flavors. They basically get to go out and test new flavors under the guise of kind of football-themed or event-themed flavors. Now, what we've been doing, working with a variety of tools, and what I want to do is kind of illustrate how this is living in the real world. Because our clients are making multi-million dollar, pound decisions. They're needing us to come up with more sophisticated ways and more trusted ways of getting to that answer. Some of that you've talked about today. Obviously, causal modeling, going beyond patterns of understanding the why. The other things that we integrate into this, though, is applied behavioral science, which is much more on the side of kind of psychology, neuroscience, understanding why humans behave in a certain way. Sometimes by adding on the principle of the why humans behave in a certain way, helps you tell a much richer story around the patterns that you find in causal modeling. And then the third element that we are doing, and I would encourage you to look into in the way that you're using your data, is data fusion. With the methodologies in data fusion, it allows you to start pulling in lots of different data sources, and in doing that data fusion, you suddenly have a much bigger set of dominoes to be able to play with. Now, I'm going to show you some examples of how we talk to our business about these principles. Hopefully this will be useful toolkit or language. If I ever hear someone say right brain, left brain again, I'm going to go up to them and shake them and say it's been debunked ages ago. Never mind, it's a really useful analogy. System 1 and System 2, however, is a much more science-based methodology. You've probably heard of System 1 and System 2. It's been around for about 10 or 15 years or so. If you haven't yet, read Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. That was the book that introduced this language. But essentially, System 1 is the bit that makes us more like a human. It's our monkey brain, lizard brain, intuition, gut reaction, the speedy instant response, the bit of our brain that we make probably 29,000 decisions a day on, maybe more. And then System 2 are those moments of consideration and deliberation and pause. There are some things that are day-to-day habits that are System 2. We were chatting with a retailer recently, and they'd been encouraged to use System 1 principles to plan some of their future upgrades. And I said, you're a supermarket. Changing a supermarket isn't a System 1 decision. For some people, it's changing their bus route. It's having to go around a different route around a supermarket. There's a huge amount of unconscious disruption happening there. So therefore, you need to think about System 2 reasons to push that person into a supermarket they've not seen before. So yes, System 1's hugely in vogue. It doesn't mean that System 2 doesn't matter. But essentially, understanding what makes us human rather than just animal will mean that you can add some really interesting stories and layers over the top of your causal modeling data. My colleague, Annie Howe, who's our head of data and AI, who would have been much more at home in the stream too. This is her professor, and I love his reaction at the end. It's wonderful, just the delight. This is what we talk to people about. When we're talking about applied behavioral science, causal modeling, we're talking about nudges. And our clients can understand small nudges. What are the small taps and nudges we can take that will have an effect later on down the line? They're always looking for nudges. In marketing and advertising, they're always trying to find the little things that allow them to nudge a little bit of behavior. And so, again, in terms of things you could go away and read in order to start using the language of, I guess, the language of humans. We understand the concept. I can chat to my kids about nudges, the things that will, how can I nudge you to tidy your room? How can I incentivize you? What are the things that will lead you to studying the things that I might want you to study rather than things that you might want to study? There's big things and small things. Now, obviously, with causal modeling, today's session would fly way, way over the head of the majority of your colleagues in the places that you work at. And so the way that you start talking to them about what causal modeling helps you to do needs its own metaphors. And one of the reasons why I brought dominoes today, I think dominoes, if you've ever played with a domino set as a kid, you understand that principle of being able to nudge one thing and a long line of things coming out. So tapping which domino would lead to the maximum number of dominoes falling? Bottom left, bottom right, or the one at the top? Hands up for the one at the bottom left. Any bottom right? No, top? Okay, brilliant. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? And this is what traditional drivers model does. You kind of run drivers through 3 or 4 scenarios, the weakness of that, and I see this in my team. I run a research team. We'll still use some traditional drivers and analysis models. And after we've run it 3 or 4 times, do you know what happens? We get tired. Emotional human fatigue sets in and goes, I think I've found a good enough model. It tells me that the fit is pretty good. I'll go with that. It's 0.65. I'm okay. Client will accept it, and naturally there's a tendency for us to go, I'll tap 1, 2, or 3. Now, interesting thing about this one in the bottom left corner, I think possibly that's going to miss the one above it, and the only way to test usually is actually to go into a real market test and actually do a packaging thing. And you might develop all of this packaging, test it and go, oh, nothing happened. Oh dear. Now, let's see, because you all got this one right. Now to bring to life the principles of what we talked today. Now tell me, tapping which one domino would have the maximum number of domino effects. Now, bear in mind, any smart... That one over there. Okay, brilliant. Prove it. And obviously, as you know, this is what causal modeling does. Now, I intentionally picked this one because if someone said, oh, just the one at the start, don't be silly. There are loads of breaks in this. This is not a finished model. This is not a finished data set. So you can't just go, I'll tap the one at the front and it'll do everything after it. So, that one looks like it might do, but it ends over there and over here. I was looking, oh, this one looks pretty good. It goes around here and back up to there. So the brilliant thing about causal modeling that we love, that we can tell to our clients, is imagine a model that would allow you to tap every single domino in every single direction, and none of them have fallen over yet. Now, I recognize that in this room, as a bunch of statisticians, you're probably sat there going, Gideon, that's not quite how it works. And when I speak to Annie, I say, Annie, please do be a pedant and tell me the things that I say that are outright wrong. But also in terms of us being able to bring this to life to a CMO who might have done a bit of market research in his business degree or master's when he did it, but is a long way off that kind of understanding. These are the kind of narratives and stories that we can tell them that allow them to go, oh, okay, now I have confidence in your methodology. I don't need to know the formula that sits under it. Nobody knows what the formula is other than the people using the model. The ability to turn it into something that people can understand and feel excited is what matters most. And then just a very brief thing in terms of the way that we're using this data. Historically, data sat in silos. I come from a time when your qual stuff was an entirely different team of people working with their survey data, and then you had like a Nielsen that would deliver sales data, and the only way it was ever integrated was when a client like a Unilever or a J&J or a Shell would say, my 5 agency with their retail data and their survey data and their behavioral data and their social listening data, you 4 people are going to sit in a room and you're going to work out what your unified stories in your data based on 4 people's subject point of view. And today what we can do is we can take data and fuse it and create the brilliantly titled digital twin. Now, if there was an exercise in branding, whoever came up with the name digital twin for essentially data fusion and simulated and synthetic data, absolute genius. Those are the kind of things that gets a client excited. When you say, we're going to create a digital twin of your customer, and it's going to be like Sims, and what we're going to do is we're going to send them into a supermarket. I know I'm in a room of nerds when people get a Sims reference, wonderful. I'm going to send them in the supermarket, and we're going to change things around, and we're going to see if they still buy it or not. And if they don't, we'll change it again, and we'll change it again. And this digital twin will test and test and test. They'll never get tired, and then eventually we'll make the change. Use that kind of language, and you get them excited. And the great thing about them being excited, they give you more money and more time and leave you alone to do the actual science that you all love to do. Going back to the domino theory, an analogy, essentially what it allows us to do is bring in lots of different colors of dominoes, set them up in lots of different ways, test out lots of different scenarios to get to the point where we can go, how can we get most blue ones knocked over in the same time without the yellow ones also knocking over? Using that kind of language, however reductive it might feel to you as scientists in a room that's been built by scientists, using a language that allows them to get it increases their trust rather than decreases it. And in terms of the way we then turn that into a model for taking that to a business, it's a wonderful virtuous cycle of being able to say, let's understand humans, the behavioral science, then let's take that into using some sophisticated modeling, then let's bring in some more data, then let's pause and go back to why are they doing this and what was it about the human element that made a difference. So to finish off with an example of how we did that for one of our clients, I want to talk to you about this case study that was a collaboration with causaLens. So coming back to this really interesting question around social causes. Often there's tensions around social causes in marketing environments. As a brand director at the client said, I don't think the average consumer wants to think about politics while they're eating their chocolate bar. Someone also quoted this very famous quote from David Ogilvy, consumers don't think how they feel, they don't say what they think, and they don't do what they say. And the number of times I've had this thrown at me as a researcher, almost as a reason not to do research. What was wonderful about this, we went, we agree with you, and that's why we're using causal modeling. When I told my daughter that I was going to be here yesterday, I said, oh, it's wonderful. I get to use my favorite spurious correlation story. And she went, I'm baffled that you have a favorite. Does that mean you have many? And I said, guess what is correlated with Nicolas Cage movies. Now, most of you will nod and you'll know it. And she went, it's pool deaths, isn't it? I went, wow, how do you know that? And she said, you told me about 4 times, Dad. So that's my favorite. However, this one isn't a spurious correlation. You might have seen this one before. This is the volume of ice cream sales correlated to the volume of shark attacks. There's a cause behind this, well, not just a spurious correlation. There is a cause behind it, which is obviously heat, temperature. And what we say to our clients is what we're going to do is we're going to find some of the causes. It's the causes behind it that we care about, understanding what's behind the movement. Now, this was the first version of the output from my research team. This was looking at, as part of a data set, we were looking at what is it that will drive what the client cares about. This one over here. next time I buy a chocolate bar, I would consider this one over a competitor. We ran this model. They came back to me. This was the simplified version. This wasn't the screenshot from the brilliant tool that was modeling it. And I said, I'm not presenting that. That looks way too complicated, way too scientific. And they're like, but that's the simplification. I said, right, let's simplify it again. And so we simplified it again. And we said, okay, let's really, really kind of take this down to a simple principle to say you can have some short nudges on the bottom. This is tasty. I will buy it. That's a short nudge. That's I have a craving now. I want some chocolate. This one's tasty. I'll buy it. In terms of the nudges, if I had time, the domino effect is I'll tap that one. This comes out as an outcome. However, there's a risk to this one because as some of your competitors start talking about principles that are shared values, welcoming a diverse group of people, supporting causes that I care about, very few chocolate bars have ever been number one by doing this. And that was the argument from the brand team. They said you can't build a brand because they'd already tested it on short nudge. They'd gone, let's slap an environmental message onto our packaging. Let's run a single campaign about gender equality. And there was no effect on sales. And we went, no, of course there isn't. Because no one goes into a shop to buy a chocolate bar to be socially responsible. That's not why I went in. I went in for a short nudge principle. I went in to eat some chocolate because I've got a sugar craving. However, over the long term, how would you, and this was the one moment where the client went, I said, how would you feel if in 5 years' time, your direct competitor can charge 5 pence more per packet for the exact same size packet? And they paused and they went, okay, yeah, that would be disastrous, given the volumes we're talking about. And that's what we were able to talk to them about, this principle of a long nudge. With all, it's the long domino. You won't see an immediate effect, but we're talking about a 5-year long nudge. We shared with them principles of the IPA. Essentially, this is very popular within the advertising industry, and it boils down to short nudges. If you have a price discount, your sales go up. When the price goes back up again, it goes back down again. Versus long nudge, brand building. Brand building is essentially finding the things that will give you a long nudge into the future to build your long-term sales growth and key strengthen pricing power. What we were able to go back to a client with was to say, using the causaLens model, to say, let's test some long nudges. What's going to happen, back to the dominoes, if we move your connection with point A to point B, nothing's going to happen initially, which is what we said. If you look at the first dot, you said, you're here now. If you move that forward, you'll see no effect. You might lose confidence. Your finance team might go, whoa, why are we doing this? And what we said is, there is going to be a step change. If we set up lots and lots of dominoes and then had one in the middle, went, there's the last one, then tapped it, eventually the long range, the ability to grow. On this measure, it was your credibility and connection to a certain cause. That eventually will lead to a step change in purchase intent and pricing power. So to wrap up the 3 things that this project gave us, it gave the client clarity at board level. It allowed them to test 12 to 15 different causes in a safe space without the risk of political pushback. It gave them confidence in the data, not because we explained the magic formulas in the model, but they had confidence in it because they understood the principles behind it. And in terms of the outcome that we were able to show them was, if you do these things, you're building a 5% growth opportunity. So those are the 3 things that this gave us. So if there are any questions, happy to take them.
There are indeed, don't worry. Thank you. Let me turn it the right way around. Let's start with the first one. Have you had any success in validating the effect of long nudges?
That chart from IPA is based on hundreds and hundreds of cases. And what they've essentially done is they've gone and looked at hundreds of cases linked to sales and profitability and market share. And in that one, that is one of the most robust pieces of evidence of a long nudge. So if you look up the long and the short of it, is the name of their paper, and that is essentially long nudge evidence. They don't use that language, but that's what it is.
Thank you. We can share these afterwards as well. So that's great. Thank you. So this one, it seems that trust in the models is key to convince C-levels and clients, I guess. How do you approach this? So trust in the models.
Yeah, trust. I mean, oddly, it's not in scientific evidence. The point about confidence in the data came much more from them feeling they understood it as a methodology. With what was essentially, in my mind, a very dumbed-down language. It gave them the confidence of understanding it. It went back to that principle of the applied behavioral science. talk to them as humans, use human analogies, and that was actually what built the trust more than reams and reams of science.
Makes sense. Going the other way, how do you collaborate effectively when the statisticians may be separate from the subject matter experts, who may be separate from decision makers?
Yeah, no, very good question. And I think kind of as with a lot of kind of IT and data and tech, you almost need, a friend of mine is a project manager in developing new software systems, and his job is essentially that. He knows how to speak to data people, and then he knows how to speak to the client team. And so if you're only a team of kind of very, very tech people, you're probably going to have trouble speaking to the people that are not at all techie. I'm not applying for a job, but essentially you need someone who understands, I understand 50% of what they say, and I understand probably more than 50% of what the client cares about. So having people that can talk in both directions.
Makes absolute sense. I'll come back to that one in a moment. This is an interesting one. There is a provision in the EU AI Act for psychological influence based on AI. What methods do you envisage marketing companies will have to use to be compliant?
So I don't know the EU legislation. I'll go look it up. We did some research on how people feel about AI in the future of creativity, and we in advertising like to think that we're part of the creative industry. What was really interesting was we asked people to rate how comfortable they were with AI in creativity. At the bottom of the list was poetry and children's stories. Nobody wants those written by AI. At the very top of the list, worryingly, was advertising. So people, basically the attitude was, if you're going to interrupt me anyway, then if you use AI, I don't care because I'm ignoring it half the time, so it doesn't matter to me. So yeah, I don't know about the EU policy, but I'll look it up. But yeah, in principle, people are comfortable with more AI in advertising than poetry and kids' books.
Children's stories. Excellent.
Yeah.
One more question. How do you simulate the impact of social causes on your target variable without historical data?
So this particular, I mean, it's a really, essentially, either you can do a time series analysis of social causes. The issue with this category is very few of them have done it, and very few had stuck to it. Often it was tokenistic. And there are some really interesting kind of stories behind that, like, I don't know if you noticed the M&M's, controversy of the M&M's was they changed her shoes. She went from stilettos to slightly more kind of chunky shoes. Fox News lost its mind, and they wanted a cancellation of them for their woke behaviour. As a result, it's really hard to use historic, actual, real behavioural data. With this particular study, most of it was survey data, and then what we're looking at is essentially respondent-level data, looking at their intended outcomes, their attitudes, and then kind of going all the way up and down the respondent-level data to get to that.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm actually going to use the words that somebody has posted here. It's not quite a question, but it says, brilliant as ever, Gideon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Gideon, for that enlightening talk. I think it's safe to say everyone in this room is not going to be looking at a Domino or a chocolate bar the same again. For our final presentation, we're going to turn... Oh. Cool. For our final presentation, we're going to turn causality on its head. I'm excited to introduce Alexander Molak from the University of Oxford and Causal Python IO. Alexander is a causal ML tutor and a host of the Causal Bandits podcast, which is often the entertainment on my morning commute. So thank you very much. Alex will be presenting on causality upside down, which promises to challenge our thinking and provide new perspectives on causal inference. Please welcome Alexander.
No. No, I believe it's stable. Equilibrium physicists. Welcome to the strange world of causality. A strange thing to say after so many talks about causality. When we first learn about causality, we often hear a lot about assumptions. And there's a very good reason for that, because assumptions are very important in causality. The reason for that is that the information about the data generating process is in general not contained in the observations, in the data that we observe. Even in the interventions, the amount of causal information is incomplete from the point of view of counterfactuals. And so our assumptions help us to make sure that the external information that is not coming from the data, that we can use it in a useful way. And by useful, I mean in a way that helps us achieve our goals, which very often is answering some kinds of questions. Questions about something we don't yet know. But perhaps sometimes we can focus on assumptions a little bit too much. And when this happens, we might lose the forest for the trees, so to say. There's also another danger in focusing on assumptions too much, in particular when we focus on them through biased lens. And this can lead us to very compelling illusions, producing very compelling illusions for ourselves. A good example of this is this, not exact, but a quote from a causal practitioner from a major organization who said, the SCM, structural causal modeling framework, does not work in practice because it requires too many assumptions, too restrictive assumptions. And that's why we only use potential outcomes. The problem with this thinking is that the structural causal model framework and potential outcomes frameworks are logically equivalent, largely logically equivalent. The consequence of this is that if we violate an assumption in the structural causal model framework, we are also in trouble in the potential outcomes framework. But sometimes it might become invisible for us. The reason for this is that in different literature streams, we have different narratives about assumptions. People are using different languages. And they also put emphasis differently. And these differences in emphasis can lead us to an illusion that if we use certain methods, then we can escape, in a sense, the assumptions that sometimes, for some of us, seem to be restrictive or too restrictive. One good example of this is using so-called quasi-experimental methods, like synthetic control or difference in differences, and so on and so on. For some practitioners, you will hear from some practitioners in industry that they believe that if we use these methods, if we can use these methods, our data allows us to use these methods, we essentially get causal identification out of the box. But this, unfortunately, is not true. I described one case of how this can be misleading in the last part of this blog post that I wrote some time ago. And I started talking about assumptions, but I haven't introduced myself. My name is Alex, and I help companies streamline their causal journeys through workshops and consulting. And I also wrote this book some time ago called Causal Inference and Discovery in Python. And a fun fact about this book is that it outsold Harry Potter on Amazon in terms of weekly sales, and only for 1 week. But it makes a good case for us. I know that here in the audience is at least one person that is also thinking about writing a book. And for every person who is writing a book, and if they, assuming they care about their audience, sales will be important. So we can imagine that this person writes a book, and they release it, and they observe sales over time. And they're interested in an effect of an influencer publishing a post about their book. To quantify the effect of this post by an influencer, we need to simulate what would the reality be if there was no post by an influencer. So we can produce something like this: a predicted counterfactual sales time series. Maybe we have some data. We put this data in the model, and the model says, hey, if everything was normal, no influencer posts, no this particular influencer post existing, the sales would be like this. That's our best estimation. And then we say, okay, the influencer post was here, so now we can compare those two graphs, and we can get this thing, which would be our causal effect of the influencers post. So this method is called synthetic control, or one possible variant of synthetic control estimator. But there's one challenge here. The challenge is that we can, by using this method, produce an illusion. If we don't think about assumptions carefully, we can fall into the trap of thinking that this is a valid conclusion. Our quantification of the causal method is valid, but there might be another event that happened that we don't know of that inspired the influencer to post and at the same time inspired people to buy, aka a hidden confounder. So although we are using a quasi-experimental method, hidden confounding still can be a problem for us here. And so we don't have causal identification. We don't get causal identification for free here. So for many people using quasi-experimental methods, when they see this, they say, oh, so what can we do? Is there anything we can do? And if we think about this in binary terms, we just say, hey, if the assumption is not met, conclusions are not valid. If assumption B is not met, causal inference impossible. If we think this way, there's not much left for us. We're done, and the question seems to be fundamentally unanswerable. But there's another perspective we can take here, and we can think about assumptions as a spectrum, rather than thinking about them in binary terms. And this opens the door for creativity for us. So for instance, when you think about quasi-experimental methods like synthetic control that we've seen a second ago, most people will think about these methods, somehow they will have a separate drawer in their brain as compared to using graphs or DAGs, causal graphs that you've seen some of them today. But you can actually combine them, and there's nothing that stops you from combining them. So this comes from a paper co-authored by our Spotify speakers today. And this is a causal graph that was produced to help the analysis for synthetic control estimator. It might seem non-traditional for some of us, but it is honest. It is honest in a sense that in this graph, we encode all the knowledge that we have. So we know certain things, and we say, okay, these are things according to us today, honestly, the best we know of today. And when we do this, maybe we can go somewhere and look for methods that allow us to do something with our problem, even if there is hidden confounding. But this allows us to be courageous, to have courage, to admit in front of ourselves that there are things we don't know as well. And maybe we cannot learn about them. If we have this courage, we can get creative, and we can start looking for solutions that can help us answer our question in a way that might not be perfect, but might be useful. So this is the paper where I took the figures from. The first author is Jacob Zeitler, and the two other authors you were able to hear from them today, Athanasios and Kieran, who's sitting here. Both talks I really loved. And so these three elements, honesty, courage, and creativity, open the doors for us to do much more with causality than we could initially think when we just read some introductory materials. And if this perspective sounds interesting to you, we also have this podcast episode with Jacob, the first author of that paper, when we talk about the cost of causal assumptions and what can we do and how can we think about assumptions in a more creative, more open way sometimes. And now I want to share with you just a couple of papers that I think are great examples of thinking in a way that goes beyond the traditional limitations that we have in literature. And I will briefly explain to you or share with you what those papers are doing. So the first one is this paper from Dennis Frauen and colleagues. These are researchers from LMU, from Munich, and also Michaela van der Schaar and Alicia Kurf from Cambridge. It's a neural framework for generalized causal sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis is this thing where we say, okay, maybe there's a hidden confounding, we cannot observe it. But maybe we can say something about the causal effect. And maybe we can say the causal effect, given our assumptions about the hidden confounder, the most reasonable assumptions we can make, the causal effect will be between 3 and 10. If we change the treatment, maybe the causal effect will be between -5 and 2. If we know this, we can pick the treatment that is better. So that might be enough for us to make a useful decision, even if we don't have causal identifiability per se. And you can see what is important about this paper is that sensitivity model, we have a whole zoo of sensitivity models that are applicable for very, very special cases. And so it might be very difficult for instance, for your team, if you're in industry, to learn about all of them and really practice with them and so on and so on. So this paper proposes a framework that generalizes a number of those sensitivity frameworks and allows us to apply one device to different kinds of queries and different kinds of circumstances. In this paper, the authors talk about another interesting problem. So probably most of you who are in machine learning heard about this thing about learning a representation. So for instance, when we have a transformer like ChatGPT, it will learn some internal representation of the data. It's compressed data, it compresses the data. And this learned representation is compact, and it allows us to generate predictions or sometimes generate tokens, for instance. But it turns out that when we use a model like this in the causal setting, learning this representation might actually introduce additional confounding. So there might be no confounding in the data, but there might be new confounding, new type of confounding appearing in the representation learned by the model. So the method described in this paper allows us to put bounds, again, some range of values on this hidden confounding, on this representation-induced confounding. So that was about everything we said so far was about the second rung of the Pearl's ladder of causation, about interventional stuff, where we are interested in the treatment, the effect of the treatment or something. But we can also do something creative and useful on the third rung. The third rung, counterfactual rung, is often, and in my opinion, rightfully so, treated as the most demanding, the most difficult to talk about and to model. So in this work, series of papers by Judea Pearl and Scott Muller, they work on showing us that we can use observational and interventional data together, combining them, in order to say something useful about counterfactuals. This might be very useful in personalized medicine, but also in anything related to marketing. So we can say something about particular individuals, not very precisely, but sometimes precisely enough that it allows us to make an optimal decision. But that's also not all. we can also be creative in causal discovery. Causal discovery is also seen by many as a very, very challenging topic because we are trying to learn the causal structure from the data that we are observing and sometimes data on interventions. And we can actually say that without additional assumptions, causal discovery is impossible. So in this paper, Siwan Guo and colleagues proposed a model that allows us to recover causal structure in a setting where the data is not IID. IID stands for independent and identically distributed. We usually in statistics love data that is IID because it makes everything easier. And this is all the generalization that we have in machine learning today is based on the IID assumption. If we go outside of the IID data, virtually all most popular machine learning models will collapse. They will not generalize. They cannot do it. But here, we can actually leverage the fact that the data is not IID, but is exchangeable. We won't talk about this in detail because it would take a lot of time. But the data that is exchangeable, but not IID, and we can leverage this fact because it introduces a kind of asymmetry in the data to recover the causal structure. A more intuitive view on this would be that maybe we have patients in different regions of the world, or we have patients in different hospitals. The mechanics, the dynamics of the disease is the same in every hospital or in every country, but there are different procedures in different countries or different hospitals. And these differences in procedures will allow us to look at the data and find out what is not changing there, what is constant between those cases. So that's a general intuition about this. In this paper from Shohei Shimizu, he's the creator of a causal discovery method, for those of you who are familiar with this, called Lingam, and Takashi Maeda. They propose a method where we can use prior knowledge, something we know about our data, in time series when we have unobserved confounders and recover causal structure. So in causality, most of you who are familiar with those topics, you will know that hidden confounding, it's a bad thing. But here, actually, they overcome this limitation. Again, it requires certain assumptions, but you can see that their method, the blue one, outperforms a number of traditional or classical methods for causal discovery from time series, including a variant of the PC algorithm and a variant of the Lingam algorithm. The next one, I think, is very interesting, and it's shocking for many people who learned causality through a very traditional path. And it's called learning to induce causal structure. It sounds very enigmatic, but what this paper says is basically that perhaps instead of thinking about causal discovery as an unsupervised task, when the model only looks at the data and is trying to find something in the data, some signal in the data, we actually train a model in a supervised way. Supervised way, which means, hey, this is a graph, this is the data, this is the causal structure. We simulate some data, we train a model like this, and it learns something. And it turns out that the results are surprisingly good. So here, the method proposed is the blue one. The lower the bar, the better the model. Here you have DCDI and ENCODE. These are other causal discovery methods. And you can see that it performs uniformly better than those methods. These are pretty advanced methods. If they're optimal for those types of graphs, well, that's another question, but we can see here. Many researchers after this paper were shocked that supervised causal discovery can work so well. And people started thinking, okay, so we have all this causal theory from Perl and so on, and here we have a supervised model, we have a transformer model, and it's just better than anything, it violates the theory somehow. It turns out there's a very interesting recent paper from Francesco Montagna's group that shows that this approach does not violate causal theory, and there are some limitations to it, but nevertheless, this approach can be very, very useful in a broad set of cases. And this is all just a small subset of what is really possible a selection of papers that I thought might be interesting for our audience here today, and hopefully it was, at least for some of you. And the key takeaway from today is that indeed assumptions are very, very important in causality. But perhaps we will be better off if we treat them as a starting line rather than a finish line. And perhaps this can help us learn something new, because we ask causal questions to learn something that we don't yet know. And I believe that honesty, courage, and creativity can help us become true explorers, true discoverers. And I want to finish this talk today with one of my favorite quotes by Yuval Noah Harari. And I think this quote will resonate in a special way in this place where we are today in the role society. The big revolution which launched modern science was discovery of ignorance. For thousands of years, people thought they know everything. Science began when some humans admitted we don't know everything. Now, when we have courage to admit our ignorance, we can start investigating. And that's science. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That was brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to start with a really easy question.
We'll see.
Yeah, wait till I've read it. Given your extensive oversight of causal AI, where do you think we'll be with causal AI in 5 years' time?
Well, I cannot know this, but I think that the biggest opportunity for us as a causal community lies in building models that allow us to answer questions in a way that is maybe not as precise as we would wish in the ideal world, but models that require less of human curation at least some stages, and lead to decisions that are good enough to justify them.
And we will see, won't we? Huh? And we will see.
We will see if that's the case, of course.
Of course. I'm reading the question, not mean, but you're quite in favour of structural causal models and potential outcomes. Could you share a few things that practitioners should care about when using SCMs?
Well, I don't think that any of those frameworks, that one is better than another. But I think it's good to think clearly about stuff. And I believe that using graphs allows us to very clearly state our assumptions. So I had a conversation with Judea Pearl some time ago, and he told me, you know, nobody thinks in conditional ignorability. And I think that's true. So it's very difficult to think clearly about causality when we think about very, hard to grasp concepts. And we had this beautiful talk before my talk about communication. And I think DAGs also give us a great device to communicate clearly with stakeholders and anyone who is involved in a causal project, even if they are not technical people. And I've seen this repeatedly in organizations, helping them move forward. In general, when using SCMs, if you decide to use the SCM framework, I think you need to remember about the assumptions if you want to make good decisions, but also be creative with them. And I think someone said this today before, sometimes starting small is the best way to move forward. Just starting with a subset of a problem, of a larger problem we want to solve, and build from there. So that's a little bit general, but I hope that will be helpful.
Very helpful. helpful. There was actually another question very similar, which was sensitivity analysis is great, but it's difficult to communicate this with business stakeholders. Do you have any tips? I think you've had a few there, but anything specifically about sensitivity analysis?
Well, I think, you know, what I found works pretty good is to start, before we start talking about sensitivity analysis and using all those cryptic words for, you know, cryptic for people who are outside of the technical realm, I think it's good to frame things in terms of making a decision. And we can say, okay, you know, we cannot say what is the exact causal effect here, but for our decision, it's clear from our analysis that this decision will be better. The effect will be probably between 3 and 4.5. We don't know. We cannot say today. I mean, we can pretend that we know, but we don't know really. But this is the positive effect that we expect from this decision. From the other, if we make the decision the other way around, the effect will be between 1 and 2. And I think that should be pretty clear for most people. At least in my experience, it worked pretty well. So starting with thinking in terms of a decision that we want to make, rather than from the technical point of view.
And get buy-in around that, what you're trying to do. Yeah. Excellent, thank you. I'm going to pull a couple of questions together that are basically asking about how to learn and get started on causal modeling. One of them is, for someone fairly new to causal modeling, how do you shorten the path to using it competently? And then the second one, what is currently the best technical online course on causal AI with a study of about 140 hours, so more advanced? So a general question on how to find. You are allowed to reference podcasts, just saying.
Yeah. So what's the best way to start? I personally believe that a great way to start is to read the Book of Why by Judea Pearl. Then if you want to understand the mathematics behind causal reasoning, but not go too deep into like Python and stuff, there's this book called The Primer. So Judea Pearl, when I was learning this, I was lucky enough, I just tagged him on Twitter and I asked, hey, I've read the Book of Why, I loved it. What's next? Which book should I read next? What do you think? And he replied. So he said The Primer. I had no idea about The Primer. I bought The Primer. I read The Primer. It was a great choice. So I think that's a great thing. There's also another book, if you want to get another perspective and you don't want to invest too much time, there's a great book by Paul Rosenbaum called Causal Inference. It's a small book. It gives another perspective, more from potential outcome, Fisherian point of view, and so on. So these 3 books, I think, would be a great start. And if you want to go in something more technical, specifically in Python, I wrote my book keeping in mind a person like this, right, who read the Book of Why and they want to start coding in Python. Another book in Python is from Mateusz Fakuri, who is also giving a virtual talk today, which is more from the econometrics point of view. Mine is more from machine learning point of view, I would say. So I think whatever works for you better.
Excellent.
The online course, well, I don't know. I mean, there's Robert Ness has a course which has a very interesting perspective, and there's a new course as well on Udemy, but I don't know. I haven't taken it, so I don't really know how good it is. Brady Neal on YouTube. On YouTube there's a free course by Brady Neal, and I'll be releasing my free course in some time as well. So, yeah, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Right. One last question, then we're going to wrap up. But you'll be around for drinks, I'm sure, so people can catch you if they want.
Yes, I'll be around. I'm staying here.
Yeah. Okay. So, how do you know when you've included sufficient complexity into a causal model?
Oh, that's an excellent question, but it's very difficult to answer without understanding the problem. I think we always make those contextual decisions, and it's good. I think we should make contextual decisions because this is what differentiates a good analysis or good modeling from something very generic. Sufficient complexity, in very general terms, I would say sufficient complexity is the level of complexity that allows us to pick which decision is better. Because at the end of the day, we are all here to solve real problems. We are not here to, I mean, theory is super interesting, right? But at the end of the day, if we are in industry, we want to solve a problem, we want to answer a question, we want to learn something more. So whatever the complexity that allows us to make a decision is enough complexity, I would say.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for anchoring us as well. Much appreciated.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Alex. So that wraps up the sessions for today. Just want to say a really big thank you to all the speakers and attendees for making this a really amazing event. And now we'd like to invite you outside to the networking drinks to have a chat and network. And that'll be wrapping up at 7 p.m. So yeah, finally, thank you all for your participation. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And a little bit of a PS is it would be great if you could return your lanyards upon leaving, just so we can recycle them from an environmental perspective, make sure they don't end up anywhere they shouldn't be. Cool, wonderful. Thank you again. Cheers.
Should we finish on that one? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.